The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to the February 13th, 2024 episode of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I am Matt from the past, and let's get on with this day in history. In 1258, Baghdad, then a city of 1 million, falls to the Mongols, ending the Islamic Golden Age. In 1601, a fleet of 5 British East India Company vessels departs on their first voyage from London, led by Sir James John Lancaster, commanding the Red Dragon. Journey takes nearly 16 months, almost as long as it takes to get a game of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League to load. In 1689, Parliament of England adopts the Bill of Rights, which establishes the rights of Parliament and places limits on the Crown. Interesting that it was a bill that established their rights, and I would also say typical of politicians. In 1942, Hitler's Operation Sea Lion, the invasion of England, is cancelled. He got a look at the weather reports for the country and decided it wasn't worth going through with. In 1945, Allied planes begin bombing Dresden, Germany. A firestorm results and over 22,000 die. In 1945, USSR captures Budapest after a 49-day battle with Nazi Germany, in which 159,000 died. In 1960, France becomes the 4th nuclear nation by exploding a 70-kiloton atomic bomb in 1972, film adaptation of Cabaret, directed by Bob Fosse, based on John Kander and Fred Ebb's musical of the same name, starring Liza Minnelli, Michael York, and Joel Grey, is released. 1996, Death Row / Interscope Records released rapper Tupac Shakur. His 4th studio album, All Eyes on Me, becomes his final release during his lifetime. In 1920, Baseball Hall of Famer Rube Foster and several other team owners create the first Negro National League at a meeting in Kansas City YMCA. And that was this day in history. Now, let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show. Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Don't fence me in. I want to roll.
All right.
So don't fence
All right. Costello, what's the matter with you? What's the idea of singing that song?
I gotta sing it. I feel like singing about fences.
Why?
My girl just gave me the gate.
Well, if your girl gave you the gate, why are you so happy?
Why am I happy, Abbott?
Yeah.
Good news. Got myself a new girl. Beautiful girl.
What do you mean?
What a dish. I call her my little firecracker.
Firecracker?
Yeah, she's got red hair and bangs. And another thing, Abbott.
Now, just a minute, Costello. You say your new girlfriend has red hair, and is she Titian?
She what?
Is your girl Titian?
What do you think she is, a baby? She's through with Titian. She's got all the teeth.
No. You tell me I'm talking about Titian hair. Titian hair is red.
Titian hair is red?
Certainly.
Her hair may be red, but her teeth is white. She brushes her teeth every day with a toothbrush paste.
Look, Costello, I'm talking about your girlfriend's hair. Does she wave her hair?
That's a very silly question.
Now, what's silly about it? Didn't you ever see my wife waving her hair?
No, but I saw her shaking it out the window.
All right. Let's drop it.
I saw her do that, too. And her teeth went out with it.
Look, Costello, by the way, who is this new girlfriend of yours? Where did you meet her?
Abbott, her name is Tessie Tinfoil.
Tinfoil?
I'm all wrapped up in this kid.
Oh, cut it out. Where did you meet this Tessie Tinfoil?
I met her in a 5 and 10 cent store. She works there.
She works in the 5 and 10?
Yeah, she works at 2 counters. She sings at the music counter, and she sells perfume at the perfume counter.
Hey, I'd like to meet her.
Well, just walk in the store anytime. If you hear anything or smell anything, that's her.
Hey, Costello, have you had a date with this Tessie Tinfoil?
Oh, sure. I had a date with her last night, Abbott. I took her to Griffith Park. I lit a lantern, and we sat there spooning.
You lit a lantern to spoon? That's ridiculous.
Oh.
When I was courting my wife, I never used a lantern.
I know, and look what you got.
Costello, you can't talk that way about my Betty. She's a very beautiful woman. She has eyes as big as saucers.
Yeah, and underneath she has cups to match.
You better not let my wife hear you say that. She's a very proud woman. In fact, she's very hoity-toity.
She may be hoity, but she'll never see toity again.
Costello, please, leave my wife out of this. We were talking about Miss Tinfoil. Are you serious about this girl, or is it just puppy love?
I think it's puppy love.
How do you know?
Because her nose is always cold and damp. But, Tessie Tinfoil is the most beautiful girl, Abbott, I ever saw.
You mean she's really pretty?
She's more than pretty. She's different. Do you know how Merle Oberon's eyes have that beautiful oriental slant?
Yes.
Well, Tessie's ears slant the same way.
Look, Costello, I can't understand your sudden infatuation for this girl. I thought you were engaged to Ruby Poolcue.
I was, but I scratched.
No. Why? Well, what's wrong?
I wish you hadn't brought that up.
Why not?
That's all over. Me and Ruby broke our engagement last Saturday night.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Costello.
We're all washed up.
How did it happen?
Well, I'll tell you. But first, I need some sad music. Freddie, sad music, please. I said sad. That's pitiful. I want to tell you something, Abbott. Last Saturday night, me and Ruby went to the backstage club. What a gay time we had. We both sat there smoking Slamax.
Slamax? What's that?
Camel, spelled backwards.
Then what happened?
Suddenly, the orchestra broke into a lovely waltz. I grabbed Ruby. I started whirling around the dance floor. Around and around we went, and each time I twirled her around, she got taller.
Each time you twirled her, she got taller?
Yeah, Ruby's got a wooden leg, and I was turning it the wrong way.
Then what happened?
Then Ruby started to cry, and then I escorted her to the bench in the corner. I could see her sitting there now, little Ruby. She had knuckles in her knees, and when she sat down, her knees made a fist.
But why was she crying?
Ruby was leaving town the next day. She didn't know how to break the news to me, but she had to go. She had to go, Abbott. She was leaving for Patterson, New Jersey. She was going to start on her new job.
What new job?
slugger for the Broadway Cab Company.
You shouldn't have let her go, Costello.
I tried my best to stop her. I pleaded with her on my bended knee. I said, Ruby, don't go away and leave me. You'll never find another guy like me, Ruby. Please, Ruby. After all, I'm not a Flo.
A Flo?
Yeah, that's wolf, spelled backwards. And then I held her tenderly in my arms, and I bent her head back. What a beautiful girl this Ruby was. Slowly she opened her big, watery eyes, and looking at me right in the kisser, she said, "Hit the road, you bum!" Hey, Abbott, did the phone ring while I was out? I'm expecting a call from Tessie Tinfoil, my girl.
No, the phone didn't ring. Where have you been?
Oh, I went out and bought Miss Tinfoil some chocolate.
Wait a minute, Costello. Let me see that candy.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Those are the biggest pieces of candy I ever saw. What are they?
Chocolate-covered bananas. Hey, pardon me. I got to answer the phone.
The phone didn't ring.
Why wait till the last minute? There you are. Saves time. Hello?
Hello, you tar.
Tar?
Yeah, that's rat spelled backwards.
Got the same letters. Who you calling a rat?
You. So you're trying to take my girlfriend Hortense away from me, eh, Homer?
Just a minute. You got the wrong party.
Oh, changed your voice, eh, Homer? Don't try to kid me. Hortense told me everything, you wolf.
Look, I don't know any Hortense, and my name ain't Homer. I'm Lou Costello.
Oh, changed your name, eh, Homer?
Now, look, buddy, you got the wrong number. This is Hillside 2183.
Oh, changed your number, eh, Homer?
Now, just a minute.
Lying won't help you, Homer. I'm coming over there and rip your red flannels off and horsewhip you till you scream.
I don't wear red flannels. I wear BVD.
Oh, change your underwear, eh, Homer?
Hey, Abbott, how do you like that guy? Some guy accused me of changing my underwear. Stealing his girl.
Well, that's your own fault, Costello. That's all you think about is girls, girls, girls. Don't you ever think of higher things?
Yeah, I think of higher things.
What are they?
Taller girls.
Oh, just a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Just a minute. Is this Miss Tinfoil a tall girl?
She's 6'9". And what a thrill it is to kiss such a tall girl.
How could a little shrimp like you kiss such a tall girl?
My friends put me up to it. Well, I gotta be going, Abbott. I'm taking Miss Tinfoil to a dance tonight.
A dance?
That's right.
Wait a minute. Look at your face. Are you going to a dance with those whiskers?
No, I'm going to dance with Miss Tinfoil.
No. I mean, you've got to get yourself fixed up.
Oh.
Here, get your hat.
Yeah.
I'm taking you to my barber shop. It's here. It's right next door. Come
Okay,
on.
let's go.
Come on.
Welcome to the Acme Barber Shop, boys. The barber isn't here right now. He's across the street getting a shave.
Why? Don't he get a shave in his own barber shop?
He can't stand the sight of blood.
Abbott, get me out of here!
Oh, no, don't go. Sit right down here by me. I'm the manicurist, Myrtle Mango Finger.
Sit down there,
Myrtle Mango
You
Finger.
heard the girl. Now sit down there, Costello. You need a manicure.
I'll say you do. I've been noticing your cuticle.
My what?
Your cuticle.
You ain't so bad yourself.
Oh, you silly boy. Now give me your hand. My, your fingernails remind me of a famous song.
Pale hands I love.
No, Mississippi Mud. Why don't you keep your hands nice and soft like mine? I dip my hands in a bowl of milk every morning.
Don't you have spoons at your house?
Be quiet, Costello, and let the girl fix your nails.
Yeah, I'll begin by filing your nails.
Wait a minute. Cut it out! Cut it out! Listen, lady, you're filing through my ring.
All right, Costello, we're in a hurry. Give the girl a tip. Come on.
Do what?
Tip me, tip me.
Okay, you asked for it. Over you go.
Costello, will you be...
Oh, look how she looks.
Behave yourself. Here comes the barber. Quiet.
And sugar with the clippers I am handy.
Hey, it's our friend Kitzel.
Well. Welcome, kiddies, to Kitzel's Classy Barber Shop. Shaves, 25 cents if you smile, 50 cents if you don't.
Kitzel, what's the difference if you smile or not?
Because for a long face, I'm charging double. Well, Mr. Costello, why is it I never saw you before in my barber shop? Because I usually get my hair cut around the block. Oh, well, I work on blockheads, too. Well, come,
Come. Sit down. You're next.
Well.
My
Okay.
goodness gracious. Just look at your hair, Mr. Costello. Getting very thin.
So what? Who wants fat hair?
Never mind the haircut, Kitzel. Costello just wants a shave.
Yeah, Kitzel, I'll make it snappy. Can you give me a fast shave?
Can I give you a fair shave? I'll sharpen an X and let you run past it. See, I'll sharpen an X and let you run past it. Oh, I'm killing myself.
I'm going into hysterics myself.
All right, well, Costello, lie back in the chair and let Kitzel shave you. And be careful, Kitzel. Costello has a tough beard.
Oh, that's all right. I got a tough razor. Do you notice how my razor is taking hold?
Yeah, but it ain't letting go again.
Oh, my goodness. Pardon me. Have you been eating ketchup?
No.
Then I'm afraid I caught you.
Yeah, but quick. Give me that mirror. Look at my face.
You're not mad, are you?
Oh, no. I always wanted a pug nose.
Costello, let me see that cut. Is it very deep?
I can't tell until I pull the razor out.
Kitzel, you better put a towel on his face and let him get out of here.
Okay. Right there, Costello. Here is a nice wet towel.
Kitzel, what's the idea of dropping that red-hot towel on his face?
Well, what do you want me to do? Burn my finger?
Oh. Come on, Costello. You look all right. Now, is there anything else you want before we leave here?
Abbott,
What?
I'd like to have a glass of water.
What's the matter? Are you thirsty?
No, I just want to see if my face leaks.
WEDO time is 1:48. Now back to Bud and Lou.
Hey, Abbott.
What's the matter?
I'm all ready for my date with Miss Tinfoil, and I can't find my full dress suit.
Oh, there's your full dress suit right there. Costello, your kid brother Sebastian is wearing it.
Sebastian?
Yes.
Sebastian?
Yes, yes.
What are you doing wearing my clothes? You take them off right now. Come on, take them off.
Louie, you want me to take these clothes off in front of all these people?
That's what I said. Take them off.
Okay, but they're gonna laugh at your pink lace underwear.
Sebastian, why don't you wear your own clothes?
I can't, Uncle Bud. The neighbor's dog bit me and tore my shoe.
Where did the dog bite you?
Well, if I'd have been wearing a license plate, he'd have got the last 3 numbers.
Sebastian, your brother has a date tonight. Now, take off that suit. Now, come on, take it right off and no one...
No, the suit belongs to me.
No, it don't. The suit belongs to me.
It belongs to me.
It belongs to me.
It belongs to me.
Split decision.
Now, look what you've done, Sebastian. Your brother has a date with a lovely girl tonight, and what do? You tore his best suit. You should be ashamed of yourself. Why do you always do these things?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Look, Costello, why do you have to have a full dress suit?
Because I'm taking Miss Tinfoil to a dance at the Coconut Grove.
A dance?
Yeah.
You dummy. Do you want to lose the girl? You don't know how to dance.
Who knows how to dance?
You don't.
That's all my father ever taught me was dance steps.
Now. How come your father taught you nothing but dance steps?
He was my stepfather.
Look, Costello, what kind of dancing do you do? Come on.
I do the shimmy.
The shimmy. The shimmy is a back number.
You said it.
I mean the shimmy started way back.
I can start mine from any place.
Costello, I'm talking about modern dances. Do you rumba?
Do I what?
Do you rumba?
Only when I eat radishes.
No. No. You see, that proves you know nothing about dancing.
Oh, yeah? Well, I come from a family of dancers. My Aunt Annie, that's my Uncle Artie Stebbins' wife.
Yes.
She was a great balloon dancer on the stage. She used to have them rolling in the aisles.
Her audience?
No, her balloons.
Listen, Costello, I'm not going to let you make a fool of yourself with Miss Tinfoil tonight. Now, there's a dancing teacher right in this building, in the apartment across the hall. Come on with me. I'll take you across there. Here's the apartment, Costello.
Yeah, there's a sign on the door. Madam Hoochie McCoochie, dancing teacher.
Well, come right in, boys. You're just in time for the evening dance class. Oh, come on, fat boy. I'm really in the groove.
You should be covered over.
Quiet, Costello. Madam McCoochie, how much do you charge for dancing lessons?
There are my prices right up there on the wall. $12 a lesson.
$12? How do you get your prices so high?
I stood on a chair.
Oh, I'm going to clip this
mind that, Costello. You need the lesson.
Not as bad as I need the $12.
Oh, now, Mr. Costello, come here. Now, you put your arm around me, and I'll put my arm around you.
Cut it out.
There.
Cut it.
What's the matter? Am I squeezing you too tight?
No. I always wear my tongue hanging over my shoulder.
Costello, please pay attention.
Yes. Now, get ready for the lesson. When the music plays, you dance. When the whistle blows, the lesson is over. Oh, I just love to dance. Oh, I was born dancing.
And if you don't get off my feet, you're going to die the same way, lady. Now, get out!
Costello, will you quit the clowning?
Now, let's go. Remember, when the whistle blows, the lesson is over. Ready? Position, music. Lesson's over. $12, please.
What lesson?
Why, you just had a lesson.
What kind of business is this? You said commence the band with time lessons over? $12. You're as crooked as that.
Madam Macucci, please, pay no attention to him. You'd better show him a few more steps.
Oh, very well. Let's try it.
Let it out!
All right, now, just take it easy. Take it easy, Lou.
Now, come on. Slide, glide, slide, glide, slide. That's it. Oh, I should say,
Will you get your face the other way? Lady, turn up. Let's dance the other way.
Slide, glide. Oh, I simply love the way you did.
Who's dipping? My pants are falling down.
Please, where? Your pants are falling down. Why are you singing?
Oh! For help!
Oh, why did you tell that guy that? Look, wait a minute. Maybe you'd better teach him some fancy dancing.
Oh, wonderful. Splendid. How about the ballet dancing?
Ballet dancing?
Well,
How about what?
Costello, have you ever tried ballet dancing?
Oh, I always dance on my feet. How are you going to dance on your...
Quiet, please.
After all.
I have it. I'll teach Costello the adagio.
The what?
The adagio.
I dance with no Italian people.
Now, take it easy.
Don't you know what an adagio dance is?
Adagio dance.
Yes.
That's from way back. It's for the net. Go ahead, continue. Yes. Thank you ever so much for finding it for me. Yes. That's where a woman... The adagio dance, eh?
You know what it is, don't you, Lou? Why, you must know what
Why,
it
of
is.
course I do. That's where a woman runs and... Stay with me, I'll get it. That's where a woman runs and throws herself at a man, and he catches her by whatever joint happens to be passing at the time.
That's right. Now, I'm going to get back here and run and jump in your arms. Ready? Here I come.
Costello, you didn't catch her. Why did you step aside?
I always step aside to let a lady go by.
Oh, but she fell out the window.
Where is he? Where is that idiot? Oh, let me out.
Now, take it easy. Take it easy, madam. Take it easy, madam.
Take it easy. You heard the man.
You let me fly right out that window. For all you know, I might never have been able to come back.
Oh, I knew you'd be back.
How did you know?
You forgot your broom.
Hello? Yes, he's here. Costello, hey, it's for you. It's Miss Tinfoil.
Oh, my dreamboat, Miss Tinfoil. Give me the phone. Hello, Miss Tinfoil. I'm over here taking a dancing lesson for our date tonight.
But Lou, honey, I've got bad news for you. I won't be able to go out with you tonight.
Won't be able to go out with me? Why not?
I'm getting married tonight. But I'll go out with you tomorrow night.
It's a date. Get her out of here! Goodbye to everybody.
Well, Costello, it looks like we've lost Miss Tinfoil. But don't feel too badly.
Yeah, I guess tinfoil wasn't worth saving.
But don't forget, Costello. Don't forget, Lou, true happiness is found in nature. The flowers and the trees, and the birds and their young, the bees and their honey. And...
Yeah, and the cats and their honey.
Yeah, Costello, cats don't have honey.
Oh, no? Then why does my cat stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Again this week, the Pepsodent Company presents another in its series of broadcasts to our men in the armed forces throughout the United States. Tonight, for the men of the Army Flexible Gunnery School, the Pepsodent Show starring Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Ariel, Gunnery School Hope, saying use Pepsodent, you gunnery basers, and your teeth will never fly out like tracers. Or, this is Bob Gunnery School Hope telling all you sharpshooters to use Pepsodent, and though you get nothing but hits on ranges, you can always get misses on sofas. Well, here I am at Las Vegas, Nevada. Las Vegas, that's a slot machine with a mayor. Yes, sir, this is Las Vegas until payday, then it's Lose Vegas. There are about 5,000 men here at the gunnery school, and there are also 100 whacks. That's about the same odds you get on those slot machines. Every place you go, they have slot machines. The slot machines, that's Jesse James with cherries. And you know how the slot machines have pictures of oranges, lemons, and plums? Well, they play them so fast here, all it shows is a bowl of fruit salad. And Las Vegas is famous for its easy marriages, and they really get married fast here. Well, I guess they have to marry him fast. If the justice of the peace waited too long, the bridegroom would lose his $2 in the crap game. This camp here is in the desert, and the desert air is so dry when a private and a superior officer meet, they have to oil each other's elbows before they can salute. And there are a lot of coyotes around here. Coyote, that's a wolf that hasn't been inducted. And these gunners are right on their toes. They've always got some live ammunition, but they'll never introduce you to them. They took me up today and let me work the guns for a while. I wouldn't say my aim was bad, but it was the first time in aviation history anyone ever shot off his own tail. They really fly at high altitudes around here. One crew had to bail out, and they were so high they pulled the ripcord and got a 3-day pass at the same time. My brother's an aerial gunner at the last frontier. That's the hotel here. He's an aerial gunner there. He's the only guy that can shoot a 7 from the chandelier. But you can't escape gambling here in Las Vegas. Just to be careful, I put my money in my shoe, and 10 minutes later, my big toe yelled to my little toe, "You're faded." I played some poker at the 8-Ball bar. Of course. Fellow members. Of course, the dealers have no way of knowing what the next card is, but when I picked up my hand, I was holding a 10 Jack Queen and a blank check. And they pay you off in silver dollars here. That's just to make sure that if any guy puts his winning in his pants, he can't walk out of the joint.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Miriam. Past the corner she'd walk, not a guy would gawk.
Hello.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Hello.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Now, girls, if you want brighter smiles, here's Wendell Niles.
The film you feel on your teeth makes teeth look dull. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes that film, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number one with the men in the service. Try Pepsodent toothpaste for just 1 week. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See if it doesn't uncover that natural brilliance of your smile. Get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. Remember, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys tweet, tweet.
Hello.
Now.
Hello.
Stop, smile.
Oh.
When Wendell Niles said Pepsodent, that's what he meant.
And here's Francis Langford.
Bouquets at me, don't please my folks too much. Don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love. Don't sigh and gaze at me. Your sighs are so like mine. Your eyes mustn't glow like mine. People will say we're in love. Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in love.
People will say.
Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in
Thank you, Mother Langford. Thank you, Francis. And now, fellas, I'd like to introduce a charming young star currently appearing in the Warner Brothers picture Princess O'Rourke, who made this trip out here from Hollywood with us to see you boys, Miss Jane Wyman. Miss Jane Wyman.
Hello.
Yes, sir, one of the nicest looking Janes I've seen in a long time.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate what you say.
That's all right. I appreciate what I see.
Gee, what a wonderful audience these boys are.
Aren't they wonderful, this audience? 2,000 gunners out there concentrating on the same target. Jane, these are the boys that slapped. That was my line, wasn't it?
Oh, yes.
I was waiting for myself. Look, these are the boys that slapped down the zeros.
Yes, I know. I watched them in action.
At target practice?
No, when you got off the train.
I gotta see a doctor about my jaundice. But you know, you made a nice impression on these gunners, Jane.
Really?
Yeah, most of them got together and voted you the site they'd like to rest their peepers on.
the fellas are nice. I was talking to one of the gunners in one of those little ball turrets.
You were talking to one of the gunners in the little ball turrets?
Uh-huh. But a lieutenant came along and made us both get out.
Say, you know, these gunners are real he-men. I'd like to be a gunner on a flying fortress.
Oh, it's tough, Bob. You have to forget fear.
Well, that's for me.
And you have to forget comfort.
That's for me.
And you have to forget women.
That's for them. Say, your husband is Captain Ronald Reagan of the United States Army, isn't he?
That's right, Bob. I just finished knitting him a sweater last week.
No. Did it come out all right?
Well, I forgot to put arms in it.
Well, tell me, does he wear it?
Yes, he does, Bob. In fact, now he's the only officer at his post who salutes from the inside.
Well, that's cute. Say, tell me one thing. How'd you like the bus trip up here, Jane? Did you notice we passed through Reno?
Yes, Reno is a place where most people go when they want to solve their marital problems.
Yeah, that is if they can't get a spot on Mr. Anthony's program.
Well, one thing about...
It's a little sneaky, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, one thing about Nevada, Bob, you can certainly get married and divorced pretty quick in this state.
Yeah, you get your basic training in Las Vegas, and you go to Reno when you're ready for OCS.
What has Reno got to do with OCS?
Obnoxious couples separated.
But those are two colorful cities, Las Vegas and Reno.
Jane, it's just a stretch of land separated by alimony.
You're right, Bob. You see all types of couples in Reno getting divorces, young and old.
Yeah, let's show the folks. First, the young couple.
Okay, I'll be the wife.
Doesn't leave me much choice, does it? Okay. Okay, stand cat and tell you, boy.
I can't go on. I just can't go on. I cannot go on.
You can go now. The lights just changed. And hurry. Go ahead. Get a divorce.
Well, if you feel that way, here's your wedding ring back, and here's your engagement ring.
I don't want them. Turn them into the scrap drive.
I did. They turned them back.
Well, who are you going to name as the other woman?
Our cow. Or whoever it was that taught you to kiss like that.
Well, you told me yourself I make love like a movie star.
Yeah, like Lionel Barrymore. This is the end, Robert. You behave like a beast. You insult all my friends.
I insult all your friends?
Of course you do. When the Joneses walked in, you didn't have to say, hide the silverware, hide the silverware.
Sure I did. It was theirs, wasn't it?
And Robert. Oh, Robert, what did you have against my mother?
Oh, nothing much, except she kept using my hair tonic on her mustache.
Oh. You're always picking on Mother.
Well, what do you mean? Wasn't yesterday your birthday, and didn't I give her a watch?
Yes.
Made a nice booby trap, didn't it? And now here's the old couple getting a divorce. Take it, stand, boy. Gosh, Ma, why are you divorcing me?
Well, we've been married 50 years, and you ain't never kissed me.
Well, I told you I was bashful.
But you ain't never held my hand yet. Gee, ain't you had no experience?
Nope, I was brought up in a one-horse town. Some other fellow owned the horse.
Well, I don't care. I'm going to get a divorce and start living. I'm going to sing and dance and stay out late nights. Yep. I'm going to cook with gas.
Yeah, you're through cooking. You're ready for basting.
Quiet now. You quiet, or I'll tighten your suspenders and you won't be able to get your feet back on the ground.
Oh, but Ma, you can't get a divorce. I ain't never run around with other women.
Don't make no difference. I'm naming your heating pad as correspondent. And besides, you're a wrinkled old cuss.
Look who's talking about wrinkles. You got more slit trenches on your kisser than Mrs. Pruneface.
Now, you get a divorce if you want to, but you come running back to me before 2 hours has passed.
What makes you think I'll come running back in 2 hours?
Well, you know yourself you can't go no longer than that unburped. Pa, you changed. Whatever happened to all your get up and go?
Oh, it got up and went. I gotta admit, I ain't been able to pucker no good since I lost my teeth.
Yeah, it used to be. When I wanted a kiss, I'd snuggle up close and whisper, press your lips close to mine, darling. Now I gotta grab your ear trumpet.
Come on, Jane, hold it now.
And yell, slap the app to me, Pap. You're too old for romance, Robert. You can't even pucker your lips.
I can't pucker my lips? Well, watch.
Gosh, your lips are puckered.
Yep, now pull my face out of the vacuum cleaner. And now here's Jane Wyman. What?
I broke my watch the other night. I broke my watch 'cause I wound it too tight. I broke my watch round 9:15. So I took it to the corner to a friend of mine. Well, I don't know how he does it, but he does it. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. The fuddy-duddy watchmaker at the jewelry store. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. He's got it on the beam steadier than ever before. Oh, look at the old man go. Now he's 103, and that's no lie. Oh, look at the old man go. When he lifts that glass up to his eye, well, I don't know how he does it, but he does it. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. The fuddy-duddy watchmaker at the jewelry store. He fixed my watch, he fixed it quick, and pretty soon he was making it tick. He made it tick with a beautiful beat. And I watched him through that window from outside on the street. Well, I don't know how he does it, but he does it. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. The fuddy-duddy watchmaker. Fuddy-duddy at the jewelry store.
Pepsodent and only Pepsodent contains Irium. And Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes film that makes teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium brings new brilliance to your teeth, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. So get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium. Remember, Pepsodent toothpaste, because only Pepsodent contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys tweet, tweet.
Hello.
Don't smile.
Oh, hello.
Don't smile.
When Wendell Niles said Pepsodent, that's what he meant.
Tonight, folks, Bob Hope is in Nevada. Bob Hope's reputation is well known here in Nevada, so when he arrives in Las Vegas, the mayor greets him on the steps of the city hall.
Mr. Hope, I want you to feel right at home here.
Thank you, Mayor.
So I'm presenting you with a keyhole to the city.
Yes, this has been a wonderful visit for Bob and the cast, and now surfeited from his adventures of the day, Bob goes to his hotel, and he is soon fast asleep. He dreams like a baby.
Mama. Mama. Come on, Mama, lay that pistol down.
Bob sleeps on. He dreams of the days of the Old West.
Betty Grable.
I say he dreams of the Old West.
Betty Grable. Pleasant sort of a rut, isn't it, huh? Gee, I wish I could get back to those wild and woolly days.
I'll take you back. I'm the spirit of the future.
I don't want the spirit of the future. Where's the spirit of the past?
He's out looking for spirits of the present.
Bob dreams on. He sees the rip-roaring Las Vegas of yesteryear. It was really tough. Cattle rustlers, outlaws, killers. The town was so tough, even the hotels had cannon towels. Yes, it was a lawless town then. It needed cleaning up. Bob dreams he is the two-fisted editor of the Las Vegas Bugle. And with the one he's got, where are we to doubt him?
I'll clean up this town. I'm a real newspaperman. I got printer's ink in my veins. Well, get me a blotter. We've got to get out the Sunday morning edition. Start the paper through the press.
Okay, Chief. What was that?
Buck Rogers, he'll never learn to keep his head down.
Chief, we need news.
We'll get some. I got Professor Colonna working as a reporter for us. He's the biggest ace in the business. Las Vegas bladder.
Hello, Hope. This has never been scoop, hot, flashlight, bulleted up to the minute on the spot. Colonna reporting.
Yes, Colonna?
What's new?
Colonna, there's been another bank holdup, and the bandits took $2,000 from the teller's drawers. What do you make of it?
That's no place for a man to hide money. But I'll get the story, Hope. I just followed those hold-up men into a burlesque show.
Colonna, fine reporter you are in a burlesque show. You're supposed to be out getting some bare facts.
Well? But never mind that, Hope. I got a great story. I'm down at the railroad station, and there's some guy running off with the mayor's wife.
Professor, this is a family newspaper. We can't print anything about a guy running off with the mayor's wife.
Can't?
No.
Okay, honey. Guess we can buy the tickets now.
Colonna, I've been getting complaints about you all day. You were seen peeking in the bedroom window of the Murphy Ranch, and 10 miles down the road, another ranch. Have you any explanation, Colonna?
Oh, I just got a fast horse, that's all.
Colonna, you're following in the footsteps of an idiot.
Well, lead on. But I'll get on the story of those bank robbers, Hope.
Colonna, I know where the crooks are. Meet me at the 8-Ball Saloon. I'm going there now. Hurry. Well. Hello, fellas. Well, this is the famous 8-Ball Saloon. Gee, what a short floor show. Well, it's Vera Vade. Miss Vague, why are you down here in this rough saloon?
Well, I'm the sheriff, Mr. Hope. Didn't you see the star on my ankle?
Yeah, well, what's it doing on your ankle? Nobody looks there.
This your first trip to Las Vegas, bud?
So you're the sheriff, Miss Vague. Have you pinched anybody today?
Well, not in the line of duty, no. Oh, shame on me. I wonder why I have so much fun.
Well, perhaps you know more in this childhood.
Oh, you dear boy, you. Why don't you go into the bar and have a head put on you? I don't care. I like being sheriff, Mr.
Yeah, but
Hope.
Miss Vague, if you're a sheriff, you have to spend all of your time hunting for dangerous men.
Yes. Oh, do you just think I chase men and get paid for it, too?
Say, but those guns on your hips, what are they, 44s?
I should say not. They're not an inch over 30. Oh, you mean the gun? But just the same, I can get men without using guns.
Yeah, well, I'm from Missouri.
Well, don't be ashamed of it. Some of the best mules in the country come from there.
Say, Miss Vague, what do you do with the desperate criminals you catch?
Well, I locked them in my apartment, of course.
Your apartment, Miss Vague. Why don't you put them in jail?
Slow-witted son of a gun, isn't he?
Well, Miss Vague, if you're the sheriff, why are you spending the whole evening hanging around this saloon?
Well, you see, I thought I'd catch my boyfriend, Waldo. This is on his route. I'm so worried about Waldo, Mr. Hope. He inherited his father's weakness for drinking.
Oh, he's a chip off the old block?
No, a stave off the old barrel. But I don't care. Things are improving. He's only drinking half as much as he used to.
Half as much?
Yes, cut out the chasers.
Well, tell me, Miss Vague, where does Waldo spend most of his time?
Around the headquarters for G-Men.
Headquarters for G-Men?
Yes, poor fellow. He thinks the FBI sign means free beer inside.
Hello, Las Vegas Bugle.
Say, Hope, hot news. The big movie star, Gloria Oomph, just got in town. She's up here in the Commercial Hotel. Room 318. I'm right outside her door now.
You're not peeking through the keyhole, are you, Kelowna?
Oh, no, Hope. It ain't my turn.
Kelowna, I thought you were going to meet me here at the 8-Ball Saloon and help me catch the crooks.
I'm coming, Hope, but my horse is running away. Whoa! 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 Now we're coming to a big hill. This will slow him down. What do you know? He shifted gears.
Is Professor Kelowna on his way here, Mr. Hope?
Yes, he's coming like the wind. He's taking the Las Vegas bus. Yes, sir. That's a local joke.
That's all right, Mr. Hope. So are you. Oh, goodness, I wonder when the outlaw's coming.
All right, everybody, reach.
Reach for what?
Don't confuse me. I'm a new man.
So, Kelowna, you're the crook who shot the cashier and stole the money. How could you be so disgusting? How could you be so abominable? How so despicable?
Well, I studied nights.
Kelowna, do you have any scruples?
What would I be doing with Russian money? All right, Hope, I'll admit it. I'm really that famous outlaw, the Rattlesnake of the West.
What's a rattlesnake?
You know, the kind with a tail gunner.
I'm the sheriff, Professor. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll shoot it out, and I'll shoot first. Oh, my gun jammed.
Look, Kelowna, only a dirty coward would shoot an unarmed woman.
Well, here goes.
Didn't hurt a bit.
Perhaps I'm not standing close enough.
Didn't even feel it.
Oh, no? I'll use my elephant gun. I'll unpack her trunk. Now, don't move.
I'm still here.
Well built, old thing, isn't she?
These aerial gunners? Thank you, aerial gunners. You know, in the old days, the covered wagons lumbered across Nevada, and Dad held the reins, and Mother and Baby crouched inside, and sitting up front in the buckboard and hanging out the tailgate were a couple of youngsters with long Tom rifles and double-barrel shotguns. And they shot straight, and they weren't afraid of anything. 100 years have gone by, and the old wagon trails have sprouted wings, and the same kind of kids are riding new trails through the skies, from England across the Channel to Berlin, from Sicily across the Straits to Italy, from South Pacific bases to Rabaul. The buckboard is the sun-kissed nose of a B-17, and the tailgate is the rear compartment of a B-24, where a guy on both knees is throwing 50-caliber deaths at Zeros and Messerschmitts. They call this guy the aerial gunner, but when the big forts go out, this gunner is a destroyer protecting a human convoy. And he's a wall of hot lead between enemy planes and his buddies inside his ship. When those 1,000-plane raids take off, it's up to the gunner to punch the return portion of their round-trip ticket. Yes, sir, these gunners are the boys that keep flying high, so our flag will always be waving high. Good night.
Since the War Department does not endorse any product, this broadcast is not intended as a Pepsodent endorsement. This broadcast came to you from Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles. Don't miss the Laugh-A-Minute Love Story.
Orson Welles and his supporting cast of Academy Award-winning actors present yet another classic tale in The Campbell's Playhouse, coming up next.
The makers of Campbell Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. Our story tonight is The Patriot by Pearl Buck. It is the Campbell Playhouse selection as the best new book for April, chosen from the publisher's large spring list. Miss Buck's enormously successful books on the Orient, starting with A Good Earth, have created a new conception of the Chinese peasant in the West and have brought her, among other tributes, that rare honor, the Nobel Prize for Literature. In her newest book, Miss Buck writes of the emergence of China as a nation. She also has a great deal to say about Japan. In The Patriot, she treats of the peoples of both countries, not only in relation to their present battle over the ownership of China, but in the gentler perspectives of their mutual arts and virtues. This evening we are fortunate in having Miss Buck here in the studio with us. She has graciously consented to speak to you before the end of this program. And also with us tonight is Anna May Wong, the beautiful Chinese-American star whom you've all seen on the screen. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we present The Patriot, a story of the coming alive of the new China and of the people of the Orient who are solving the bitter problems of human relationships in times of stress. My name is Iwan. My father is the great Shanghai banker, Wu. I'm the youngest of his two sons. But when I was going to the university, I learned of the suffering and privations of my people in China, and I became a revolutionist. It was En Lan, a young student, who converted me and first told me of the brotherhood of young Chinese who were organizing secretly in the schools and in the mills and indeed everywhere in China, arming the poor, teaching them and preparing them for the new order of life, which was to be. Each day when school was over, we met with the others in secret in a deserted classroom.
Come soon now, comrades. The things we have hoped for. Every day the new government at Hankow is growing stronger. When the time comes, he will sweep down the Yangtze River. One man. A great man.
He? Who is he? Who is it that will come? Who is this great man?
Chiang Kai-shek.
Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Kai-shek.
When that time comes, comrades, we must be ready.
What does it mean to be ready?
To be ready means preparing the people, their minds and their bodies, preparing them for the day of their liberation.
My father's house was in the European Quarter in Shanghai. It was a great square brick mansion built in the French style by a French architect 40 years before. It was not in the least Chinese, but like a wealthy house in Paris with foreign furniture in the huge rooms and thick carpets on the floor.
My son?
Yes, Father?
Come here. You look tired, Iwan.
I am tired, Mother.
You are late, Iwan.
We had a meeting after school.
What are these meetings, my son? Should the son of Wu the banker attend them?
Student meetings, Father.
Don't get yourself entangled, Iwan. Young students can do nothing to change those in control, but those in control can cut off your heads. Besides, none of you understand that all that is involved in running a country.
Yes, Father.
I also, at 20, had certain foolish ideas.
Yes, sir.
I want you to be careful. Remember, you are the son of Wu.
Yes, Father.
Good night, my son.
Good night.
Where are you going, Iwan?
To my room, to study.
Good night, Iwan.
Good night, Mother. I went up the wide carpeted stairs, and when I got to my room, there was Peony. Peony, the servant girl, unrolling the quilts and bringing in hot tea to set beside my bed. Peony. Peony, I want to tell you something.
Yes? What is it?
Peony, have you ever heard of the revolution?
Of course I have. It's not a good thing. I've heard your father talk about it. He said revolutionists are like bandits.
Oh, no, they're not.
How do you know?
Because I am one of them.
Iwan, if your father knew. I feel as if you've put your life into my hands. Iwan, what is this revolution? When is it all to happen?
Soon. As soon as Chiang Kai-shek comes.
I don't believe it.
You don't believe? Peony, I tell you, it's true.
Oh, don't be silly.
I wish I hadn't told you.
I wish you hadn't. Except that it helps me to understand something.
What?
It helps me to understand you and why your heart is not to be touched. Iwan, you are like a young priest.
Now, Enlan, the young leader of our movement, learned from me that I had confided our secret to Peony, and he was very angry. He told me I had no business to speak of these matters to a woman and a slave. He said he must go to see her, and that Peony must be threatened into silence. And so it was that he came to see her at my house. This is my room, Enlan.
What is this on the floor?
That's a carpet.
Am I to step on it?
It's foolish, but so you can.
If I had it, I'd sleep under it.
No, the door is shut. Here we're free. You can say anything you like. And Peony will bring us tea in a little while.
Is that your bed?
Yes.
I never saw such a bed. I never saw anything like this. All that silk. What is it for?
The curtains. I can't help it. I was born into this house. I don't know anything else.
Oh, I'm not blaming you, Iwan. I'm asking myself. If I had been born into this, would I ever have run away and joined with the revolutionists? I don't know.
Do you like it here, Enlan?
I don't know. It's beautiful, but I don't know. What would I do here? This soft thing under my feet all the time. I like to take off my coat and spit on the floor. No, I'm glad I was born as I was. Who's that?
Oh, Peony.
You're home early, Iwan. I thought you and your friend might like these. Pork dumplings and rice cakes.
Thank you, Peony. Enlan, this is Peony.
Please do not rise. I'm not one of the family. I'm only a servant.
And I'm only a peasant's son. I've never been in a house like this before.
So you're Enlan. I know why you came here today. You were afraid I might tell your secret, that Iwan is a revolutionist. Don't worry. Who should I tell?
I didn't know you, Peony. Now that I've seen you, I'm not afraid anymore.
Now, why don't you two eat while the dishes are hot?
Why not the three of us?
Oh, I'm not used to serving, not sitting down with the others.
In the revolution, there's no such thing as one to be served and the other to sit. Eh, Iwan? I won't sit down unless we sit down together, and I'm as hungry as a starved dog.
Tell me, Enlan. Enlan, tell me more about this revolution.
Nothing could stop it. Nothing could stop the marching of that triumphant figure of Chiang Kai-shek. He'd left Hankow and was proceeding down the river with his great army, Kukiang, Nanking, Wu. The cities on its bank fell like fruits into his hands. Shanghai grew hot with expectation and fear. It was like the coming of a storm. There was the disturbance among the peoples, like the first rufflings of the wind over the country and sea. And then there was the intense, waiting stillness. But I never could be quite sure how Peony felt. And one day I asked her outright. She'd come into the garden where everything was breaking into bud. I'd gone to look at a hawthorn flowering. Are you a real revolutionist, Peony?
I don't know. I shall wait and see how it is.
No, but what do you believe, Peony? You must believe in right or wrong.
I'm not a priest like you. You believe in Chiang Kai-shek as though he were God. I know he's only a man.
No, I don't. I don't believe in any gods, but I believe in the revolution.
The revolution is only what people do,
If they do well, then I am one of them.
I knew she was wrong. It was wrong to measure one's belief by what people did. A thing was right or wrong in itself, but I could not forget what she had said. And that night, before I slept, I locked my door, and from a secret place in my desk, I drew out a picture I'd cut from a magazine, a picture of the young Chiang Kai-shek. I sat looking at it. It was a face at once bold and kind, harsh and dreaming. I don't worship him, I thought, but I believe in him.
I won.
Huh?
I won.
Huh?
Get up. Get into your
What
clothes.
is it, Father? What's the matter?
Still dark. Stupid, foolish boy. Wicked, deceitful
What is it, Father?
boy. Here is a paper. Hundreds of names on it. Do you know what this is?
It's a list.
A list of revolutionists. Your name is on the list. At any moment, soldiers will be here to seize you. Chiang Kai-shek has come.
Chiang Kai-shek? But, Father, that means... You say Chiang Kai-shek is here?
He's here in the city. He came straight to Shanghai.
Father, you don't know what that means.
I saw him yesterday. He met with us, with all the bankers. We told him Shanghai must not be disturbed. Our businesses, if he wants money, that is, to go on with his government. Will you dress yourself, Iwan? Or do you want to be killed?
Father, Chiang Kai-shek, he never agreed.
Of course he agreed. The man is no fool. Everything is arranged. First he will purge the city of revolutionists.
Then he's betrayed us. Chiang Kai-shek has betrayed us, all of us who believed in him. I must go to the others. I must tell them.
Iwan! You are going nowhere except to the docks to a ship for Japan. The car is waiting, ready.
No, I won't go. Father, I can't go. I must warn the others.
Going at once. I gave my personal word that if they erased your name from the list, you would leave the country today.
Oh, you don't understand. You're making me into a traitor.
You are already a traitor. The government has condemned all revolutionists to death. They have thousands of names that... Iwan. What's the matter? Peony! Peony, come here! The young master is sick! Peony!
She's gone, young master. We've looked for her everywhere.
Gone? Gone where? Peony! Peony! Peony!
I lay on deck. The ship was moving slowly among small green islands, and to the east I could see flights of Japanese fishing vessels, their sails white against the blue sky. That was the only way to endure my complete helplessness, not to think, not to remember. If only I could have warned Enlan. He was perhaps dead already, shot against a wall, and Peony was gone. I closed my eyes, let nights drift over me and days pass me by. The fourth day we landed at Nagasaki.
We won! We won! Are you we won?
Yes, if you please. I am that humble one.
We have been expecting you. I am Mr. Muraki's son. My name is Bunji. My father invites you to our house.
We drove out through the narrow streets. Then up a hill away from the town, we stopped before a thatched roof gate. Brick wall, tiny red varnished footbridge. Over a stream, a garden. Everything in this garden perfect. There's not a leaf on the grass, not a rock out of place in the stream tinkling in little artificial waterfalls.
This is where we live. My father's garden is quite famous in Japan. And there is my father now. He is retired. He is growing old. All day he is in his garden. Father.
Bunji, you are here?
Father, this is our guest.
In this house, Iwan, the son of my old friend Wu is welcome beyond any other.
It's very kind of you to accept me, sir. I do not deserve it.
Your father is my friend, and all we have is yours.
You are too good, Mr. Muraki.
And you are lucky, Iwan. The cherry trees are about to bloom. You have come at just the good moment. In 6 days, all Japan will be in blossom.
Here is your room. See, Iwan, it opens on the garden. And when you are ready to sleep, clap your hands, and a maidservant will spread your quilts on the mat. And no one will come here except the gardeners. It is quite your own.
When Bunji had gone, I sat down and looked about me. The house was still. I felt wrapped about in peace. Life here was planned. There were lightness and clarity and absolute cleanliness, and in spite of fragility, a feeling of long-settled stability and a sense that life had been lived here precisely like this, unchanged for generations. For the midday meal, we sat upon silvery mats about a low table facing the garden, Mr. and Mrs. Muraki Bunji and I. The air was cool and fresh. A rosy young girl came in with a tray of bowls. No one spoke to her. She set a bowl in front of each of us and went away.
That was my sister. She is shy, and she will not eat with us today because you are a stranger. But she will get over it.
Shall I speak to your sister? Is it your custom?
My mother says wait until afterwards. She will come in again. Her name is Tama. My mother says she is sorry she cannot speak in your language. She asks if you have enjoyed our poor food.
I like everything. Everything here.
I won.
Yes, Mr. Muraki.
Your father has written me that he wishes you to learn our business. In the morning, you will have a place beside Bunji in the office. Bunji will help you. In the afternoon, you may study or play. If you are not happy, you will tell me.
But I'm sure I shall be happy, sir.
I like all my house to be happy. Now, if you will forgive us, Wuaiwan, my wife and I, at this hour every day, our gardener is waiting for us. There are things to decide. Those irises, they must be trimmed.
Now you will see. Tama will come in. I know my sister. How shall you behave to her, Iwan? Like a modern young man?
What was she like?
Oh, no, I won't tell you. You shall judge for yourself. Here she comes.
Bunji, please.
This is my sister Tama. And this Tama is Wui Wan, our guest, who has come to live with us.
We shake hands, yes, Wuiwan?
Yes.
Bunji told me you are a modern young man, yes? I also like to be new, though my father does not wish it. Please sit down.
Thank you.
What were you saying, Bunji, when I came in? It seemed to me you two had a secret between you.
Oh, you see how she is, Iwan? You must understand, she is two girls, Tama is. Before our parents, she is very proper and so shy.
Bunji,
and the other Tama is a modern girl, bold and brazen, and liking to talk to young men at that university to which she goes.
I do not. Don't believe him, Iwan.
I shall believe only what you tell me yourself. No one else. You see, I feel myself very lucky to have come to your home. I can't tell you how unhappy I was. I thought nothing would be any good. Just this morning I thought that. Now just being in this house made me feel suddenly happier.
We are all happier for your company, Iwan. Tama, is it not so? Oh, you see?
Yes, me too.
So through 2 winters I stayed on in Japan. In the spring of the second year, I noticed a change in the house. Tama, Bunji's sister, was at home more often now. All day she was about the house in her soft Japanese dress.
Tama has finished at the university. She's at home now, preparing for marriage.
For marriage, Bunji? Is Tama going to be married?
Oh, nothing is decided.
Then Tama is to be married?
Of course, but not for some time.
Bunji, is she engaged?
Oh, that is not my affair. I'll tell you this, though, Iwan. My father wants her to marry General Seki.
General Seki? I've seen him. He's an old man, as fat as a bullfrog.
General Seki is my father's friend, a great patriot and a samurai. He wants a healthy young wife who will give him sons. And my father says it will help the country. Old Seki's blood and Tama's health.
Well, I don't think young girls should marry old fat men. How could she love him?
Oh, don't think about such things. It does no good. Love isn't important.
I'm not thinking of love. I'm thinking of Tama. And that day, for the first time, I thought, what if they were the same thing? Love and Tama. For 2 years, I'd been living in the same house with her. And in all that time, we'd never once spoken to each other alone. Always, when we were together, there was someone else present, a maidservant or a gardener or Mrs. Muraki herself. And then, one summer's day at the office, Bunji looked up suddenly from his desk and laughed.
I want to climb a mountain.
A mountain? When?
Why, tomorrow. Why not? We've not had a holiday since the New Year.
You say so.
And we will take Tama with us, shall we? She used to go with me always before you came.
Will she come?
I don't know, Iwan. It depends on whether she thinks it worthwhile. That is, worthwhile to stand the storm afterwards.
You mean?
My father.
Oh.
Well, I'll ask her anyway. She can do as she likes. Besides, it may rain in the night, and then we will none of us go.
Why do you laugh?
Oh, for nothing. I don't like General Seki either. That's why.
It was clear moonlight that night. When I saw her early in the morning, I felt that all the time I'd known it would be fine and that she'd come. She was wearing a cotton dress flowered in blue and white like a peasant girl's. We started soon after dawn, like any two brothers and a sister.
Hey, Bunji! Bunji!
I'll meet you at the stream where it is deep.
We'll meet you there.
Tama, have you ever seen such a day? There's not been such a day since I came to Japan.
There are not many such days, even in Japan, nor I think in the whole world.
It's beyond anything I've ever known. Tama, I want to tell you, I've been trying to tell you.
Yes?
You mustn't marry an old man. Tama, don't, I beg you.
Do you not think I shall marry whom I please? Look, there's Bunji, far up on the rocks already. How slow we are. Bunji! Bunji!
We were all day in the mountains. We swam, we ran in the hills. We were very hungry. We ate, we laughed, and finally, we started down again towards home. It was getting dark. Tama,
Yes, I won.
have you liked this day?
Yes.
It's been the best day of my life. And you?
I don't know what this day has been in my life, but it has not been like any other day.
It rained in the night. I heard the drops pattering on the roof in the darkness, and I thought, she hears it too. When I woke, the tiny garden of my room was green and dripping with freshness. And I thought, she sees it too. When I came home from the office the next day, Mr. Muraki was waiting for me.
I won.
Yes, Mr. Muraki.
I've had a letter today from your father, Iwan. He is pleased with your progress. I told him you were doing well.
Yes, sir.
Your father writes me that there is great improvement in China. Order is quite restored. Order will always prevail. That is what the young must learn. Not desire, not willfulness, not impetuous wishes for anything.
Mr. Muraki.
I have decided to send you to Yokohama to help in our offices there. I have arranged that you will live there in the hostel where the other young clerks live.
Yes, sir.
Since I always do at once what I have decided upon at length, you will leave tomorrow. So, that is all.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
Tama? 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 Tama?
Who is it?
Tama.
I won.
Yes. I won't come in, Tama. I'll stay here. But come to the edge of the garden close to me so we can talk a little, please. I'm going away tomorrow.
I'm afraid someone will see you. Wait, I'll blow out the candle. I wonder if anyone hears us, something terrible would happen.
Tama. General Seiki, you wouldn't ever marry him, would you?
Never.
Tama, I had to see you. I'm being sent to Yokohama tomorrow. Tomorrow, Tama. I don't know when I'll come back. Please, help me. What should we do?
Help you, Iwan. I don't understand.
Tama, don't speak to me like that, like a stranger. Didn't we have a good time on the hills? That was only yesterday.
Yes. Yes, we did.
Tama, don't marry anybody.
I don't want to marry anybody.
Look, Tama, that mist, it's like a curtain to hide us.
A good spirit sent it. I told you I believed in spirits. And fate. We can't hurry fate. We can't avoid it.
Do you believe, Tama, in two people born to marry?
Yes. Now you must go. I will write to you as soon as you tell me where, and we will meet again. If it is our fate.
It is our fate.
are listening to the Campbell Playhouse selection of the best new book for April, The Patriot, by Pearl S. Buck.
That year in Yokohama was the longest of my life. There were no quiet gardens there, no screen-shadowed houses, and in the office I was surrounded by strangers now. I wrote to Tama, and one night when I came home to my room, there was a letter from her awaiting me. Wait, she said. We must wait. I know how to delay when I do not like. I have delayed this many times, and I will again and again, until it will be made clear to us what our fate is. And later, as the months went by, other letters came. They were short, but they carried always the same steady words. I will delay. It will be made clear to us what our fate is. And then, finally, it came. Her last letter. I won. I won. I said to you I wanted to marry no one, but my father has told me there is going to be war with China. Bunji has been called to headquarters, and so everything has changed. In war, Japanese men fight and Japanese women bear sons. I must marry the general. Even my mother says that if there is a war, it is my duty to fight for our country. I see my duty. It is my fate. Tama. So now I went to an old professional matchmaker. For a fee, the man agreed to go to Mr. Muraki and put forth my request for Tama's hand, according to custom. On the 18th day of the next month, he returned. Where have you been? Did not hear from you.
I've been at my business. At my business. There's been a good deal of it. There was the old suitor, the general. He had to be arranged. But the young woman managed that very well.
How?
Oh, by saying she would kill herself. Yes, and she went at once to it. I saw her. She said it, and then she took a knife and drew it across her wrist before our eyes, across one wrist. Then she prepared to do it to the other.
True.
And the mother wept and fainted, and her father bade her wait, and she stood, the blood rushing out of her arm and soaking into the mat. And finally her mother came to herself and moaning something about her having no children left. I thought you said there were sons.
One, the youngest nephew, has gone to China in the army.
Oh, so? Well, then the father said, wait, we'll talk it over. So I waited, and by arranging another young girl for the old shooter, which I did, it all went together, one thing and another, and... well, I've arranged things as you could wish them. The wedding day will be set soon, as the custom is, and the thing is as good as done.
Her wrist.
Oh, it was bad, and yet I think she knew that only shedding her own blood would make them yield. The old man had been stubborn until then, but when she did that, he saw that she was more stubborn than he. Well, now that it is as good as done, I will advise you. Hasten to make her way yours before she knows it. For when a woman is stubborn, the ocean itself is not so sure as her own will.
My son, it is with happiness that I learn of your betrothal to the daughter of my good friend, Muraki. I am happy for you. There are no better trained women in the world than the Japanese. You will have a good family life. When a little more time has passed, bring her to China to see. But not yet. The people here have a hatred against the Japanese because of the recent troubles. The Manchurian situation will be adjusted reasonably in the end. Nevertheless, wait a little while before bringing a Japanese wife home to China.
Tama, my little wife. What are you thinking about?
Oh, I'm thinking of our house. I'm thinking of how I shall arrange everything.
I wish we need never go down from this mountain. It's been so safe and so quiet. We've been alone together here as though there were no one else in the world. Tama.
Yes?
Let me see your wrist. Do Japanese girls often cut their wrists to get their own way?
It was what my father understood best. When I did that, he knew I meant what I said, that I would marry you.
And even if there had been a war, you would have married me. I know you would.
No, I wouldn't, Iwan. If there had been a war, I would have married General Seki. Don't you know I said I would? He's a very great general. The Emperor trusts him.
But, Tama, you must love only me.
I do love only you. I shall always love you.
Then, why do you say if there'd been a war?
But that would have had nothing to do with my loving you. Iwan, don't you see? As a Japanese, if it's my duty...
Oh, Tama. I am your duty. I. You have no other. The days ran after each other so quickly that before I could lay hold of one to treasure it, another had come. Day followed day, months slipped into months, and we wanted no change. It was autumn so quickly that I could not believe it. One morning when we arose, we saw that there had been frost in the night. And when I got home the next evening, I found Tama sitting on the bamboo bench outside our room, looking out over the sea.
You don't mind, do you, Iwan, if I don't get up? I'm tired from sweeping the leaves from the lawn.
Are you well?
Very well.
What are you staring at over there in the ocean?
I wish I knew your parents, Iwan. I wish I knew what your family is and how your home looks over there.
Why do you want to know them?
Because I am about to become one of them. One of your family. Until now, Iwan, I've belonged only to you. I've been a part of you. But now I'm going to have a child. To us, that means that I shall belong altogether to your family, and no more to my own.
It was a boy. And in the spring of the next year, our second son was born. And after that, things went on as before, only not quite as before. Something was happening across the sea in China which could not quite be shut out. It was not a war. The papers made that clear. It was not to be called a war. It was, in the Emperor's name, nothing but an incident. And then one afternoon, quite suddenly, there was news, real news. Every paper printed it. Special editions, the boys screaming in the streets, great black letters scarcely dry upon the headlines. 300 Japanese killed, men, women, and children. 300 Japanese murdered. 300 peaceful Japanese in a little town near Peking murdered by Chinese soldiers.
Iwan! Why did they do this?
Well, there must be a reason. The Japanese must have done something terrible to make them so angry. Tama.
Yes, Iwan.
Tama, I must feel that you think there may have been some cause, some reason.
What does it matter what I think when I'm your wife?
Don't be a Japanese woman.
But I am a Japanese woman.
You've already made up your mind, haven't you? Believe that my people could simply massacre like savages without any reason. If you think that, you have no understanding of me. We've suffered for years while you Japanese have been stealing our land and trade. We've laid ourselves back for years.
Yes, and who killed Japanese in Nanking on March 27th in 1927?
Tama!
And who killed Japanese in Shanghai in 1932?
Tama!
It's true. We've all read it in our Japanese papers.
You've held this all these years against me?
No. Against your people.
But I am my people. To you.
And am I to you? One of these Japanese who should be killed.
Oh, Tama, what have we done? What have we said? All this killing and hatred has nothing to do with us. Tama. 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 At the Meraki dock, we unloaded the latest shipments from China. Now there could be no doubt about it. It was loot being shipped to the Merakis. The merchandise, for the most part, hadn't even been packed, piled into the holds just as they'd found it in China. Things that only a few weeks before had been in people's homes. On that day, for the first time, I knew it was a real war. They were fighting across the water, for in the hold of the ship there was another cargo. After the freight had been landed and the unloading crew had left, I saw many small boxes begin to be brought off. Each had a name written in letters on its top. As each was brought out on shore, a name was called, and each time a little group of people came forward and received the box. All of these persons were in deepest mourning. There was no sound of loud weeping. They'd been taught to smile when those they loved died in battle. But down their faces, their tears streamed. I moved back, half ashamed, and knocked against an old man standing alone. A box wrapped in his arms, as though it were his child, and looking inadvertently into his eyes, I saw there such patient sorrow that I could not but stammer something about my wonder that there was such patience and no sign of hatred. And to this the old man answered gently.
Why should we hate you? You had nothing to do with this.
And besides, our people are taught to suffer gladly for our country.
The tears burst from his eyes as he said this, but he only clutched the box more firmly.
Yes, I rejoice. I rejoice. My only son.
And this old man, uttering these words, brought light to me. The dusk, the silence in which I had been living, broken, was gone. I was at that moment recalled to my old self. Yes, to that old self which had been in the days when I dreamed of my country and lived to make her what I dreamed. How these people loved their country, the love of country which I saw shining in this old man's face. It was the most beautiful love in the world. How small and selfish was the love of one creature for another. This was a love infinitely larger, a love unto which I wanted to throw my whole self. Had I not known such love? I, Juan, you are like a priest, Peony had said to me. I longed suddenly to lose myself and all my doubts in great sacrifice. I'd never been so happy, I now thought, as I had been in those old days with Enlan. No, not even with Tama and with all her ministering to me. I am one who is happiest when I minister. This is my nature, only I hadn't known it. It had taken the suffering of other people to show it to me. And in my own country, how many suffered now? I turned. The old man went away. But I did not need him anymore. He'd done his work. Fate, that strange fate in which Tama always believed, had used him for the necessary moment, and then had dismissed him. Without thinking of them again, I went back to the goods in the customs house. But all the time, while I listened to the demands of the customs officers, while I watched clerks open the crates, and while I checked one paper after another, my mind and my heart were asking, how shall I tell Tama? And at first, on my way home, I thought I'd simply go without telling her. I'd write her all down in a letter. I'd almost persuaded myself to this when I stepped into our house. Usually she was there waiting for me in the garden or at the door. But tonight she was delayed. I was already inside taking off my shoes when she came running out of the kitchen, pushing her hair back as she came.
Oh, I'm so late. Well, I was making something you like, and it took me such a long time.
Tama, I must go home. I am needed there. I said it very quietly so that it would not startle her, but her body grew stiff and still under my arms. The blood fled from her face. She did not say, let me go too. She knew now that I meant I must go alone.
Yes, I was.
I've been miserable all these days. I haven't known what to do.
I knew what you were thinking.
But you didn't tell me. I thought you didn't know.
I was so afraid you might think it your duty to leave us.
I didn't know what I ought to do until tonight. An old man holding a little box of ashes made me see how sweet and right it is to die for one's country.
Of course you must go if your country needs you. As a Japanese, I understand that.
You know, I am the same to you.
Oh, yes, I know. This has nothing to do with us. We'll have to plan. Do you need a new bag, or is the one we have good enough?
I shall take very little. I'll be wearing a uniform in a few days. What do you think you and the children had better do?
We can always return to my own father's house. He is so fond of the children.
Yes. Yes, that's probably the best thing. You'll help the children to remember me.
Shall I be an undutiful wife because misfortune has caught us? Am I to blame you? You are not forsaking me. I shall tell them, honor your brave father who fights for his country. Iwan, may we spend a little money and have a big picture of you? I'll put it where the children will see it every day. We'll keep flowers by it.
We'll do it tomorrow. There's a boat in 4 days. That'll give us time for everything. Let's tell your father.
No, let's tell no one. I want those 4 days as though you weren't going. After you have gone, I'll go and tell him.
But it might seem ungrateful of me, Tama.
No, I'll tell him. Let me have my way. He will understand. One thing he will always understand is what you do now. Any Japanese would understand it.
Then it was the last day. I felt her as I had felt her all those last days, as close to me as my own body. I knew continually what she thought and what she wanted. and how near she was at every moment to weeping, but I knew that she had set for herself the goal of not weeping until I had gone. She would smile at me while I was there, and until I could see her face no more. We'd gone through the hours so close together, and yet we had not touched more than each the other's hand. And so it came to the last moment of all. In the harbor, the ship's funnels were beginning to smoke as the engines were being fired. The ship was to sail at noon. We went together, hand in hand, to the garden where our little boys played. They were making a dam of small stones across the narrow brook, and they did not look up, but I could hear their voices. And then, for one moment, I felt that I could not do what I had planned.
You must go now.
I shall send for you and the children. As soon as I can do it, you shall all come.
When shall we be wanted?
Her words, her voice, her quiet, fatal eyes recalled me and swept me out of this moment again into the vaster hour where our individual lives were now lost. I seized her in my arms and pressed my cheek against hers. I looked at her once, and in her face I saw eternity between us. I stepped upon a ship's deck, and at the same moment the gangplank began to move upward. I stood on the deck. I looked out across the water to the hills. Now the ship was moving steadily away from the dock. In a few moments we'd be leaving the harbor. I searched the slope of the hill nearest the sea. Yes, there it was, our little house in the square of green, softer than the surrounding green. That was the garden. And now I could see the spot of color that was Tama. I could not see her face, and yet I could feel her eyes straining to see me. A tiny spot of bright orange moved across the green to stand beside it. That was my son. And then suddenly, if I could have done it, I would have leapt into the sea and rushed back to her.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
I'm in the laundry business in Seattle. I guess I'm your cabin mate. I'm Cantonese. The name's Lim, Jackie Lim. Born in USA, though. 3 generations, though my old granddad went back to Canton when he was 60. I can't speak my own language, but I figure I can get and fight without talking. I'm going to fight the Japanese.
So am I. As my ship steamed up the river, I could see smoke rising from the city of Shanghai and buildings with great gaps in their walls. I went to our old house. My father looked old and tired.
Iwan.
Yes, Father.
You say that you have come home to fight for your country.
Yes.
There are other services than fighting, Iwan. Yesterday I spoke with the Generalissimo, Chiang Kai-shek. I told him my son was returning to fight for China. He wishes to use you.
Chiang Kai-shek? 10 years ago, he would have had me shot, me and my friends. Tell me, Father, did any escape?
Yes, some escaped. They got away into the interior. Now they have a great army there. It is to them he wishes to send you. When I told him that the son of Wu was ready to fight for China, he gave me these orders for you.
Orders?
Today, everyone takes orders from Chiang Kai-shek, gladly. He is a great man. The only man who will save us now from the Japanese.
I believe what you tell me, Father.
He has arranged everything. There is a plane waiting for you at the airport outside the city. Well, Iwan.
Yes, Father. I'm going. "10 years lay between us, 10 years of time and all else, but I recognized him at once. It was Enlan, now the leader of the great army of the North. And that night, after I'd given him the Generalissimo's message, Enlan told me what had happened, told me how that morning, 10 years before, the morning Chiang Kai-shek came to Shanghai, he and Peony, our little slave girl, had gone to the place of meeting, how they'd waited for me until the last moment, every second expecting me, and how in the end, when I'd not come, they'd fled together into the interior. They'd been married now for 10 years. And that night, when I was alone with Peony for a while, sitting before the fire, she told me of her life with Enlan. The long, hard years of wandering without a home.
And I had 2 children. I was very ill with the loss. Now I shan't have any more.
Peony.
Oh, why should I not tell you? You are my brother. The first, my son, I lost by a fever. Our life is not a good life for a small child. We have been driven so much. he was 5. I kept him as long as that. And then suddenly, he died in a day. We buried him on the hillside in Kiangsi. It is so far south from here. I think I shall never see his grave again. And then on the long march north, I had this other one, the little girl. I hoped the long march would be ended before she was born. But no, we kept climbing over those high mountains and down the rocky roads and over the desert. The child was born, so small and thin, and a girl. We were still marching, so what could we do with her? I gave her to a good farmer's wife and left some money for her and told her I would come back. That was 3 years ago. Sometimes I can't be sure if I remember the place or how the woman looked.
Peonette, did Enlan let this happen?
You know him. He thinks only of the cause.
Are you sorry you followed him that day?
No, of course I'm not sorry. Without him, what would I have been?
I followed the 8th Route Army for 3 months after it joined forces with the nationalist government. Then bad news began to come through. Shanghai had fallen. Nanking was occupied by Japanese troops. The heavenly city of Suzhou was no longer ours. And then one day a plane came for me. Chiang Kai-shek had ordered my return to Hankow, far in the interior.
Who I want?
I'm that person.
Generalissimo is ready for you.
I come.
Who I want?
Yes, General Chung.
Taiwan, you did your work well in the north. Taiwan, is there anything you wish from me?
A few days' leave to go with my father. We will visit our ancestral lands together, which we have never seen.
And then?
To return to my place in the army, General.
Taiwan, I had planned to use you again, but you are married to a Japanese.
Yes, Generalissimo. I am.
How do I know that you are not a spy?
There is no way for me to tell you.
I have here letters written to you by your Japanese wife.
There was a long silence. I stood there looking at the Generalissimo and he reading my letters from Tama. They were simple letters, full of small things, such as how a certain tree had grown in the garden and how the chrysanthemums he'd planted together had bloomed again, and how a storm from the sea had torn the paper in the lattice to the west, and she and our oldest child had mended it, and how big the boys grew, and how she told them their father was a hero and that he fought for his country, which was theirs too. They were indeed nothing but the letters which any wife would write to the husband whom she loved and was at the front in any war.
Jiro is beginning school. I bought him a brown cloth school bag for his books, a little uniform, and a cap such as the other children wear. But at home I teach him too. We put flowers before your picture every day, and every day I explain to them how brave you are, and how beautiful a country China is, and how we belong to China. Do I not belong to you, and they to us? Taiwan?
Yes, Generalissimo.
Will you give up your Japanese wife?
At your command? No. I left my wife and children to come back and fight. I am fighting. When peace comes, I shall bring them here. My sons are Chinese, and their mother, is loyal to me.
It will be a long time before peace comes.
I know that.
This city will be in ruins. This city and many other places. When peace comes, there may be no cities left.
There will be the land.
Yes. There will be the land. Wu Ai-wan, you may go with your father.
Thank you, General.
And after a week's time, you will return to your place in the army.
Yes, General.
Here are your letters. Orderly?
Sir?
That map of the new road to Burma.
It is here, General.
The new road to Burma. I went out with those words in my ears. That was only a short while ago. Now I've heard it's almost finished. Thousands of men and women at work at it. It's a strange way to fight a war, perhaps. To make a great road westward while the enemy bombs the east. But it's our way. What if the real country my sons will know is this new inner China looking not seaward, but across the mountains of Asia. Who knows?
This concludes the Campbell Playhouse presentation of their best new book for April, Pearl S. Buck's The Patriot, starring Orson Welles with Anna Mae Wong. And now, here is Orson Welles.
It's been especially interesting to do The Patriot this week, as Miss Buck, Miss Wong, and myself have something in common in that we've all lived in China. Miss Buck, whose father was a missionary, has lived there most of her life. Miss Wong, as you all know, is Chinese. Although she was born in this country, she's achieved an international film and stage reputation. And as for myself, I visited China just long enough to be able to say Huang Yu Sheng, Frosted Yellow Willows, or Anna Mae Wong.
How do you do, Miss Wong? I'm delighted to meet you.
I, too, am delighted to meet you, Miss Buck. As a Chinese, I naturally have been intensely interested in your books on China.
Thank you, Miss Wong. And, Mr. Wells, I would like to express to you, the Campbell Playhouse, and to you, my grateful appreciation for the selection of The Patriot as the best new book for April. I'm honored.
We were honored. It's been a privilege to dramatize The Patriot. And now, Mrs. Buck, there are a number of things I, and I'm sure our listeners would like to know about the new personal problems the situation in the East is creating. I should think the predicament of Chinese and Japanese who've intermarried would be especially difficult. Is it an unusual situation?
No, the story I told in The Patriot is a very common one. While I was writing this book, I was also corresponding with a Japanese woman. She told me that the Japanese wives, like Tama, remain loyal to their Chinese husbands and send them off to war with the feeling that this is duty. But then Japanese are trained to a high sense of duty.
Mrs. Buck, do you think it's possible to feel sympathy for Chinese and Japanese and at the same time to understand them both?
When one has had experience of many wars, one comes to see that the pattern is always the same. No matter who is the aggressor and who is attacked, both are victims and both lose in the end.
You intimate in your story that China is looking westward. What does that mean?
No one quite knows yet, except that it will certainly mean a China different from the one before the war. The territory which Japan holds is along the eastern seacoast. Roughly, it compares to our own original 13 colonies. It was the stronghold of modern China. In that small strip of territory were China's great modern cities, Tianjin, Shanghai, Nanking, Hankow, and Canton. Here were China's modern men and women, her modern schools and industries. But beyond Hankow is another China, a huge medieval country where people live and think as they have for many centuries. Modern life has not penetrated there. But now a tremendous westward trek has begun. Japan has taken the seacoast provinces, and peasants, merchants, students, teachers, everybody who can move is going west. Their own ancient civilization flourishes in its purest form. In a sense, they are returning to their ancestors, and young China meets old China for the first time face to face. Each, of course, will affect the other profoundly, but how? Who can say? One's imagination quickens. All unknowingly, perhaps, China is hastening the unification of a continent.
Thank you, Miss Buck, for the clarity with which you've explained the difficult situation in the Orient, and thank you, Miss Wong, for being with us tonight.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Patriot, the role of Iwan was played by Orson Welles. Miss Anna Mae Wong was Peony. The part of Tama was played by Margaret Curtis, and that of Wu by Ray Collins. Myron McCormick was Enlan, and Elliot Reed was Bunji. The parts of the broker and Chiang Kai-shek were played by Everett Sloan. Edgar Barrier played Muraki, and Howard Teichman was Jack Lim. Music for the Campbell Playhouse is arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Mr. Wells, will you tell us, please, about next week's story?
Well, next week we'll offer one of the most famous comedies of modern manners, Noel Cowart's witty essay on the ironies and absurdities of modern love, Private Lives. We're delighted to announce that Miss Gertrude Lawrence will be with us in the part she created so brilliantly in London and in New York. So until next week, until Private Lives, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Friday evening when that great star, Miss Gertrude Lawrence, will appear with him in Noel Coward's gayest comedy, Private Lives. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's tomato juice? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a more authentic presentation, portions of the program you are about to hear were actually recorded on the scene.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. A gang of hold-up men have been running loose in your city. They've committed more than a dozen robberies. They're heavily armed, quick to shoot. Your job, stop them.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima is doubling and redoubling its smokers. So, if you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Saturday, July 21st. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the record bureau, and it was 6:55 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery detail.
Hi, Joe. You ready?
Let's go.
Where till I dump this top coat? There. It's too hot out tonight for that.
Yeah. The rest of the guys take off already?
Yeah, we better hustle.
How many men are working this thing tonight?
Must be at least 50, covering every drugstore in the South Central area.
Which one did we draw?
Naomi in South Alameda, Rex Pharmacy.
Yeah.
Parking lot across the street. We can cover the pharmacy from there.
We better check out a Thompson from the business office first, huh?
It's a good idea. We might as well be ready. They are.
Who got the tip the gang was moving into the south end of town?
Johnny Powers, one of his informants.
Okay, here we are.
Business office, Blair. Yeah, I'll take care of it. Thanks.
Hey, Blair, do you want to check out a Thompson for us?
Okay, Friday. Heavy duty?
Yeah, kind of.
There's a sign-out book.
Thank you.
Here, you might as well give us a shotgun while you're at it, Blair.
Okay. Check these out for an hour. Sounds like a busy night for you fellas.
Maybe.
Thompson's okay. So's the shotgun.
Want to sign up for the shotgun, too, Joe?
Yeah, okay. 1 Thompson submachine gun, 1 shotgun. You got those serial numbers there, Blair?
Yeah. Thompson 67811.
67811. Yeah.
Shotgun 655228.
5228. Okay. Signed, Joe Friday. Serial number 2288. Ben Romero. What's your serial number, Ben?
2633.
Oh, yeah. 33.
6 shells for the shotgun, 50 shells for the Thompson, okay?
All right, I'll sign for him. Okay.
Gang's pretty rough, I understand. Gun heavy.
Yeah, that's what they tell us. Okay. Here's the book, all signed.
Okay. Here you go. A lot of firepower there.
Yeah. Hope you don't have to clean them when we bring them back. We went down to the basement of the city hall, picked up our car, 80K, and drove out to Naomi and South Alameda streets. We located the parking lot and pulled in. There were 4 other cars parked in the lot so we wouldn't be conspicuous. Ben and I got in the back seat out of the light. From our vantage point, we had a clear view of the entrance to the Rex Pharmacy across the street. We had the shotgun and the submachine gun on the seat beside us. We listened to the calls come in on the radio, and we waited.
13, Joe, stand by.
There's no cooler here than it is in the office.
Yeah. Hot and sticky, huh?
Yeah. Paper says it's going to be worse tomorrow.
Roll down your window, will you, and get some air in here?
Yeah, huh?
The pharmacy isn't doing much business. Not more than a dozen people in there in the last hour.
No soda fountain, I guess. Sure is hot.
You have to talk about it, huh?
It helps.
What time you got?
10 minutes to 10.
No smoke?
No, thanks.
Yeah, I'll get it. That gang's gonna show up here. Wish they'd get it over with.
Fellas might have got a bum tip.
Well, the gang hasn't missed a weekend for 2 months.
I wonder how much time the average cop spends waiting.
I don't know. Put it all together, it'd make a fine vacation. What do we do, sit this out till the pharmacy closes?
Yeah, 2 a.m. Sure is hot.
Yeah. Midnight came and passed. The traffic on South Alameda thinned out. Only an occasional customer entered the pharmacy across the street. Ben kept complaining about the heat. We waited.
Well, that's it, Joe. There go the lights. Drugstore's closing.
Yeah, guy's locking the doors. There he goes.
We might as well shove off, too.
Yeah. Let's get in the front seat.
There's not much call for this shotgun tonight.
There's no use checking it in. Same duty tomorrow night.
Attention all units. All units in the vicinity of 8th and Hill, on the corner of Hill and Geneva Alley, 211 and shooting. Code 3.
Hit the light.
Yeah, come on, let's roll. Sunday, July 22nd, 2:15 a.m. Ben and I pulled up at the Merchant Security Trust Company on the corner of South Hill and Geneva Alley. 2 patrol cars were already on the scene, and 4 uniformed officers were trying to keep back a crowd of people who had gathered at the top of a flight of marble stairs which led off the street down one flight to the bank's night depository. At the bottom of the stairs, an elderly man was sprawled out, face down, his right arm twisted under him. The man was dead. Ben counted 5 bullet wounds in the victim's back. We interviewed the only witness, a young sailor.
My name's Vasey, Sergeant. Don Vasey, quartermaster, 2nd class. Here's my ID card.
You saw the shooting, Vasey?
I was about a half a block away. I just came out of the bar down the street there, the Top Hat.
Yeah?
Had a couple of beers, then I left and I started walking back to the hotel.
When was that?
About 5 after 2.
Go on.
Well, before I got to the corner, I saw this man ahead of me. He crossed the street and headed over for the bank. Then this car pulled up and some guys got out. They ran over to the man and it looked like they were frisking him.
Yeah?
All of a sudden, I heard shots. The man ran for the stairs here, and then it looked like he stumbled and fell. A bunch of guys jumped back in the car and drove away.
What'd you do then?
Oh, I ran up to see what I could do for the old man. He was lying down there where he is now. Nothing I could do for him. I yelled for a cop.
Did you get a look at the men in that car?
No, I just saw him from a distance. 4 of them, maybe 5.
What about the car? Did you see the license number?
The last couple of numbers, that's all. 699. Couldn't see the rest.
What was it, a coupe or sedan?
A sedan, maroon color. It was a Pontiac, either a 1940 or 41.
You sure about that?
I used to own one back in Delaware, 1940 model. I sold it to my brother when I went in the Navy. I'm sure all right.
And you're sure about the number of men in the car?
Oh, yes, sir. 4 or 5. No more.
I see. Thanks. Well, will you drive back to the office with us and give us a full statement?
Sure, Sergeant. Anything you say.
You can wait in the car, Vasey. We won't be long.
Sure.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know.
Drugstore gang?
Said there were 4 guys. Could be. No description.
Maroon car. 3 numbers off the license plate.
Pretty thin.
Yeah. Looks like a hard summer. We completed our preliminary investigation. The coroner arrived, and the body was taken to the county morgue in the basement of the Hall of Justice. The victim was identified as Walter Conroy, the proprietor of the Flowerland Dance Hall on South Hill Street. Together with officers Fremont and Hurst from Homicide, Ben and I spent most of Sunday tracking down employees of the dance hall and interviewing them. We sent a rush teletype to the Department of Motor Vehicles in Sacramento containing the partial license number, plus our scanned information on the car, which the suspects drove. Early Monday afternoon, Ben and I, along with Captain Ed Walker of Robbery Detail, met with Chief of Detectives Thad Brown.
What kind of a motive are you working on?
Robbery. The dance hall manager, Conroy, was on his way to the bank's night depository when this bunch caught up with him. He had the night's receipts with him from the dance hall.
How much they got, Walker?
$350. They missed over 1,000 Conroy had in an inside pocket.
No idea who pulled the stick up?
Could have been that drugstore gang.
Why them?
Well, they haven't missed working a weekend night for 2 months. There's no sign of any other job that they might have pulled Saturday.
Just a hunch, Chief. Nothing to go on. We'll have to guess our way for a while.
Sacramento checking the description of the car, the numbers off the license plate?
Yeah, ought to have an answer this afternoon.
Any leads on the drugstore gang at all?
Plenty. None of them good. Suspects are loaded down with guns. That's all we know.
Excuse me. Brown speaking. Just a minute. Friday's for you.
Okay, thanks. I'll reach it over here. Friday. Yeah, Ralph. How many? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Oh, I got an answer from DMV Sacramento about the holdup car.
What'd they say, Joe?
Well, they looked up the possible combinations of 1940 or 41 Pontiac sedans with the numbers 699 on the license plate.
Yeah?
123 possibles to check.
Not much choice.
No car of that description on the hot list. The killer might be the legal owners.
123.
Well, even after we check them, we still might not have the right party.
That's right. If we got a better lead, we'll work on it.
Nope.
Well, then ride this till it falls apart.
For the next 13 days, Ben and I, Fremont and Hurst from Homicide, plus a half a dozen other men, hacked away at the list of 123 car registrations, any one of which could have been issued to the holdup car. The color of the sedan didn't help us much to start with, since California vehicle registrations do not include the colors of the cars. After 14 days of gradual elimination of possibles, the field was narrowed to 6, then 4, and then 2. August 6th, Monday, 5:30 p.m. Ben and I were called to Thad Brown's office.
Gentlemen, you checked out that last possible yet?
About 20 minutes ago. It didn't pan out.
What about Hurst and Fremont? They had one left.
Right here. Could be the answer.
Yeah.
1940 Pontiac sedan, license number 4X-ray 699. Last registration, San Diego.
Sounds good.
We teletyped to San Diego police. They say the car's been sold to a woman out in Santa Monica.
Anyone checked her?
Well, that's what I want you two for.
San Diego and Santa Monica. Well, it's in the right area.
Can't afford to miss now. I hope it's the right one.
Well, it's got to be. Check it.
Ben and I checked the woman in Santa Monica, Mrs. Fielding. She told us that she had sold the car 6 months before to a friend who lived in Bakersfield. We contacted her friend. He told us the car had been traded in by him to an auto dealer in Pasadena. We checked the dealer. He said the car had been sold off his used car lot 2 months before. The new buyer had given his name as Emil Thurston. 2 names were given as reference, Lloyd Newton and John Lacombe. We ran a routine check through the record bureau.
Ran them through, fellas. Here's the packages.
Get a make for him?
On all 3.
What'd you find on Thurston?
Let's see. Thurston, 2-time loser, second time up to Q on 5 counts of armed robbery. On parole from Quentin now.
How about the other 2?
Lacombe, let's see. Preston Reformatory, 2 terms. Went up 3 years ago, violation of Dyer Act. He's on parole, too.
What about Newton? Did you make him?
2 terms in Oklahoma. They're looking for him now. Jump parole.
Can I look at that just a minute, Frank?
Well, sure.
I've got all 3 of them. Take a look, Ben. Each one of the mama sheets on these 3 guys.
Yeah.
I'll look. Right here under General M.O. See?
Mm-hmm. Thurston, heavily armed at time of arrest.
Yeah. This one, Lacombe. Huh?
Heavily armed.
This one on Newton. Same thing.
Gun happy.
Yeah. Come on. At the time he purchased the car, suspect Emil Thurston listed his home address as 1517 North Hoover Avenue. Previous robbery victims positively identified Thurston and his companions. At 1517 North Hoover, the landlady also identified Thurston and his companions as tenants. She told us they drove a red sedan and they parked the car at a Temple Street garage. An immediate stakeout was placed on the apartment house, and we started to canvass of Temple Street garages from Hoover Avenue down to Rampart Boulevard. At 4 p.m., Ben spotted the car in Donnelly's garage on Temple Street near Michigan Drive. The garage attendant told us that the owner of the car had given his name as Emil Thurston. We showed him the mug shots.
Yeah, used to park his car in here a while back. Then he came in yesterday morning with these 2 guys and said he wanted a paint job.
Doesn't look like he needs a paint job to me.
They offered me $20 extra if I do it in a hurry. He wants the car painted green.
When's he going to call for the car?
About 10 o'clock tonight. These jobs take time. He's not going to like it if the car's not finished.
He won't like it if it is. Come on, Ben.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. Now, here is an authentic report from Fatima Cigarettes.
In 1949, Fatima doubled, tripled, and quadrupled its smokers.
In 1950, enjoy Fatima yourself.
You'll find Fatima extra mild.
Because Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobacco superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
You'll find Fatima tastes much better.
Fatima's superb blend gives you a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
You'll find Fatima tops in cigarette quality.
Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality. For a new year of greater smoking enjoyment, buy Fatima in the appealing golden yellow package. You'll agree, Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
7 p.m. Tuesday, August 7th. Chief of Detectives Thad Brown and Captain Ed Walker swung the entire robbery detail into action. The stakeout at the apartment house on North Hoover continued. An additional detail of men was stationed in a vacant store on Temple Street directly opposite Donnelly's garage. Donnelly's garage was a small family outfit, and the only spot from which we could cover it thoroughly without being seen was from a large paint locker set up against the right wall. The garage man cleared enough room so that Ben and I could fit into the locker in a half-stooped position. 2 small latches were rigged up so that we could pull the doors closed from the inside. 4 ventilation holes at the top and bottom of the doors provided us with peepholes. At 8 o'clock that night, Ben and I took our places inside the locker. The trap was set. We waited.
Can you see all right, Joe?
Yeah. It's hot in here. Stale air.
It's a tight fit. I'm getting a clamp in my shoulder.
What time did that garage man say he closed?
11 o'clock. There's lousy paint smell.
Stuffy.
They had car pulling in. Can you see the driver?
Wait a minute. It's nothing. Somebody getting gas.
Hope they show up. Wouldn't want this to go on another night.
Well, don't count on it.
Foot's going to sleep.
Why don't you stand still? What time you got?
Let me see. Get the light on in here. 10 minutes to 9.
Thanks. The popular conception of the working detective rarely includes a glimpse of his everyday run-of-the-mill duties. Filling out forms, conducting interviews, or waiting long, monotonous hours parked in a car or standing half-crouched in a garage paint locker. It's slow, dull, and tedious, and it's 95% of the police officer's job. By 10 o'clock that night, there was still no sign of Thurston and his friends. The cramped locker got more cramped with the passing minutes. The air was thick with paint fumes. We waited. At 10:55, a taxi pulled to a stop in front of the garage. 3 men got out.
You see him, Joe?
Wait till they step into the light. There's another guy still in the cab.
Here they come. There's the first guy.
Yeah, it's Thurston.
Fourth guy's getting out of the cab.
That looks like Newton, doesn't it?
That's him.
Yeah, it's Lacombe right behind. Fat guy. Here they come.
They sure do look the part.
All right. Unlatch your door, but don't open it.
Yeah.
Quiet, Ben. What's the matter?
Latch is stuck. Wait a minute.
Did you get it?
No, it's really stuck.
All right, tap it with your gun stock. Come on, easy.
There it is. It's loose.
Good. Can you see where they are now?
Yeah. Talking to the garage man. Not looking this way.
No, they just stay that way, huh? You ready?
Okay.
Don't tip them off till we're right on top of them. Let them get away from that garage man, huh?
Right.
All right. Let's go. Approximately 25 or 30 yards separated us from the suspects. I glanced across Temple Street at the vacant store where Thad Brown and the other men were staked out. 25 yards is a long way to walk when you're approaching a murderer, and you know that he won't hesitate to kill you in order to escape. Ben flipped the safety off the machine gun. We were almost halfway across the garage, 15 yards away. Thurston turned and saw us.
Look out, Joe! Stop them, man. I got one of them.
They ducked behind the car, went up the stairs, 3 of them.
Come on. Hey, where'd they go?
Up the stairs.
Over!
Up this way, Joe.
Yeah, watch it, Ben. Get on.
They're somewhere back in that corner up there.
You're trapped. Throw down your guns. All right, Ben, give it over. Throw down your guns. Throw them down.
There's 3 of them.
6 of them. All right, now come on down with your hands behind your head. Cover me, Ben. I'll frisk them.
Right. You up on the end. Get your hands in the back of your head.
All right, stand still. All right, next one. Go on. Clean. All right, Lacombe.
Watch him, John. All right, you. Rest of you, stand back. Keep your hands up.
You all right, Joe?
Yeah. 2 more guns on him.
All right, you two, hold it. Here comes the chief.
Yeah, I'll get these guns together here.
Lacombe. He's not much of a fighter.
Not without a gun. The suspects were booked at different divisions to keep them separated. Emil Thurston and Lloyd Newton were taken to Hollenbeck Park and booked on suspicion of armed robbery and murder. John Lacombe was booked at Highland Park Jail on the same charges. The other suspect, who had been wounded in the escape attempt, was identified as Harold Steves, 19 years old. He was treated for a leg wound at Georgia Street Receiving Hospital and then transferred to the prison ward at the county hospital. During the next 2 days, each of the suspects was questioned individually. Thurston, Lacombe, and Newton would admit nothing. The 19-year-old Steves broke down and agreed to turn state's evidence. We took his statement to Chief of Detectives Thad Brown.
Gentlemen, what did the boy tell you?
Just about everything, boss. They pulled the drugstore holdups and they killed that dance hall owner, Walter Conroy.
Which one of them?
Well, the kid says Thurston shot him. He says Thurston's the gang leader.
Good. You finally got a count on those guns you took off them?
Yeah, 12 of them. Each one of them was ready to go, bullet in every chamber.
Did you get a complaint from the DA's office yet?
They were arraigned. Preliminary hearing set for Monday.
Fine. You got them in jail. I'll put them in prison.
The apprehension of the criminal doesn't mean the end of a case for a police officer. He spends just as much time helping to convict the criminal after he's caught. Evidence must be gathered and authenticated and presented to the district attorney's office. If confessions are possible, they must be obtained and put in order. The officer must also help out in formulating the case and in testifying at the trial of the suspect. On October 30th, almost 3 months after the Thurston gang was apprehended, they were brought to trial in Superior Court. It was a routine affair. Harold Steves took the stand and told the story of the gang's activities. The victims identified the suspects and testified to the robberies. Both Ben and I took the stand and testified to the arrest and possession of guns by the defendants. We received no cross-examination. On the morning of March 2nd, the case went to the jury. Ben and I had lunch with Lieutenant Rombo from robbery in the City Hall cafeteria, and it was 5 minutes past 1 when we got back to the office.
Oh, it sure was good soup today.
Yeah, it was a nice lunch. You want to check the mail?
I didn't yet.
Oh, I'll get it. Robbery Friday. Yeah? When? Right. Lacombe and Thurston. They just broke jail. Within 7 minutes, a dragnet for the escaped criminals had been thrown around the entire city. Chief of Detectives Thad Brown directed the operation. At 14 minutes past 1, he called us to the photocopy room. The machines were turning out duplicate mug shots of Thurston and Lacombe for distribution at the rate of 1 every 4 seconds.
You want us to stand by, Chief?
For the moment, yeah. We got all the help we need on the street.
How'd they pull the break, anyway?
Slugged the deputy when he brought in their lunch. Used a steel leg from one of the benches in the prisoner's tank.
Yeah?
And they beat the deputy right into the ground, but he held on to Newton. He didn't get away.
Well, how'd Thurston and Lacombe ever get out of the building?
He's a real freak. They slugged the elevator man and got down to the basement. Right then, an ambulance crew was wheeling a body into the morgue. The attendant left the ignition keys in the ambulance.
Shouldn't be too rough to track them if they're in an ambulance.
Tougher than you think.
How those copies coming, Frank? Fast as we can make them, Chief. Have another batch for you in a minute.
You had any reports at all yet, boss?
Couple. They're moving fast.
Frank, you want to get that? I can't see in this dark room.
Yeah, I'll get it. Yeah?
Chief Brown in there?
Yeah, come on in.
Now, Walker, what do you got?
Kill that dryer, will you? Oh, yeah.
Now, what do you got?
Gas station out on Sunset. Lacombe and Thurston just held it up.
We picked up our car in the City Hall garage and drove out to the service station on the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Lorraine Drive. Detectives Ruiz and Stromwall from robbery were already on the scene. The 2 escapees had abandoned the ambulance there, robbed the station of $56 in currency, and stolen a 1938 gray Packard coupe, license number 7 Robert 6336. We left the station and started to cruise the area. It was 1:55 p.m.
Attention all units, attention all units.
Get it up, Joe.
6380 North Sunset, a 211 in progress. 6380 North Sunset, a 211 in progress. Code 3.
This is the 6100 block.
Yeah, come on.
6380 North Sunset.
Yes, look. Maybe. Push it. Hey, that car pulling out up ahead there.
The gray coupe.
Wait a minute. 7 Robert, that's them.
Lights changing. They can't make it.
They're going through. They're skidding.
They hit the lamppost. Broke it off.
All right, pull up. Come on.
Right.
All right, let's go.
Lucky if they live through this one.
Yeah. All right, come on. Help me with this door.
Yeah,
Come on, pull.
All right.
Can you take him?
Yeah.
I'll get Lacombe.
You look okay?
Yeah. Get Thurston out of here.
All right. Come on, you. Come on.
All right, Lacombe, come on.
Then I'll give you a gun. I'll kill you.
Oh, sure you will. Come on.
I'll kill you.
All right, don't try to walk. How's Thurston, Ben?
Seems okay. Couple of scratches.
All right, sit down over there.
Lacombe slugged the guard.
It's funny. They don't look very tough.
They can't play their part. They haven't got their guns.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On March 3rd, 1947, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 91, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here are the actual figures. New York Division.
Fatima sales up 132%.
Chicago Division.
Fatima sales up 453%.
Los Angeles Division.
Fatima sales up 545%.
Yes, in 1949, more and more smokers discovered that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
They found Fatima extra mild.
They found Fatima has a much different, much better flavor.
They found the name Fatima means the best in cigarette quality.
In 1950, enjoy Fatima yourself. Best of all long cigarettes.
Emil Thurston, John Lacombe, and Lloyd Newton were convicted of first-degree murder and robbery and sentenced to life terms. For turning state's evidence, 19-year-old Harold Steves received special consideration. As a result of the jailbreak, Thurston and Lacombe were convicted of assault and escape. They are now serving life terms in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Acting Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Dragnet honors the city of Pasadena, state of California, and the men who make up the Pasadena Police Force, another of America's great law enforcement agencies. One of these men, Chief of Police Clarence H. Morris, traffic specialist and veteran police administrator, dedicates his life to making yours more secure.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portion transcribed from Los Angeles.
Be sure to hear songs by Morton Downey tonight on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
The Special Service Division invites you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Tallulah Bankhead. Yeah, the dame that just won a Pulitzer Prize. Yeah, that played as skinny as teeth. No, she ain't in it no more. She was fatigued. Fatigued. You know, pooped. Yeah. Tallulah Bankhead. T-A-L-L-U-triple-L-A. Yeah, Tallulah. She claims it's a real name, too. Well, anyways, I'm fixing up the joint for her. Yeah, I'm having the windows washed. Huh? Don't wash the windows. Why? Oh, if the customers inside sees how nice it is outside, they'll leave, huh? Huh? Oh, nothing new. Oh, yeah, we had a fire in the kitchen. Yeah, Moriarty gave the chef a hot foot and got a little out of hand. Yeah, the whole kitchen was on fire. How'd the chef come out? Medium rare. Okay, Duffy, I'll call you back.
Hey, Mr. Archer?
Yeah, Eddie?
Well, what looks different about you tonight?
I got a haircut, Eddie. How's it look?
What's the difference? You can't put it back, anyhow. And you got a manicure, too.
Yeah, I want to make sure I don't scratch Tallulah when I shake hands with her. However, Eddie, leave her stop brandying tonsorialities. Did you learn that thing?
What thing?
That thing I wrote for you to say when Miss Bankhead walks in the door.
Miss Bankhead, I is deeply gratified at your magnanimous gesture performed in the presence of this infinitesimal establishment.
Okay, Eddie, and say it as if you meant it.
Yes, and as if I understood it.
Hi, Arch. Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Arch, could you loan me the lend of a quarter?
Could I loan you the lend of a quarter? What kind of English is that? Finnegan, could you borrow me a quarter?
Could I borrow you? I'd like to, Arch, but I'm broke. That's why I asked you to lend me the loan of a quarter. So look, I want to take a dame to a nightclub.
A nightclub with a quarter?
She's a big eater and I'm a big tipper.
Oh, well, who's the dame, Finnegan?
Oh, beauty, Arch. A real pin-up girl.
Yeah, pin-up girl, huh?
Yeah, she puts up the pinch in a bowling alley.
Well, she sounds rather charming, Finnegan. What's she like?
Her face is kind of ugly, and she's got a terrible shape, but she's got one great feature.
What's that?
No brains.
Well, Finnegan, you can't have everything.
Gee, Archie, when's Tallulah going to get here? I can hardly wait to see her. Do you think she'll wear an ermine wrap?
That's a dame for you. Miss Duffy, all you think about is clothes. Don't you admire Miss Bankhead's talent?
Don't I admire her talent? Didn't her acting make me cry? Gee, I'll never forget her. When she was in Skin of Our Teeth, gee, she tore my very heart out.
Yeah?
The way she stood there, talking to Frederick March, wearing red silk stockings and a red cape, 3/4 lined with white silk. What acting.
Good, huh?
Oh, wonderful. And then she finds out that he doesn't really love her, so she stands there in a pair of genuine alligator shoes with Cuban heels. And she says, ha ha ha. And then in the scene where the house collapses, the poor girl can't stand it anymore. She faints on a mink coat that must have cost at least $5,000.
Yeah, she's terrific. I hope she's impressed when I read her that welcome poem I had specially written for her.
Who wrote it?
Only one of the greatest poets of our time.
Who?
Crackpot O'Toole, the convict.
Well, I'm sorry I won't be around to hear this welcome poem.
Why not?
Vera Fogan and me's got a double date with 2 sailors on the SS Idaho.
The SS Idaho. Last time it was the Kansas, wasn't it?
Yeah. We get tired going out with the same boat all the time.
A date? A date with Miss Duffy? You're engaged to Breckenbridge.
So what? It don't mean that he owns me just 'cause I'm wearing his union button.
But don't he object to you running around with sailors?
No, Breck and I have a mutual agreement.
You have a... What's the mutual agreement?
It's a mutual arrangement.
Oh.
When I go out with a sailor, I take off the union button.
Well, what's mutual about that? You get all the breaks.
Certainly. Who do you think thought of the arrangement?
Well, tell me, Miss Duffy, is it retroactive? Can he go out with other dames?
Oh, of course not. That would be two-timing.
But you going out with sailors, ain't that two-timing?
No.
Why not?
Archie, everybody knows that with a sailor you can only go out once.
Eddie, got the table set for Miss Bankhead?
Right.
Okay, let's check it. Finger bowl?
Check.
Private knife and fork?
Check.
Wax bananas?
Check.
Paper napkins?
Check.
Toothpick?
Check.
Oyster fork?
That's the toothpick.
Check. Wait a minute, Eddie. The ferns.
What do you mean, ferns?
The ferns, them long parsleys you put on the table. Well, we're going to get them. All the florists is closed.
Well, if you come with me, I know a place where we can borrow some ferns.
Why do I have to come with you?
Well, somebody has to talk to the undertaker while I borrow them.
Okay, Eddie, I'll go with you. Hey, Miss Duffy.
Yeah?
Miss Duffy, if Tallulah arrives, be polite to her. She's a very close friend of mine.
A close friend.
You doubt me?
The closest you ever came to Tallulah was the last row in the balcony.
Oh, yeah? That, my drab beauty, remains to be seen when she gets here. Oh, Tito, while I'm gone, why don't you rent it a joint with a number, huh?
What shall I sing, Archie?
How about Mother McCree?
How about La Feria de las Flores?
How about When Irish Eyes Are Smiling?
How about La Feria de las Flores?
How about La Feria de las Flores?
Oh, swell.
That's what I like about you, Tito. You can sing anything. Come on, Eddie. See you later, Tito, Miss Duffy.
Me gusta cantarle al viento porque vuelan mis cantares y digo lo que yo siento por toditos los lugares.
Aquí vine porque vine a la feria de las flores. Y no hay cerro que me empine, ni cuaco que se me atore. Aquí vine porque vine a la feria de las flores. Ay, 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 ay. No hay cerro que se me empine, ni cuaco que se me atore. Porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. En mi caballo tordillo he venido de muy lejos y traigo pistola al cinto y con ella doy consejos. Atravesé las montañas para venir a ver las flores. Aquí hay una rosa huraña que es amor de mis amores. Atravesé la montaña a venir a ver las flores. Aquí hay una rosa huraña que es la flor. Ajá.
Tito, you have never been in splendider voice.
Thank you very much, Senor Finnegan.
Believe me, for me it's a great compliment because I ain't got no ear for music.
Thank you very much, Senor Finnegan.
I bet you it's because that Miss Bankhead is coming here tonight.
Finnegan, everybody ain't impressed with celebrities. After all, what's a celebrity? Believe me, there's lots of celebrities, if they wasn't famous, would be nobodies, let alone celebrities. And that goes for the well-known ones, too. For instance, take Tallulah Bankhead. I wouldn't even...
Good evening.
Good evening. Now, if this was Tallulah Bankhead, I wouldn't even... It is Tallulah Bankhead. Oh, Miss Bankhead, permit me to introduce me to Miss Miss Duffy. This is,
Just call me Joe.
Hello, Joe.
What do you know?
Gee, excuse me, Miss Bankhead. See, you got me so excited I thought for a second you were a celebrity. Gee, you look exactly the same off stage as you do in the flesh.
You want to know why?
Why?
This is the same flesh I use on the stage.
Oh, excuse me.
Certainly.
Hello? Hello, Vera. The sailors? Well, I'll be there in a few minutes. Well, as soon as I can, Vera. Well, Vera, if they were on a boat for 4 years, they can certainly wait 10 more minutes. Well, okay, then. Darn it.
What's the matter, Miss Duffy?
Well, Miss Bankhead, I don't know how to say this. You see, I got a date, and there are 2 sailors.
Okay, count me in.
Well, you're joking. No, what I was saying was that I got this double date, and sailors hate to be kept waiting.
Dearie, it's the same way with the Marines. Well, now, don't you worry about me, Miss Duffy. You run along and keep your date.
But who'll mind the cash register?
I'll mind it.
Oh, Miss Bankhead, that's so sweet of you. And will Archie be surprised when he comes in and sees you all alone with a cash register? Well, I gotta go now.
Give my regards to the fleet.
Oh, thanks, I will. Bon voyage.
Thanks, out of the way. Do-do-do-do-do. What a dump. Isn't anyone going to answer that? Oh, very well. Hello? Who is this? Duffy? No, Archie isn't here. And no, neither's Miss Duffy. Who am I? Yes. No, not Katrinka Yarbox. No, not Emma Pfeiffer. Have I ever been to Coney Island? Why, yes. Am I tattooed where? No.
Wait a minute. Lady, is that call for me?
I think so.
Let me have the phone. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Huh? Who was you talking to? I don't know, just some dame that picked up the phone. Well, when you don't have a cover charge, anybody's apt to liable to come in. Huh? No, Tallulah didn't get here yet. Okay, Duffy.
I beg your pardon, but I'm...
Excuse me, lady, I'm busy. Hey, Miss Duffy! Miss Duffy! How do you like that? She walks out and leaves the joint all alone. Hey, lady.
Yes?
Did you see Miss Duffy?
Yes, she left you a few minutes ago.
And you've been here alone with the cash register?
Yes.
Just a minute. 10, 20, 30, 40, half a buck. Okay, it's all in. No hard feelings, lady. Hey, Eddie, hand me them ferns there.
Oh, those ferns are lovely.
Lady, please, look. Don't touch.
Well, I just thought I might...
What's the matter? You got nothing to do? Wait a minute. Here's a slug. Go play the jukebox. Hey, Eddie, hand me that new tablecloth.
My, what a beautiful tablecloth.
You like that, huh?
Hmm.
Got this tablecloth special for Tallulah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't want her to wipe her hands on nothing but the best.
Why all this fuss about Tallulah?
Well, why not? She's only the greatest actress in the world.
Oh, come now. Such talk about Tallulah. There are other actresses who are just as good, if not better.
Yeah? Who? You see? Telling me.
You sound like you know Tallulah.
No, Tallulah and me has known each other since we was both in knee pants. But what am I doing wasting my time here with you? Eddie, what else we got to do? Is the place all cleaned up?
Mr. Archie, if I sweep this floor once more, we'll all be in the cellar.
Well, let's see if we forgot anything. Oh, yeah, Crackpot O'Toole's welcome poem that I got to recite. Eddie, see if I got it memorized right.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Salute to Tallulah by C.P. O'Toole. Let's see now. H-E-L-L-O spells welcome. H-E-L-L-O spells... Something wrong with that line.
Yeah, it don't rhyme.
Well, that's it. O'Toole must have had an off day. Well, leave us go on. Every customer and every waiter welcomes T. Bankhead, the star of the legitimate theater.
The food.
The what?
The food.
Oh, yeah. The food is free to you, Tallulah, of course, so don't be bashful. Eat like a horse. What a poet, that crackpot.
What a crackpot, that poet.
Lady, no remarks from the gallery.
Oh, it's no reflection on you. I think you read it very beautifully. I think you're a born actor.
Yeah, I agree with you. Acting is in me blood, you know. Got the smell of the grease ball in me nostrils. You really liked it, huh?
Yes, I did. I liked it, but I do have one suggestion.
What?
Well, since it's a welcome poem, I think you should attack it with more verve and esprit.
With what?
Verve and esprit.
You mean louder?
Yes, and with more emotion.
Oh, would you mind reading this second stanza and showing me?
Not at all. Well, let me see it. Let me see now. Salute to Tallulah, stanza 2. We are happy to see you, Miss Bankhead, Tallulah. So we are all shouting a fond hallelujah. I would have seen your show, but the warden said no. Signed, Crackpot O'Toole, Sing Cooler.
Hey, you know, you read that as good as I did. Was you ever on a stage?
Oh, on and off.
Oh, yeah? What was your stage name?
Sarah Bernhardt.
did Miss Bankhead get here yet?
No, Eddie, and I can't understand it. She's usually the soul of propinquity.
Well, the customers is getting sore.
Well, what am I going to do? Hey, wait a minute. Europa, I got an idea. Say, Bubbles.
Yes?
Listen, Bob. I was thinking, since you used to be an actress, maybe I could introduce you to the crowd and kind of make believe you were Tallulah.
Would it fool them?
Yeah, sure. There's just a lot of dopes around here. What do you say? To help a guy out, could you be Tallulah Bankhead?
I am Tallulah Bankhead.
What?
I am Tallulah Bankhead.
Atta girl, that's getting right in the spirit of it.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Well, Tallulah was going to recite. You ever done any reciting?
I've been known to.
Well, do you know anything with any, like, verve and d'esprit, you know? Sonnet, may perchance?
No, Archie, no. But I'd like to read a letter. A letter I can't get out of my mind.
Oh, who wrote it?
It was written by a captain in the Russian army to his wife. A captain who had been asked to cover the withdrawal of the wounded. Cover it until the last man, the last yard, the last breath. This was the letter. Dear Anchor, I know that when I'm dead, for you I will continue to live, and that nobody will edge me away from your careful heart. I know this wound will never heal. But if it happens that you meet a man fine enough for your grief, whom you will love a little, and if as a result of your love you have a new life, and it is a son, then let him bear my name. Let him be my continuation, though I am dead and your new friend is alive. This will not punish him, for not everybody must die. And if he cannot understand and would not like it, then leave him without sorrow or tears or longings, and let it be not his, but our son. And when a new Sevastopol is built, come here, and somewhere on Chejonis, somewhere near the sea, plant poppies. They grow very well here. And that will be my grave. It may be that you will make a mistake. Maybe it won't be me, but another who lies there. It doesn't matter. Someone else will think of her own and plant flowers above me. Nobody will be left out, for we shall lie close, and there will be no space to spare where we lie.
That was swell, Bubbles. You got me all weepy, and I ain't kidding. No, you did that as good as Tallulah.
Better.
Please, leave us not guilt the lily. Just a second. Hello? Hello, Duffy. You heard that, huh? And you thought Tallulah was great, huh? Listen, Duffy, want to hear a secret? It wasn't Tallulah. It was a dame named Sarah Bernhardt. Huh? Sarah Bernhardt, what? She did. When? 19 years ago. Holy cat, I want... Hey, lady, come here a minute.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. Well, the platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, and here's the first number coming up. Duffy's Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
You know, Chester, a morning like this makes a man glad to be alive.
Oh, it's a fine one, all right, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
A little nippy, maybe, but just fine.
Indian summer hanging on and winter holding off. You know, Chester, this time of year, I wouldn't trade western Kansas for everything east of the Mississippi. Oh, good. Pedro's got a fire going.
I built the fire, Marshal Dillon.
Oh, good morning, Caleb.
I've been waiting in his jail office for a full 2 hours. What time do you start work, Marshal?
You know Caleb Andrews, don't you, Chester?
Oh, yes, indeed. How are you, Mr. Andrews?
Marshal, I have an order here from the U.S. District Court. I believe it's your job to serve such orders.
Yeah, it is. I don't get 'em often, though. Order of foreclosure and eviction on Ed Blake. Why are you doing this to Ed, Caleb?
The man borrowed money from me. Gave me a mortgage on his farm and household effects. He can't pay it. Why do you think I'm doing it?
It only came due 3 days ago. You sure didn't waste any time.
I'm not interested in your opinions, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, amount of the mortgage. $420. What do you need with $420? You own half of Ford County now.
Marshal, it's not your place.
You know as well as I do why Ed Blake can't pay this off. His horse rolled on him last spring and broke his leg. And his wife and kid nearly broke their backs trying to get a crop out.
I didn't come here to listen
If
to
you let this ride on through the winter, you'll get your money out of it. If you go ahead and foreclose now, you'll wipe him out.
Marshal, I already have foreclosed.
You'd break a man for $420 you don't even need, huh?
As I said, your opinions don't interest me. All I expect from you is to serve these papers.
All right, I'll serve him.
You'll notice they're to be served today.
I said I'd serve him. Now get out.
What?
This office belongs to the United States government, and as far as I know, that's one thing you got no mortgage on, so get out.
You may find I have some influence in Washington, Marshal Dillon.
Then see if you can get me a decent salary for this rotten job of mine.
It sure was a fine morning, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it was. All right, Chester, let's saddle up.
This is one job I purely wish we didn't have to do, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
My, this sure is a nice farm. Ed and Martha have put in a lot of work here the last 4 years.
We don't have any choice, Chester.
Yes, sir, I know. It's a downright shame, though.
Hey, Marshal!
Oh, boy. Wow. Hi, Jimmy.
Looky here what I got, Marshal.
Well, looks to me like a mighty dead coyote.
Sure, that's what it is. He's been killing my chickens, so last night I hid out behind the barn.
Yeah?
I got him with one shot, Mr. Dillon, and there wasn't even a full moon.
Well, that's fine, Jimmy.
Matt Dillon, how are you?
Oh, good morning, Martha.
And Chester, too.
Miss Blake?
Well, I'm glad to see you. Get down, come on in.
Oh, thank you.
Jimmy, now that you showed that thing to Mr. Dillon, take it away somewhere.
All right, Mom. He sure is a big one, ain't he, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, about the biggest I ever saw, Jimmy.
He's real proud of those chickens of his. He's done fine with them. Well, here I am, though, keeping you standing out here in the yard. Come on, let's go inside.
Well, we really can't stay, Martha.
Oh, nonsense. You don't get out here once in a coon's age.
Yeah, I know, but you
And
see...
you're just in time. Your favorite dish, Matt. I was about to take it out of the oven when you rode up.
Cornbread. Buttermilk cornbread, huh?
That's right. Ed's not here, but you will say, won't you?
Well, Martha, I'd like to, but, well, we just can't, that's all. The thing is that, you say Ed's away?
Yes, he's in town. Matt, you're not yourself. What is it?
Well, I suppose I ought to talk to Ed about this, but maybe it'll be better if he hears it from you.
Here's what?
Martha, I got a court order here. It has to do with that mortgage of Caleb Andrews. It's a order of foreclosure and eviction and sale.
No. Oh, no.
Here it is.
We were so sure he'd extend it. He knows what happened, why we couldn't pay it. We were sure he'd extend it.
Well, he won't. I talked to him.
Matt, how long before we have to get out?
5 days.
So soon. You were right, Matt. It is better that Ed hears it from me. Coming on top of everything else, it'll... Well, I can't let it break him. I just can't let it break him.
Martha, if there's anything I can do, you let me know, huh?
Matt, I don't blame you for this. I understand. Well, come on in now and have some cornbread with
well,
us.
I couldn't. I'm sorry. Thank you anyway, Martha, but I just couldn't.
Matt, you looked low all week.
Oh, it's just things in general, Kitty. Sometimes you get to wondering if it's all worth it or not.
The Blakes, huh? Chester was telling me.
Chester talks too much.
It's not your fault, Matt. Somebody had to serve the order.
Somebody has to be hangman, too.
Life's never all good, Matt. There's always a little bad in it.
Well, in my job, it's more than a little.
Try making your living sometime as a dance hall girl.
Yeah, I guess. But when you gotta go out and boot somebody like the Blakes off their land and out of their home, then you start wondering what's right and what's wrong, that's all.
Well, if you find out, Matt, let me know. I've always...
Oh, there you are, Marshal. I stopped by the jail.
Well, all right, Caleb. What's on your mind?
That Blake family, Marshal, they were supposed to vacate today. Well, they haven't done it. I rode by there a little while ago.
According to the court order, they got until sundown.
But they haven't made the slightest preparation to... Marshal, I believe I'd prefer to discuss our business elsewhere than in the presence of this...
Easy, Caleb.
Matt, I'll go.
Caleb, you're going to apologize to Miss Kitty right now.
No.
Apologize? If you think I'm going to apologize to this cheap little baggage who's in this...
Matt, you shouldn't have done that.
Finnegan, take him outside and throw some water on him.
Yes, sir, Marshal.
Why not, Kitty? He had it coming to him.
He'll do everything he can to hurt you now. He'll take it out on the Blakes, too.
Yeah, maybe. Look, Kitty, I just got an idea. I'll see you later.
All right, Matt.
But, Matt, the mere fact a man runs a bank doesn't always mean he's got a free hand in everything he does. A bank has stockholders, a board of directors. I've got to listen to them.
I think they'd approve the loan, Clem.
Another thing, Caleb Andrews is the biggest account I've got. If I crossed him by taking this loan you suggest, Matt, he'd break me.
I see. All right, Clem. Forget it.
Matt, I realize I'm under obligation to you. You saved my life that time the James brothers held me up. Saved the bank, too, in fact.
But that was part of my job, Clem. There's no obligation. I was just asking you as a friend to help out another friend.
Matt, I'd like to do it, but I just can't. Don't you see?
Yeah, sure, Clem. I see. Just forget it.
Gotta think of my wife and the two girls.
Yeah, of course you have.
It's not that I don't want to.
I understand, Clem. I really do. Forget it.
There. That ought to hold it a while. That fire feels kind of good, Mr. Dillon. It's getting chillish out tonight.
Yeah, I guess we better have Pedro lay in some more wood.
Yes, sir. When winter sets in, it always makes you feel good to know you got a warm place to hole up. Be mighty rough not to have a... not to...
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing, Chester.
You suppose they vacated this afternoon?
I don't know. We'll ride out there in the morning and find out.
Sure is a shame. It's just too bad that...
Come in.
Can we bother you, Matt?
Ed! Oh, come in, Martha. Well, hiya, Jimmy. Come on up to the stove, folks. Come on.
Matt, the fact is that we kind of like to impose on you for tonight. We haven't got any place to go, no money. Wondered if we could sleep in the jail tonight.
Oh, sure, Ed. Chester, would you get a fire going back there?
All right, Mr. Dillon.
And dig up some blankets out of the storeroom, huh?
Yes, sir. Want to come help me, Jimmy? Jimmy?
Now, you go along with Chester now, boy. Go on.
All right. He doesn't understand all this, Matt.
Ed, we may as well get your stuff out of the wagon, I guess.
Well, there ain't any wagon, Matt. We walked into town.
6 miles? With that leg?
I know, but that wagon, the horses, all the household goods, they're all covered by that mortgage. We didn't take anything. Except the clothes on our backs.
Oh, so help me, Ed. So help me if I could...
It's all right, Matt. We know how you feel. But after all, we started with nothing before. We can do it again.
But there's no reason you should have to.
We do have to, though. And that's that. Ed and I can accept it. We're not bitter any longer. Jimmy can't understand. He's been carrying on pretty bad, but he's just a boy. And in time, he'll be able to...
Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
It's Jimmy. He grabbed a rifle from off the rack and took out the back way. I couldn't stop him.
What?
But where on earth's he going?
I think I know where he's going. And heaven help Caleb Andrews if we don't catch him.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, that widely traveled man of music, Mr. Vaughn Monroe, will land in Pottstown, Pennsylvania this Saturday night. The Moon Maids, the Moon Men, and the Monroe Ensemble will be on hand to enliven the session. Remember, tomorrow night and every Saturday evening, it's Vaughn Monroe and his musical caravan on most of these same CBS radio stations. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Mr. Andrews' house there on the corner. Looks dark, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he may not be home. I sure hope he isn't.
No sign of the boy around. Reckon he broke in the house, Mr. Dillon?
Maybe. Anyhow, it's 10 to 1. This is where he headed for. His mother said he was real upset about it, and it's just like a kid to... Chester? There's somebody back of that tree up there on the left.
Yeah. Think it's him?
I don't know. Just keep on walking. Yeah, it's him, all right. I can see the moonlight on the rifle barrel.
Will we try to rush him, Mr. Dillon?
Well, not unless you're thinking of suicide. I'm going to talk to him, Chester. Jimmy? It's me, Matt Dillon.
Go away, Mr. Dillon. Better go away now. Don't bother me.
I can't do that, Jimmy. You're a friend of mine, and I figure you're waiting here to do something that you'd be sorry for, and I can't let you do that.
Nothing you can do about it, Mr. Dillon. I got a gun here, and I'm going to kill him. You go away now and leave me alone.
Jimmy, I know how you feel. I don't like Caleb either, but killing him's no answer. You folks feel bad enough already. Think how it would hurt him if you did.
Stop, Mr. Dillon. I'll stay where you are. Don't come any closer.
I have to, Jimmy. It's my job. So if you're going through with this, I guess you'll have to kill me first.
No, Mr. Dillon. Now stay back.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. I don't have a choice. But you do.
No. I couldn't shoot you, Mr. Dillon. You know that.
Sure. I knew you couldn't.
I kept waking up nights and hearing Mom crying. Dad would sit up all night without the lamp lit, no fire, not saying anything, just sitting.
Easy now, Jimmy.
Why is he doing it to us, Mr. Dillon?
Jimmy, listen to me. Will you do something for a friend?
Yeah. If you say so.
All right. Then take that rifle back to the jail and put it in the rack. And go to bed. Now, you promise?
Yeah. I promise, Mr. Dillon. I'm sorry, and I'll do like you say.
You're all right, Jimmy. Good night, son.
I could have told you Clem Bates wouldn't do anything, Matt. He wouldn't dare. He'd be scared Caleb would take his money out of the bank.
Yeah, that's about what he said. I don't know, Kitty. I've done everything I could possibly think
Oh, the
of.
worst of it is everybody in town's just as scared of Caleb as Clem is. I doubt if they'll even have the nerve to bid against him at the sale.
Yeah, I know. He'll probably get the place at not much more than the amount of the mortgage.
$420. Matt, I've seen more than that change hands across a poker table here in one deal. You think that's all it takes?
I beg your pardon, Miss Kitty.
Oh, of course, Jack.
I'm not usually one to eavesdrop on people, but I have been listening to you, too.
Jack, have you met Marshal Dillon?
No, I haven't had the pleasure. The reason I butted in, Miss Kitty, I heard you talking about these people losing their home. I don't know this fellow Blake. He's never done any business over my table and probably never will.
No, I don't think he's ever been in here.
And I don't know if this will make sense. But the thing is, I left home when I was 10 years old, and I've been drifting ever since. When I see somebody like this Blake that sticks it out and works and fights and gets a raw deal. Well, what I'm getting at, here's $50 if that'll help him any.
Oh, Jack.
Well, this is awful decent of you, Jack.
Matt, I said a while ago that nearly everyone in town was afraid of Caleb.
Yeah?
Well, there's some who aren't. Like Jack here and me and the rest of the dealers and the gamblers and the girls and the bartenders.
That's right, Miss Kitty.
Because we're drifters. We got nothing to lose. Matt, I'll raise $420 right here in the Texas Trail.
By heaven, Kitty, I think you could.
Well, I can't do as well as Jack, but... here's 20 from me. Boys! Everybody!
Keep holding that out.
Now listen to me for a minute. I got something to say.
He's sure taking his time getting here, Chester.
Well, I told him what you said, Mr. Dillon.
Well, that ought to bring him on the run, if anything will. Anytime Caleb figures he's about to lose $1 or $2, it's hitting him where it hurts.
The Blakes turned in for the night?
Yeah, I guess so. It's been quiet back there for the last few.
Marshal, what's this all about?
Well, shut the door, Caleb. We're trying to keep it warm in here.
Would you mind telling me why I've been called over here at this time of night?
Yeah, sure. Here's $420. The Blakes want to pay off the mortgage.
They do they?
The court costs up to now will probably run about $10. I'll pay that myself.
That's mighty generous of you. Well, good night, Marshal.
Is it a deal, then?
I am not the least bit interested in having that mortgage paid off, Marshal Dillon. The Blake farm is worth about $2,000 now, and in 5 years it'll be worth 3 times that much. Land's going up in Ford County. That's why I'm grabbing every piece I can get. So I don't want the money. I want the farm. And when it's put up for sale, I'll get it at my own price. The foreclosure still goes.
I see.
Good night, gentlemen.
Well, I guess that's that, Mr. Dillon.
I don't know why I even thought he'd take the money. The Blakes won't get a cent out of the sale. He'll scare everybody off and bid it in a few dollars over the amount of the mortgage, and nobody in town will even try to...
Try to what, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, I'm going over and wake up Clem Bates. I got an idea, and if it works, we'll hold that sale at noon tomorrow.
That's pretty short notice to find an auctioneer.
I don't need an auctioneer, Chester. This one I'm going to run myself. All right, everybody. All right. Now, all of you know what we're here for. This is a foreclosure sale of the property and household effects of Edward and Martha Blake, ordered by the court at the request of that fine-spirited, good-hearted public benefactor and friend and neighbor of us all, Caleb Andrews.
Marshal Dillon, I refuse to tolerate this.
Caleb, I think we better get one thing straight right now. The law tells me I got to conduct this sale, but the law doesn't tell me what I got to say while I'm conducting it.
Get on with it. Get on with the sale.
All right. Now, the first item I'm offering is a breadboard. Ms. Blake tells me she's used this for nearly 10 years. That's a lot of loaves of bread, a lot of years. As you can see, it's pretty badly battered up. I doubt if it'd be worth much to anybody unless they were used to it. Suppose we started at 50 cents. Is there anybody here low enough to bid 50 cents for Mrs. Blake's breadboard? How about you, Caleb?
I'm not interested in the item. Get on with the sale.
Anybody else? No? All right, then. The second item. It's a crib. Now, you'll notice it's handmade. Rough construction. Never been painted. And it's been well used. Ed built it himself 12 years ago, just before Jimmy was born. There are teeth marks all over the slats here, but that doesn't really hurt anything. There are
Marshal Dillon, may I suggest you lump the household effects together and offer them as one bulk item?
I'm sorry, Caleb. I'd rather offer them one at a time. Unless, of course, you'd care to waive all claim to the household effects and withdraw them from the order of foreclosure.
I waive the claim. The household goods are withdrawn. Now get on to the house and land.
So ordered. Now, the item offered is 160 acres of tillable land, a 4-room house, and a barn. I won't read through the description. You all know the property. It's a good farm. The amount of the mortgage is $420, held by Caleb Andrews. All right, the bidding's open. What am I offered?
$450.
I have $450 from Cable Andrews. Do I hear another bid? Oh, the farm's worth $2,000. You're going to let him have it for $450. How about another bidder?
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Well, I've been thinking some lately of getting me a little place like this and settling down. I'll bid $1,000.
I have $1,000. Do I hear another bid?
It's a trick. He doesn't want this place.
$1,000. Going once?
$1,200.
Caleb Andrews bids $1,200. What do you say, Chester?
Well, sir, I think I kind of like this farm. $1,500.
This is ridiculous.
The bid is $1,500. Going once. Going twice.
$1,600.
$1,600 from Mr. Andrews. Chester?
$8,420.
He never had that much money in his whole life.
Do I hear another bid? Oh, what do you say, Caleb?
Do you think I'm a fool?
Going once, going twice. Sold. The Chester Proudfoot for $8,420. The buyer will come forward and complete the sale.
Don't you worry none about me, Mr. Andrews. I got it right here. There's $8,000 in $500 bills, and here is the $420.
Where did you ever get that much in cash?
Well, I save my pay, Mr. Andrews. Then, of course, I drink just mostly beer. It adds up after a while.
Caleb, I guess $420 of this is yours. And that takes care of the mortgage. Well, Ed, looks like you made a pretty fair profit on the place.
A lot better than I expected.
Here's
Matt.
your money.
Thank you, Matt. But I tell you, I'd still rather have the farm than the money.
Well, now, I've been sort of thinking it over, Mr. Blake. Maybe I kind of lost my head. But when you come right down to it, I don't know what I'd ever do with a farm, so if you'd like to buy it, I'll take a $420 loss and sell it back to you for $8,000 cash.
Done. Here's your money.
This is unheard of. They can't do it, Marshal.
Well, as far as I know, there's no law against a man selling his own property.
Now, the way I see it, Mr. Andrews, is right this minute you're a trespasser on my property. Come on, let's go.
Let go. Hey, Gracie. Who do you think you're landing?
Chester, you better get that $8,000 back to the bank. Clem Bates is probably worrying himself into a breakdown for fear somebody will find out that he let us have it.
All right, Mr. Dillon, I'll see you in town later.
Yeah.
Oh, Matt, I don't know how we can ever thank you for what you've done.
Not me, Martha. Thank the bunch that work at the Texas Trail. You know, they're bums and drifters, most of them. But when Kitty told them the story, they really came through.
We'll pay it back, Matt, every cent of it. And, well, that girl, Kitty, I guess I've said some hard things about her in the past, but... Matt, will you ask her to come out to dinner some afternoon?
What?
I'd like to thank her myself.
Sure, Martha. I'll ask her. And I think she'll appreciate that more than you'll ever know.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Paula Winslow, and Richard Beals, with Joe Duvall, Lawrence Dobkin, and Jim Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Here's a suggestion for Saturday listening. Fun for All, starring Bill Cullen and Arlene Francis, and John Reed King's great show, Give and Take. Hear them tomorrow on CBS Radio. Clancy Cassell speaking. And remember, you'll find Western adventure and music with Gene Autry Saturday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
The General Tire and Rubber Company presents another half hour of music and entertainment starring Jack Benny. The orchestra opens the program in the 6/8 tempo with a medley of old favorites. When a tire wears smooth in a hurry or fails to give good mileage, it's due to the lack of knowledge on the part of the man who sold it. The General Tire dealer saves his customers many dollars and a lot of worry because he is a factory-trained expert. Attending these factory schools regularly, they keep posted on the newest and latest tire developments. There is no guesswork in the General Tire dealer's service. He knows the right tire to put on and the correct air pressure to carry. When you put this factory-trained knowledge behind the tire of General's high quality, you have a combination that means the longest, safest, and most economical mileage you can buy. And now for that funny comedian, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello some more. This is Jack Benny, your Hollywood reporter, coming to you with all the late news reports with the courtesy of the Hollywood Close-Up. Sees all, knows all, and brings out your defects. Let's go. Beverly Hills, California. The Bing Crosbys are proud parents of twins. They now have 3 boys and are the Marx Brothers worried. Hey, that's a good laugh to start with, isn't it? The little Crosbys were born in the blue of the night. And Bing was seen giving everybody a Caruner cigar. It's the best I can do with that. Ocean Park, California. There's a rumor that Guy Kibbe was seen here going around with Joan Blondell. But don't worry, folks. It was a merry-go-round. They each had a different horse. Are you thrilled? San Goldwyn, California. Eddie Cantor, famous stage and screen comedian, gave a big dinner at his home last night.
Who was there, Jack?
Just I and the girls. That was enough. There's no truth to the report that caviar was served at that dinner. It was just freckles on the waiter's hand. That's what fooled us, huh? Who's this, California? What great screen star was seen on what night with what director, in whose car? And what did he say when she said, "Little man, what now?" P.S. Who cares?
Merry-go-round. Director claims he is so good he has a chance of stealing the picture.
Hollywood, California. Frank Parker has as much chance of stealing the picture as Kay stealing second base.
Can I read one now, Jack?
Yeah, Mary, everybody wants to read one. Go ahead. Huh?
Beverly Hills, California. There's a rumor that Gary Cooper, famous screen star, is that way about Mary Livingston.
Is that the truth, Mary?
No, but I hope he's listening in.
Nice girl. Sure Q, Don. Nice girl. Go ahead, sure Q.
General Tire gave a blowout last night, and she is blowout-proof, non-skidding, and has the patented low-pressure construction.
Well, you can't stop that. You got one to read, Jimmy?
Yeah.
There is a rumor that Jimmy Greer and his orchestra will now play My Middle Name is Love.
That's the truth, folks. Play, Jimmy. Jimmy Greer and the boys playing My Middle Name is Love. Swell guy, that Greer. You know, Jimmy and I were out together for the first time since I've been here in Hollywood, and we had a lot of fun. Last night we went 50-50 on everything. I bought the dinner, he paid the car fare. I furnished the cigars, he had the matches. He took me to a show, I bought the tickets. He sure meets you halfway.
Wait a minute, Jack. Several times I reached for the check, and you just happened to beat me to it.
Well, reach a little further next time, Jimmy. You know what I mean? Get your money out in 2/4 time instead of the old-fashioned waltz, you know? But outside of that, you're a nice fella. Really, folks, Jimmy would give you his shirt. That is if you were a Chinaman and didn't charge too much, you know? Say, Jimmy, we've been together now for 8 weeks, and next Friday night is my last program from Hollywood, so I think you ought to say a few words to our audience. Come on, Jimmy, just a word or two, you know.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that in all the years...
That's fine, Jimmy, and a great thought, too, believe me. Huh? I mean, how many leaders can talk like that? You know, folks, a lot of people have asked me in fan mail and in person what Jimmy Greer looks like, and I think it is only fair to describe him to you. Jimmy is tall, rather handsome, and when you first meet him, you don't like him at all. But after you're with him a while, he's no bargain either. You know? In appearance, I would say that Jimmy is the Cary Grant type.
He looks more like General Grant.
And speaking of generals, it's the best tire on the market today.
Oh, Jack, I read a great book last night. Shakespeare's King Lear.
Isn't that book a little over your head, Mary?
No, I hold it in my lap.
Oh, all right. Answer the phone, Mary.
You answer it.
Hello?
Hello. Hey, do I go to work tonight?
Who is this? Oh, yes, our murder mystery. Your wife at home?
I'll see. Oh, Minnie. She's home.
Well, come over right away, both of you, and go to work. I need you. Goodbye. And now, ladies and gentlemen, continuing with our mystery. The Stooge murder case, or who killed Mr. Stooge. Now, to you people who have been following this horrible mystery, I say hang on. But to you who have foolishly neglected it by attending to your business, I will describe what has gone on so far. Mr. J. Gefilte Stooge, of the famous Radio Stooges, was murdered on the night of June 15th in his villa on the Rue de la... which strangely reminds us of this mystery. And the only clue are 6 shots found in a bottle in Mr. Stooge's hip pocket, and a jar of goldfish that won't talk. Say, Mary, have you any clues?
No, just a run in my stocking.
Now, what was the motive behind this murder? It was not homicide. It was not suicide.
Maybe it was herpicide.
Mary, go down by the seaside and pull a permanent wave over your head, will you? We will continue this mystery right after the next number, which will be sung by Philo Parker, the Thin Man. Play, Officer Donovan.
I have an ear for music, and I have an eye eye for the maid. I like a pretty girlie with each pretty tune that's played. They go together like sunny weather goes with the month of May. I've studied girls and music, so I'm qualified to say a pretty girl is like a melody that haunts you night and day, just like the strain of a haunting refrain. She'll start upon a marathon and run around your brain. You can't escape. She's in your memory by morning, night, and noon. She will leave you and then come back again. A pretty girl is just like a pretty memory by morning, night and noon. She will leave you and then come back again. A pretty girl is just like a
Extra good tonight, Frank. Get your shoes, boy. That was Frank Pinkerton singing A Pretty Girl is Like a Melody from the Ziegfeld Follies. And now for that battle of wits with the underworld. Good stew. Does crime pay?
No, but cream does. It's 14 cents a bottle.
The scene takes place in Sergeant O'Hare's office in the 110th Precinct Police Station. Or maybe I was transferred by now. I don't know. Curtain. Play, Mr. G. Miss Donahue?
Yes, Sarge.
Where's Officer Clancy?
The judge gave him 10 days for vagrancy.
Well, get him out. After all, he's a policeman.
Okay, give me the keys.
Fine, locking up our own people. No money in that.
Clancy.
Yeah?
You come out now, Toots.
Thanks, Mary. Thanks. Hello, Sarge.
Clancy, what were you in for?
Oh, nothing. I was walking my beat for 2 weeks and nothing happened, so I was arrested for loitering.
Yeah, well, keep out of those neighborhoods. Clancy, we received thousands of letters from indignant taxpayers who are fervently looking for a conviction in the Stew's murder case.
What do you mean, fervently?
I don't know. That's what's worrying me. Now, listen, Clancy, I want you to bring in every crook in town. Get going.
Okay, Sarge, I'll need some help.
All right, how many patrol wagons have we?
4.
Take 3 and leave me one. I'm going out stepping tonight. Now, get going. Answer that, Miss Donahue.
Hello? 110th Precinct Police Station. Yes? He did? What time did it happen? You don't say. Is he still there? What? No. All right, you bet I will. Goodbye.
What was that?
I don't know. I guess I had the wrong number.
I'll take that next call, Miss Donahue. Hello. Hello, Sergeant O'Hare speaking.
Who?
O'Hare.
I never do get that name.
O'Hare. What is it a bald-headed man hasn't got?
Dandruff.
All right, then. This is Dan Druff talking. What do you want?
A man was murdered here 7 weeks ago. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Don't be so impatient. We've been working our fingers to the bone.
Oh, shooting craps, eh?
You little mind reader.
Listen, what are you going to do about this dead man?
Well, as Hawkshaw once said, leave it to me.
And as Shakespeare once said, shell fruit to thee.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Why, this is an outrage.
They can't do this to me. I'll call up the commissioner at once.
I'll see the commissioner about this.
Come on now. Get inside, all of you.
What's this, Clancy?
I cleaned up every free lunch counter, pool room, and park bench in town. They're all suspicious characters.
It looks like the gang I've been trying to round up for weeks. Look at those faces. Which one of you is the leader?
I am, and this is my orchestra.
Yeah, what's your name?
Scarface Greer.
Hey, Ray. What idea of bringing him in, Clancy?
This is hard deceiving.
I don't know what we're going to commencing. It's commencing to get... Wait a minute, I've got a hunch. Nobody leave this room. Oh, Miss Donahue.
Yes, Sarge.
Get me Oxford, 3131.
Okay. Operator, get me Gladstone 9473.
I asked for Oxford, 3131.
Well, this is the best way to get it. Hello? Here you are, babe.
Hello?
Hello, who is this?
Police headquarters, Sergeant O'Hare speaking.
Who?
O'Hare.
I'm not catching the name.
O'Hare, what have you got on your head?
My brother, we're acrobats.
Wrong number. Goodbye.
Oh, Sarge.
What is it, Clancy?
What about this tough-looking egg over here? Maybe he knows something.
He does look pretty suspicious of that. Where did you find him?
Oh, hanging around the studio.
Oh, yeah? Come here, you. What's your name?
Bill Baker.
Oh, got your gang with you, eh? What do you know about this Stooge murder case?
Why, Jack, this is embarrassing. I was just sitting out front watching your program.
Don't give me that stuff. What do you know about the Stooge murder case?
Nothing, and neither do you.
Where were you on the night of June 15th at 8 o'clock?
In Chicago at the armor plant where you can buy the finest hams, the finest...
Stop him, Clancy, stop him.
Why?
You can't mention Armour here.
Why not? There are more features to the General tire than any other tire on the market. It's the low pressure that makes General's blowout proof, and they can be purchased on convenient terms through the General Tire dealer.
I guess we're even, Baker.
Not yet. I came up here to get that $10 you borrowed from me at the Davis Theater in Pittsburgh.
Don't evade the issue. Why did you kill Mr. Stooge?
Don't evade the $10. Why didn't you write when you promised to?
Nix, Bill, you're crabbing the mystery.
What mystery? I want my $10.
He'll give it to you next week, Phil. He just paid off Freddie Allen.
Quiet, Miss Donahue. Clancy, who's that other egg over there?
No, he came in with Baker.
Yeah, come here, you. What's your name?
My name is Bottle, sir.
Bottle, eh? Your name is Bottle. What's your first name?
Nicholas Murray.
Nicholas Murray Bottle, I see. You know who I am, don't you?
Oh, yes. Jack Wynn, the tire chief.
Hey, Bottle, why didn't you save that one for our program?
Quiet, sir. I'm not working for you now.
Attaboy, Bottle.
Now, wait a minute, you. My name is O'Hare, Sergeant O'Hare.
Glad to know you, Sergeant. What's that name, sir?
O'Hare. What have you got in your head?
Liquid Vaseline.
Oh, I'm going to have trouble with you, too.
What is it? What are you laughing at, Bottle? What is it?
It was funny when that gentleman over there said dandruff.
Now, listen, you two. I've had enough of this. My name is O'Hare.
Get off the O'Hare.
Who was that?
That's Beetle, Jack.
Oh, Beetle, eh? Oh, we're haunted here, too. Now, listen, Beetle. Do you know who killed Mr. Stooge?
Yes, I do.
Who did it?
Mr. Stooge was killed by Operator 13 in the shadow of
This hooey will be continued next Friday night. We'll try and solve this mystery. Your guess is as good as ours. Play Beetle, Bottle, or Jimmy. Stick around, Phil. We'll have some fun later on the program. You haven't got another bottle with you, have you? Huh? Got another bottle? Huh?
Oh, play, Jimmy.
All right, play then.
There were twins, played by Jimmy Greer and his orchestra. Well, what'll we do now, Phil? You know, you can't leave me flat now that you've butted in here.
I don't care, Jack. It's great to see you again and talk over old times.
Sure is.
Remember the fun we had a few years ago in Kansas City when I was there playing the Orpheum Theater and you were laying off?
Yeah. You remember in Chicago when it was vice versa?
What vice versa? That was the Palace.
That's right. But, Phil, will you ever forget that theater we played together in St. Paul? We were on the same bill together.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Remember my name was in lights and you were kicking to the manager?
Yep, your name was in lights, all right.
Yes, sir.
And, Jack, do you remember after your second joke, your name came down and they put Mickey Mouse up?
Oh, yes. Hey, what's Mickey Mouse doing now, Phil?
Oh, he's making another comedy picture.
Gee, that's funny. Here we are, the three of us in Hollywood, making pictures.
Yep, Mickey Mouse and the two rats. Say, Jack, you used to play pretty good fiddle in those days. Are you still playing it?
You mean violin?
Well, it was fiddle in those days.
Oh, yeah? Well, I still play it occasionally. Do you still use your accordion?
Oh, once in a while.
I'll bet the audience can't guess what they're going to do.
Not much.
Say, Phil.
What?
How about you and me playing a little violin and accordion number, you know, for old time's sake?
Sure, I'll be glad to.
I told you, Bottle.
Oh, sure. They've been rehearsing it all week.
What'll we play?
I don't know. I generally have some in the audience for any number you folks would like to hear. Any number at all. Humoresque. Okay.
That's it.
Doesn't make any difference what you call.
Humoresque. Is that it, Phil?
Yeah.
How does that go, humoresque?
Humoresque? Wait a minute now.
What do they want? Humoresque or Love Thy Neighbor? Huh?
Hey, love thy neighbor.
Love Thy Neighbor?
How does it go?
Let's play...
How does it go, Love Thy Neighbor?
Love Thy
Never
Neighbor.
mind the script. How does Love Thy Neighbor go?
Dum-da-dum-da-dum-da-dum. Oh, love thy neighbor.
Oh, sure. Well, let's play Love Thy Neighbor. Phil, give me A on there, just before A. Good. Near enough. All right. Humoresque? Ready? Surprise?
You are. Armour's Hammett is the best.
And General Tire beats the rest.
Love thy neighbor.
Is that him? Not so loud, they can't hear me.
I told you to take up the cornet. Get hot, Jack.
Don't you think it's awfully nice when you have a piece of ice? That was Phil Baker and Jack Benny playing Humoresque.
And humoresque anybody about the General Blowout-proof tire, and you will find that...
Play.
In every field, it's the specialist who is best qualified to serve the public. The General Tire dealer in your community is a factory-trained tire expert. He owns his own business, and his first concern is to see that you get the most for your tire dollar. If you've never done business with him, why not stop in his store tomorrow? Let him show you how important proper tire equipment is to your safety and comfort. He can tell you why one tire can wear out in half the time of others. He can show you how easy it is to correct many things that cause irregular wear, driving fatigue, shimmy, and unexpected blowouts. The General Tire dealer is a real tire specialist. He can save you many dollars and assure you greater tire safety because of his factory-trained knowledge. If you want greater safety, greater economy, and greater mileage, the General Tire dealer is the man to go to.
This is the last number of the 16th program in the General Tire series. Be sure and listen in next Friday night and find out who killed Mr. Stews. Come on, Mary. I'll take you home now.
Sorry, Jack. I'm going home with Bottle.
Where's Beetle?
He went up the country for the weekend to make noises.
Oh, good night, folks.
The General Tire program starring Jack Benny has come to you from the NBC studios in Hollywood, California. The tune Shine on Your Shoes is from the production Flying Colors. Don Wilson speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Robert Montgomery and Alyssa Landy in The Grand Duchess and the Waiter with Gene Lockhart and Alma Kruger. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Robert Montgomery, Alyssa Landy, Gene Lockhart, Alma Kruger, and Lionel Pape. Our guests, Vince Barnett and Natalie Bucknell. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. On behalf of our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, welcome everyone to another hour in Hollywood. Attention, housewives. Here are 3 points to bear in mind for clothes protection. Lux Flakes cut down runs in silk stockings by preserving the elasticity of the threads. They keep your clothes new-looking so much longer by doing away with harsh cake soap rubbing. Lux Flakes are so gentle that we include even your daintiest lingerie in saying, anything safe in water alone is safe in Lux. Try Lux tomorrow. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. By birth and circumstance, tonight's stars are well equipped to play the parts of a noble woman and a waiter. Alyssa Landy happens to be the daughter of a countess, while Robert Montgomery proved his ability to wait by waiting 9 years before fame and fortune came to him in Hollywood. Both are under contract to MGM. Bob left a job as a deckhand on an oil tanker to play tank towns and stock companies. He wrote for a while in Greenwich Village, but preferring 3 meals a day to art, went to Otto Kahn for advice and a loan. He got the advice. Once on Broadway, however, Bob's ability was quickly recognized. He turned down silent picture offers, but turned westward when talkies arrived. Off the screen, Bob's as serious as he's carefree on it. He's president of the Screen Actors Guild, an avid reader, an amateur farmer, and enjoys driving fast cars and hard bargains. In spare moments, he writes stories and carries on a perpetual game of backgammon with Frank Morgan. After months of playing, He and Frank each insists the other owes him $9. I first became acquainted with Alyssa Landy's remarkable talents when I engaged her to star with Frederick March in The Sign of the Cross. Not only an accomplished actress, Alyssa is the author of 5 novels, considerable poetry, and a play now pending production in New York. She's a singer and pianist, and, knowing several languages, has made pictures in France, Germany, and Sweden. Born in Italy, she's heard tonight as the Grand Duchess Xenia, whom we first meet in a Swiss hotel. All in all, a woman of the world. As the waiter, Robert Montgomery bears a tray in his hands, a napkin over his left arm, and the name of Albert. And with these nutshell introductions, the curtain rises on the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Alfred Savoy's comedy, The Grand Duchess and the Waiter, starring Robert Montgomery and Alyssa Landy with Gene Lockhart and Alma Kruger. Our scene is the lounge room of the Palace Hotel at Montreux, Switzerland. It's early evening, and except for the presence of Albert the waiter, the room is deserted. Albert, attired in a brass-buttoned waiter's coat and stiff-bosomed shirt, is slumped comfortably in an armchair, idly blowing rings of smoke at the ceiling. Matard, the hotel manager, enters the lounge. He sees Albert, stops short, and then stands watching him with ill-disguised irritation.
Well, good evening, Albert.
Hello.
Quite comfortable, I hope. Got everything you require?
Yes, thank you. There's a draft, though. You might shut that door.
Shut the door? You must be mad. Mad or insane, I don't know which. A fine waiter I've been landed with, sitting in the lounge room. And what's that you're smoking?
That? Oh, that's a cigar. Why?
A cigar. You picked them up in the gutter, I suppose.
No, not as a rule.
Well, that's what you'll be doing soon enough if you don't look out.
You don't happen to have a match on you, do you?
Get out of that chair. Get up, I say.
Well, if you insist.
Do you realize that this is the first time in the history of this hotel that any of its staff, and a mere waiter, too, has dared to sit in the lounge?
You don't say.
Why, I wouldn't sit here myself, even though I am the manager. I know my place. What are you doing here?
Just thinking.
Thinking? Dreaming?
Yes, that's it, dreaming. How did you know?
Well, you're going to have a rude awakening, young man, the next thing you know.
Is that so?
That is so. It was only on Mr. Hapgood's recommendation that I employed you at all. But when he hears how you've been behaving...
Oh, you're going to snitch, eh?
Why, what do you mean, snitch?
Yes.
I said I'm going to tell him.
That's what I thought you said.
Oh, be quiet. Of all the hotels that Mr. Hapgood supervises, he sends you to this one. But wait, just wait.
All right, I will. But what have I done wrong?
What have you done right? That's what I want to know.
Well, I haven't had much experience.
Now, don't talk nonsense. It isn't experience that counts in our profession. It's instinct.
Instinct? Oh, yes.
Now, how many tips have you had during the last week? Tell me that.
Well, as a matter of fact,
None. Not one. I thought as much. Oh, you're of no use at all.
Well, it isn't my fault that people forget to tip me.
Not your fault. Why, of course it is. Nobody's going to tip you unless you insist upon it.
How on earth can I insist upon it?
Quite easily. You have finished serving.
Yeah.
Do you leave? No.
Yeah, no.
You say, will that be all, monsieur?
I see.
Everything quite satisfactory, monsieur?
I see, and then I hold out my hand.
Oh, no, you don't have to. It's merely a question of will, strength of character, the power of the human eye.
No, it wouldn't work if I tried it.
Well, it would if you had any brains, any tact. Oh, but you'll never learn. The perfect waiter is born, not made.
I thought I was getting pretty good at the waiting part of it.
You're lamentable, absolutely lamentable. Directly a crisis arises, you're done.
Yes.
Now, when you're waiting on our ordinary clients, you do manage to make go some sort of a show.
Yes, that's what I thought.
But when it's something unusual, why, you lose your head completely.
Yes.
Now, what happens when you serve vegetables at the Grand Duke's table?
Oh.
You tremble all over.
That's right.
Your knees knock together so loudly it can be heard in the next room.
Yes.
And tonight at dinner, you dropped and spilled the melted butter down the Grand Duchess's back.
Oh, did I do that? It must have slipped.
You slipped. Yes, and you were in such a daze that I don't believe you even noticed it. Well, you must have burnt Her Highness badly.
Burnt her? Good Lord, I must have looked like a half-wit.
You exaggerate by 50%.
Yes, perhaps you're right. The Grand Duchess could never care for a quarter-wit, could
Care the Grand... What are you talking about?
Monsieur Macabre.
What is it?
The Grand Duchess. She has been calling for a waiter.
But where is she?
In the private lounge with Countess Zavaloff and the two Grand Dukes.
Oh, send Louis, send Ormond.
I've been looking for them, monsieur, but Louis is all for
Oh,
a month.
why did I ever become the manager of a hotel? Albert, you'll have to go. Now, quick.
I'm on my way.
But for heaven's sake, don't spill anything.
Come in.
Good evening, Your Highness.
What is it?
You asked for a waiter?
That was 10 minutes ago.
Yes, but I...
Never mind now. Coffee for 4.
And one brandy.
One brandy, 2 brandy.
Coffee for 4 and
now,
2
go on.
Yes, Your Highness.
You would order a brandy, Uncle Paul?
My dear girl, why not?
Haven't I just been telling you, all of you, that we're in desperate financial straits?
But, Zany, just 2 brandies? It can't be as bad as that.
Oh, but it is, Peter. What do you think we've been living on? We haven't paid a bill for 2 months.
Oh, but I'm sure the manager trusts us, Your Highness.
Of course he does. But what's going to happen when he presents his bill?
Well, I suggest that we worry about that when the time comes.
I'm not worrying, Peter. I'm merely advising all of you that our funds are very low.
Oh.
Well, you may be a Grand Duke, Peter. And you too, Uncle Paul. But even Grand Dukes must dine occasionally.
But, Your Highness, the jewels, are they all gone?
You've only got to look at me to see. For a year and a half after the Revolution, we lived on what I wore on my fingers. My wrists proved enough for the next 2 years. After that, my ears kept us going for another 6 months. Today, there's nothing left but my neck.
Your necklace?
Oh, no, Your Highness, you can't tell that.
Ah, the Empress necklace.
Peter, stop speculating. It's the only thing we have left.
Impossible. I absolutely forbid it. While it was only your rings, tiara, and bracelets, I raised no objection. Those trinkets I shall be able to replace someday.
Someday.
Well, yes, and very soon, too, I hope. But the imperial necklace, oh, that's quite a different matter altogether. Why, it's irreplaceable. Unique.
I entirely agree, Paul. You know, Zania, it's always been a family arrangement, to the will of the late Emperor, that someday you and I should get married.
Someday.
Yeah. Well, I'm speaking, therefore, with the authority of your future husband when I forbid you to sell that necklace. We haven't sunk to that yet.
My poor Peter.
And I may add that as far as I am concerned, you needn't bother. I'm earning my own living.
You earning your living?
You mean to say that you're at work?
Yes, well, it's not work exactly. It's more what you might call business. It's like this. I buy an automobile on credit, you see, and then I sell it again. A little cheaper for cash.
Is that all?
That's all, but as I've managed to do it 4 times during the last month, I've made a profit of nearly 200,000 francs.
200? How on earth did you get such a wonderful idea?
I don't know, just came to me.
Why, it's an inspiration.
You flatter me, Uncle Paul.
No, I only say what I think. Yes, there's no doubt that men of our class possess a sort of innate superiority over ordinary people, and we can't help showing it, even when we forsake our own sphere to engage in a vulgar thing like trade.
Peter, how much of that 200,000 francs have you got left?
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, just for the moment.
Nothing at all. That charming lady of the chorus whom you see so much of.
What charming? How did you know?
Well, everybody knows. She's taken everything from you, I understand, even your diamond studs.
Oh.
Really, Peter, as a future husband, you have some qualities that are not altogether attractive.
Zania, now
I'm not jealous. But let me give you a word of advice. Try wearing bone studs in the future, and perhaps you'll be able to keep them.
But, Zania, dear...
I must also ask you not to meddle in my affairs. I do what I do because it's my duty. You'll believe me when I say that at heart I should have preferred... Oh, but you wouldn't understand.
I'm afraid I don't.
Come in.
The coffee, Your Highness?
Well, don't stand there holding it up in the air. Put it down.
Yes, Your Highness.
Oh, you
Horsewhip. Nothing spilled.
Are you in the habit of setting down trays in that manner?
I'm so sorry, Your Highness. It slipped a little.
Slipped? A little.
And the table, too. It's a bad table to serve on. You see, downstairs the tables are lower. There are at least 2 inches difference, Your Highness.
Oh, well, that explains...
Yes.
What has that got to do with
Well,
it?
a great deal, Your Highness. When one is used to serving on a low table and suddenly encounters a high table, the impulse is to let the tray down to the height of the low table. Well, that's what I did.
Get out.
Wait a minute. Aren't you the same waiter who poured the melted butter down my back at dinner?
Yes, Your Highness. That was I.
Well, you seem proud of it.
Oh, no, just pleased that Your Highness remembers me.
Get out.
Yes, Your Highness. Is there, That be all, Your Highness?
What?
Is everything quite satisfactory, Your Highness?
No.
Oh. Well, I told the manager it wouldn't work if I tried it.
What did he say?
Oh, the man's demented. We ought to do something about it.
We will. Remind me in the morning to speak to the manager. We'll have him discharged before breakfast.
Albert.
Uh-huh.
What are you doing?
Polishing the silver?
Well, you can stop.
Thank you.
You're discharged.
What?
Are you deaf? You're discharged.
Have you written to Mr. Hapgood already?
Oh, I don't have to write to him. I'm discharging you at the request of the Grand Duchess Xenia.
I refuse to offer my resignation.
Resignation? Are you crazy? You're through. You're finished. Pack your bag and get out.
Where is Her Highness?
Oh, it won't do you any good to appeal to her. Get away from that phone.
Hello, connect me with the Grand Duchess suite.
Stop. Do you hear what I say?
Stop pushing, will you? I'm going to ask her myself.
Yes, this is the Countess of Valoff. Albert? Oh, not Prince Albert of Latvonia. What? Albert the waiter? How dare you?
Who was that, Praskovia?
Oh, no one, Your Highness.
Good. I'm in no mood to speak to anyone this morning.
Your Highness is sad.
Strangely enough, no. Now that I've at last decided to part with the necklace, I feel a sense of relief. After all, what does it matter? What does anything matter nowadays? Peter been here this morning?
Yes, Your Highness. He left immediately. He's gone to speak to the jeweler.
Did he take the necklace with him?
No, Your Highness. It's there in the jewel box.
I suppose Peter will haggle for a week or two about the price.
Your Highness, don't you think you should keep the necklace in the hotel safe?
Don't be silly.
But it's worth a fortune, and with so many robberies...
Well, they won't rob the Grand Duchess Xenia. Let that be enough.
Yes, Your Highness.
Well, I shall want the car at 4 today, Countess. A ride would be good for me.
A walk would be better, Your Highness.
What?
The chauffeur gave notice last night.
He's gone.
Why? Money?
Poor fool, he should have waited till I sold the necklace. Well, we shall get someone else.
Who is it?
It's Albert.
You. Get out of here.
One moment, please.
I thought you were discharged.
Yes, I was, Your Highness, but you needn't be alarmed. I won't upset anything. I won't break anything or spill anything. You see, I have nothing in my hands except a napkin. This useless and perfectly hateful napkin.
And why is it hateful?
Because it's a symbol of my lowly station, Your Highness. It weighs a ton.
Then why don't you put it in your pocket?
You don't mind. Thank you. There, I feel better already.
Your Highness.
What an extraordinary way.
I'm glad I'm able to make you laugh. I know how little gaiety there is in Your Highness's life.
What do you mean?
Have I said too much?
It would appear so. You Swiss believe too much in democracy.
Swiss? No, not me. I'm an American.
Really? What's an American waiter doing in a Swiss hotel?
Well, it's a long story, Your Highness.
Then we shan't bother with it.
Very good, Your Highness. But might I be allowed to ask Your Highness a question?
No. Understand whatever your name is.
Albert, Your Highness.
Understand, Albert. Etiquette does not permit me to be asked questions.
That must be rather a handicap to general conversation.
Yes.
Well, I promise not to ask any questions, but I've a request to make to Your Highness. A very humble petition.
Impossible. All petitions must first be addressed to Countess of Valoff, my lady-in-waiting. It is for her to decide whether they shall be passed on to me.
I see. Countess of Valoff, I beg of you, I beseech you to convey my petition to Her Highness.
It depends on what it is. Whether I think it's suitable.
I admit that I'm not a very experienced waiter. I'm clumsy, I know. I lose my head when I pass the asparagus.
Yes, go on. We know about that.
But is that sufficient reason to blight my young career, to nip it in the bud? I shall improve. In time, I know I shall. And even if I haven't any of the qualities necessary to a good waiter, I may possess other virtues, unsuspected, hidden away, which are just as admirable. Is it not so?
It's possible.
Undoubtedly. Countess of Valoff, I am devoted to Her Highness.
What?
In a nice way. I am devoted to her with a loyalty, with a passion that mocks the power of words. All that I ask is to be allowed to serve her with the last breath in my body, with the last drop of my blood. In Her Highness's service, I should live in ecstasy. I should die content. That, Countess of Valoff, is the petition I beg you to lay at the feet of Her Highness.
Is that all?
That's all.
I refuse to forward your petition.
You refuse?
It's already in the wastebasket.
Countess of Valoff?
Your Highness.
Forward the man's petition.
It is Your Highness' wish.
It's my command. You may go, Albert.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Schopenhauer was evidently right.
Who, Your Highness?
Schopenhauer, the German philosopher. He said that monarchy was the form of rule most natural to mankind. The common people in their hearts are still loyal to their rulers. And when we find a man like that, a mere waiter, who can express himself on the subject with so much eloquence, so much obvious sincerity, how can we doubt that someday our people will return to a reasonable form of government?
Nothing is more certain, Your Highness.
Yes. I'm glad I told the manager to discharge him. Now I can find something for him to do in my own household. What? He might even act as my chauffeur. We need one.
As Your Highness wishes. Your Highness commands, and of course I can only obey.
What's the matter? Have you anything against him?
No, Your Highness, nothing. Nothing. I merely ask if Your Highness is certain she is not making a mistake.
A mistake?
Is that waiter really the devoted monarchist that Your Highness seems to imagine?
Oh, you're absurd. You see spies everywhere.
Oh, I don't for a moment suggest that Albert's a spy. What I think he may be is,
Well, go on.
Well, it isn't altogether impossible. The man may be in love.
In love? With whom?
With Your Highness.
Praskovia, it's a long time since I boxed your ears.
Your Highness.
You're mad, absolutely mad.
Yes, Your Highness.
There can't be anybody so idiotic as you in the whole world.
No, Your Highness.
The terrible times we've been through have upset your mental balance. The whole world's gone mad, I know. But even so, there must be some limits to its folly. There are few things left that one may still regard as impossible.
Yes, Your Highness.
This servant, this waiter in love with me. How dare you to imagine such a thing?
Well, I don't know.
But you must know. Explain yourself.
Well, really, I can't. But, well, you see...
Yes?
The last week he's certainly been making eyes at Your Highness.
Making eyes at me? Praskovia, leave the room at once.
Yes.
Go, and don't dare come back until my temper's had time to cool down.
Yes, Your Highness, yes.
Matod. Oh, Matod.
What is it?
Come out in the driveway a minute, will you?
What do you mean by yelling? Oh, so it's you.
Will you tell Her Highness her car's here?
You are working for her now, yes?
Well, you fired me. Tell her, will you?
Tell her yourself. She's coming now.
Your Highness.
I asked you to be here at 4, Albert.
I'm so sorry, Your Highness. There wasn't any gasoline in the car.
You put some in, I hope?
Yes, Your Highness.
Remind me to reimburse you at the end of the month.
Where to, Your Highness?
Anywhere. But before we start, I hope you're better at driving than you are at serving.
Your Highness will be amazed.
I hope so.
At serving, Your Highness, I admitted that I was totally inexperienced.
Really?
But behind the wheel, I'm a new person. I understand automobiles.
I admire your confidence. You've been driving long?
10 years, Your Highness, without an accident of any kind.
An enviable record.
What the...
It might help if you turned on the switch.
Your Highness. Did you say anywhere, Your Highness?
Anywhere. All I want to do is relax and breathe fresh air, so go slowly.
It will be a pleasure to serve, Your Highness. A great pleasure.
You are devoted. Here, what are you doing? Stop! Stop!
There's something wrong.
Fool you! Look what you've done. Look at the car. Well, what have you got to say?
I'm so sorry, Your Highness. Something must have slipped again.
Before we go on with the Lux Radio Theater's presentation of The Grand Duchess and the Waiter, let's stop in at one of Hollywood's department stores. It's closing time, and Lola and Irene, 2 salesgirls in the corset department, are totaling their sales for the day.
Haven't you finished adding that yet, Lola?
4 and 3 are 7, and 1 are 8, and 4 are 12. There, that's what I call a record. Over $112 in one day.
Over $112? Mm-hmm. How do you do it?
With the help of Lux.
Lux? You don't sell Lux.
Of course not, silly. But you can't wear a girdle and Lux it at the same time. You need at least 2 if you're to take proper care of them.
Naturally. But then you spend twice as much. How do you explain that to your customers?
Ah, that's easy. Buying 2 is so much more economical in the long run. When you Lux them oftener, they actually last longer.
Lola's right. Alert women are discovering for themselves the economy of Lux Care for girdles and foundations. Frequent luxing not only keeps them fresh and protects their fit, but actually prolongs their wear. These fine tissue-like flakes preserve elasticity, you know. They dissolve quickly in cool water. Hot water is bad for elastic fabrics. Soaps containing harmful alkali weaken elasticity. Lux has no harmful alkali. Anything safe in water alone is safe in Lux. Remember to get a box tomorrow. As you know, these gentle flakes preserve the life and luster of all your dainty things. And now, Mr. DeMille.
With Alyssa Landy as the Grand Duchess, Robert Montgomery as the waiter, and an all-star cast, we continue our play. After wrecking the automobile, Albert was given another chance in Her Highness' service, but not behind the wheel. He's been reduced to the position of footman and general handyman, bearing it with more than goodwill in order to be near the Duchess. It's a week later, and in his royal employer's suite, Albert is very carefully serving breakfast to Her Highness and the Grand Duke Paul.
How many lumps, Your Highness?
2, and if you spill anything, I'll have you flogged.
Yes, very good, Your Highness.
I'll have mine black.
Yes, Your Highness.
Well, I suppose Peter's out again this morning, Xenia.
He's out every morning.
I can't understand. He's been haggling for a week with that blasted jeweler.
Uncle Paul.
What? Oh, yes, of course.
You may go, Martin.
Martin?
I said you may go.
The name is Albert, Your Highness.
I prefer to call you Martin. Avoid confusion with the Prince of Latvonia.
Oh, Your Highness flatters me.
Well, never mind that. Run along.
Wait, answer that.
Yes, Your Highness. Hello? Hello? Martin speaking. Martin, Your Highness.
Who is it?
The Grand Duke Peter. Hello, Your Highness? Yes, Martin. No, Your Highness. Albert is no longer here. This is Martin.
Give me that phone.
Yes, Your Highness.
Hello, Peter. What do you want? What? What? Well, where are you? Oh, Peter.
Xenia, what is it?
But, Peter, they can't do that. Oh, I see. I see.
Xenia, for the love of heaven, what?
Speak louder. Yes, of course. Oh, very well.
Xenia, what is the matter?
The Grand Duke Peter's in jail.
What?
In jail.
But what for?
He sold too many motor cars on credit.
Good Lord, I knew that scheme was too good.
What are we going to do?
Do? Well, what is there to do?
I don't know.
If I may speak, Your Highness.
Well?
Under the circumstances, the best possible course of action is to bail him out.
Oh, yes, certainly.
Yes, of course, we,
If Your Highness will leave it in my hands.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Martin.
I'll see the authorities.
And, Martin?
Yes, Your Highness?
Remind me to reimburse you at the end of the month.
Yes, Your Highness.
Albert? Why don't you answer me?
The name is Martin. Her Highness changed it.
Oh, bother. Have you seen Her Highness Barsault?
You're the maid here, Henrietta, not me.
Really?
Really.
Then what are you doing in Her Highness' room?
Don't be saucy. It doesn't become you. I'm here because she told me to come here.
Oh, she's getting awfully friendly with you, isn't she?
She doesn't know I exist.
Oh, yes, she does. Ever since you got the Grand Duke Peter out of jail, you've become her little pride and joy.
You don't have to get so upset about it.
I'm not. But every time she wants anything, she calls you. And even if she doesn't want anything, she thinks up something to want, so she'll have an excuse to call you.
Are you sure of that?
You don't have to look so happy about it. If I were you, I'd remember that she's a Grand Duchess, and you're nothing but a waiter.
Oh, you're letting your imagination run away with you.
So are you. Oh, Albert, don't let's argue. I don't like to argue. Especially with you.
Now, the name is Martin.
Well, then, Martin, don't let's argue.
Excuse me,
Oh, no, wait. Why do you always run away when I speak to you?
Run away? Don't be silly.
Oh, but you do. Don't you like me?
Of course I like you. I like everybody. It's my disposition.
You know, a girl could get to like you easily.
Is that so?
Albert.
Now, here, stop it. You're choking
Oh,
me. Now,
Albert.
don't do that, please.
Oh, Lord.
Just what is going on here?
Oh, Your Highness.
Silence. Martin, I'm ashamed of you, my own servant.
Oh, but Your Highness...
Get out.
Yes, Your Highness.
Well, what have you got to say for yourself?
Nothing, Your Highness?
Fine servant you are. You spill things down my back, wreck my car, and I find you kissing my maid. Is there no limit to your audacity?
Audacity?
I'll tell Countess Avaloff about this. She'll put a stop to your romance.
Oh, Your Highness, you're not going to discharge me.
No.
Thank you.
Does it really mean so much to
More
you?
than Your Highness will ever know.
Why?
Your Highness,
Stop. I don't want to know. But I'll keep an eye on you in the future. You've had too much liberty. That's what's the matter with you. In the future, you'll be within call all the time.
Even at night?
Yes. You can sleep outside my room.
What?
Outside my door, on the mat.
On the mat?
That's where Ivan used to sleep. Poor old Ivan. He's now so crippled with rheumatism he can't sleep at all.
Has it ever occurred to Your Highness that poor Ivan may be crippled with rheumatism from having slept on Your Highness's mat?
You would think of that, of course. It's just like you. Anyhow, I give you permission to bring a rug. You'll be quite comfortable.
Your Highness.
Well?
It's quite impossible for me to sleep here outside Your Highness's door. It would be fatal.
You're afraid of Ivan's rheumatism.
No.
I'm ashamed of you.
It would be absolutely fatal.
Not necessarily. But if it were, you may be sure you'll be given a decent burial.
Oh.
You may leave now. And don't forget, you're to report to me here at 11 tonight with the mat.
Yes, with the mat. Yes.
Oh, 10:30.
I wonder where Senior is.
I don't know. She said she wanted to speak to us after dinner, and then she disappeared.
You know, she's been acting very strangely of late. Have you noticed it?
No.
Ah, yes, you wouldn't. But she has. And I think she must be in love.
Who?
Why, Senior.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Besides, whom would she be in love with?
Well, she's engaged to you.
Eh? Oh, yes.
Good evening.
Ah, Senior, at last. Well, we've been waiting for you.
Yes, my dear. Where have you been?
I went for a walk. I wanted to think.
To think? Why, my dear girl...
Don't be so horrified, Peter. Some people do think, you know.
Well, you said you wanted to see us, Senior.
Yes. Something astonishing has happened.
Ah, I knew it.
What?
No, nothing. Go on.
Well, listen. For the last 2 weeks, Peter's been trying to sell the necklace.
Sell the necklace?
Well, he hasn't been successful.
No, that confounded jeweler won't meet our price.
Never mind. During that time, we've been very hard-pressed for cash.
That's true.
But tonight, before dinner, I happened to look in the drawer of my desk, and I found 25,000 francs.
What luck.
But I can't remember putting them there. That's why before you dressed for dinner, I asked you to turn out your pockets and make a note of exactly how much money each of us had. You, Uncle Paul, had 1,000 francs, and you, Peter, 650.
Yes.
Now, do you mind counting your money again?
Well, it's not if you wish it.
Let me see. 6, 7, 9, 11. Well, this is funny. I seem to have another 400 francs.
That's curious. I've got an extra 200.
There. You see?
Well, this is very, unusual. How did it happen?
Well, that's the problem we've got to solve.
Well, it appears very much as though we're the objects of a secret and generous charity.
But who is our anonymous benefactor? That's what I'd like to know.
You don't suspect me, do you?
No, Peter.
You're right. I couldn't manage it. There's been rather a slump in the motor trade.
Have you cross-examined the servants?
They know nothing whatever about it.
Well, they must have connived at it. Money doesn't drop from the skies. At least, that's not its usual habit.
No, more's the pity.
I don't understand it, and it annoys me.
Well, what shall we do about it?
Nothing. That is until we've had a chance to think it over. Sleep on it tonight, and we'll talk further in the morning. What time is it, Uncle Paul?
Well, it's going on for 11.
11. I must go to my room. Good night, Uncle Paul.
Good night, Zenia.
Good night, Peter.
Good night, my dear love.
Good evening, Your Highness.
Well, what are you doing in my sitting room?
Your Highness told me I was to sleep at her door. I always go to bed at this hour, so here I am.
What's that you're carrying?
It's a dressing gown, Your Highness, and pajamas.
Pajamas? Silk pajamas?
Yes, I've slept in them for years.
What are we coming to? The lower classes wearing silk pajamas.
We have to have some enjoyment, Your Highness. Silk pajamas are small compensation for the dreary existence of a waiter.
Yes, I suppose so. You know, Martin, you're a very interesting person.
Thank you.
You're a little insane, of course.
Of course.
But nevertheless interesting. I think I enjoy talking to you.
Every word Your Highness addresses to me is a glittering jewel flung from the stars. I treasure it.
You really feel that way?
That's only part of it.
There's more?
Much more. If Your Highness only knew how I worshipped...
Stop. I don't want to hear it. I'm going to my room.
Yes, Your Highness.
Good night.
Good night, Your Highness.
Oh, by the way, before I go, let me give you a word of advice, or perhaps I should say of warning. I'm of rather a nervous disposition. I keep a revolver under my pillow. And if by any accident you happen to open my door unexpectedly, you'd be greeted with 6 bullets, not one of which would miss its mark. I think you understand.
Yes, perfectly, Your Highness.
Good night.
Good night, Your Highness. Oh, Your Highness.
I can't sleep.
You didn't allow much time to try. did you?
No use, I can't. I want to talk.
Shall I call the Countess Avalov?
No, you do.
Thank you.
You said... One moment, whose keys and things are those on the table?
They're mine.
This your handkerchief, too?
Yes, Your Highness?
Pure silk. Must have cost at least 100 francs.
Yes, that's very likely. It was a present.
From a woman?
Yes, Your Highness.
What's this thing?
It's my wallet. You know, for money.
Shagreen with a gold clasp. Another present?
Yes, Your Highness.
From the same woman?
No, Your Highness, from another one. It was last year.
I congratulate you on your constancy, the perfect lover. And who are you keeping company with now?
No one, Your Highness.
Why not?
I'm in love.
With whom?
I don't dare to tell you, but
It's lucky for you, you don't.
Yes, Your Highness. May I have my wallet, please?
Why?
Well, it is mine.
Well, what's in it?
Your Highness is too inquisitive.
How dare you? I'll see for myself.
Your Highness.
Stand back. You're well supplied with money, aren't you? There are over 30,000 francs here. Why do you carry so much?
Well, it's just an old habit of mine.
I think I'm beginning to understand something. Those banknotes I found in my desk. The numbers follow these in your pocketbook.
Your Highness, I'm sure that...
So it's you who put those notes in my desk. And not only that, but you've been putting money in my purse, too. Well, speak up. Why have you done this?
Your Highness is so extravagant.
Extravagant?
Well, aren't you?
But why? Why on earth do you do this? What's your object?
It had to be done. The manager's about to present his bill. I knew Your Highness was embarrassed and afraid you might have to leave the hotel. I didn't want that.
Let me see exactly how I stand. I like things to be plain and above board. The simple truth of the matter is that for the last 3 weeks I'd been supported by a waiter.
Well, of course, if you put it like that...
I admire your impertinence.
Well,
Liberty's a wonderful thing, isn't it? When it enables a man to take such liberties. A waiter, a domestic servant, dares... But where did you get all this money?
Your Highness,
How on earth could you have so much?
That's the thing I can't say.
Not difficult to guess. Thief, that's what you are.
Thief?
One of a gang of hotel robbers.
Yes, perhaps you're right.
The leader?
Naturally.
A murderer?
Your Highness.
If this were before the revolution, I'd have you sent to the salt mine.
Yes.
But it's not too late, even now. I shall telephone the police.
Telephone's over there on the desk.
Give it to me.
Certainly, Your Highness. Shall I ring them for you?
Yes, please.
Hello? Give me the police station. What? Oh, no, any police station. We've got a thief here and we want to hand him over. Hello? Is that the police station?
Oh, wait.
Wait, please. Will Your Highness speak to them herself?
No, I can't do it. You know I can't. It's more than I can bear.
No, hello. She can't do it, and you know she can't do it. It's more than she can bear. Goodbye. I love you. I've loved you. I've loved you for so long. I can't help it. I had to.
Stop. Please go, Martin. I beg of you.
No, Your Highness, and after what's happened between us, I can no longer be Martin to you. Call me Albert, like the Prince of Latvonia.
Albert, go away, please.
I love you.
I do. But don't you understand? You must go away.
You love me, too? How long have you loved me?
That day you burnt me with that horrible melted butter.
Oh, yes.
It was then I suddenly realized.
Not till then. I realized much earlier.
When?
Well, it was 10 minutes earlier when I was serving the soup. I loved you so much I didn't know what I was doing. Luckily, they took the soup tureen away from me. The manager gave me the devil.
How unjust it is.
No, I deserved it.
Oh, it's too unjust. Here am I, the most virtuous, the proudest of princesses, in love with a waiter.
Xenia.
What did you call me?
Xenia.
So it's come to this. A waiter has the right to call me Xenia.
Now, look here, you're not going to be silly about this, are you?
Don't you understand? I am the Grand Duchess Xenia. For generations, my family's been of noble blood. Our men have married queens, our women princes.
Well, couldn't you make an exception in this case?
Stop.
I'm sorry, Xenia. Look up here. I want you to promise me one thing.
Yes.
Don't marry anyone else until you hear from me. But... Promise?
I love you, Albert.
Darling.
My stockings, Henrietta.
Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness is unusually gay this morning.
Am I Praskovia?
Perhaps. Is there any particular reason?
Perhaps. Will you find Albert, Henrietta? Ask him to come up here.
Yes, Your Highness. The Grand Duke Peter has seen the jeweler again, Your Highness.
Well?
They've agreed upon a price.
Good. Did you get the necklace, please? It's in the jewel box.
The jewel box, yes? But it wasn't there early this morning, Your Highness.
What?
But it hasn't been there for days. I assumed Your Highness had placed it in the hotel safe.
You mad? Get me that box.
Yes, Your Highness.
I haven't worn it in ages, and I remember putting it back in the case the last time.
Here, Your Highness.
Let me see. It's gone.
Your Highness.
It's been stolen.
But are you sure that
Of course I'm sure. I've never kept it in any other place but here.
Oh, Your Highness, what are you going to do?
We must notify the police.
Yes, Your Highness.
Henrietta, quick, tell the Grand Duke Paul I'm to see him at once.
Yes, Your Highness.
Wait, where's Albert?
Oh, I couldn't find him, Your Highness. I asked the manager, and he told me that he left.
Oh, what?
He's left the hotel early this morning.
Albert's gone, but he's coming back.
I don't think so, Your Highness. He had 2 suitcases with him.
Your Highness.
Be quiet. He's gone. I don't understand.
He's stolen your necklace. That's why he's
don't
gone.
Be a fool. He couldn't.
But the money. He had all that money.
Oh, would a thief stay here after he'd stolen a necklace? Would a thief put money in my desk?
He might. I always said there was something strange about that man. He's mad enough to do anything.
The money, a week ago. He'd have had time to realize on the necklace.
Yes, it all fits perfectly. It's the only solution.
But last night he said... No, I won't believe it. I won't. He couldn't have been a thief.
No.
He couldn't do here. He's only gone out somewhere. He'll be back. He must come back.
Oh, Your Highness, please. Please, Your Highness.
Clerk! Oh, clerk! 1 moment, monsieur. But I'm in a hurry. Yes, monsieur? What is it? I want a first-class ticket, please, on the next train to Paris.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We interrupt the Grand Duchess and the waiter to hear from the nation's most notorious head waiter. Employed by hosts for the express purpose of embarrassing guests, all in fun, of course, he's really a character actor, having appeared in 125 films in the last 5 years. As a practical joker, he's told Einstein he knows nothing about relativity, picture stars like Jeanette MacDonald, Jean Harlow, and Mary Pickford, that their table manners were atrocious, Colonel Lindbergh that he didn't know the difference between a cockpit and a peach pit, and he made George Bernard Shaw, England's greatest ribber, call quits after 20 minutes of heckling. Ladies and gentlemen, with full knowledge of the risks I'm running, I introduce Mr. Vince Barnett.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. Yes, it's my pleasure to make as big a nuisance out of myself as possible. But though I may be public pest number 1, I can honestly say that my victims and I have always parted the best of friends. I've impersonated scores of people, but find that a head waiter offers about the greatest field for a man's talents as a practical joker. You can mix up the food orders, criticize the table manners of the guests, interrupt the speech makers, and shout back when anyone dares complain about the service. I particularly remember a dinner here in Hollywood attended by 400 of the biggest names in pictures, stars and executives. Charlie Chaplin was entertaining some guests at his table with amusing capers. I went over to him in my waiter's garb, flourishing my napkin in his face, told him to stop making a fool of himself. You don't have to balance olives on your nose to attract attention here. Everybody knows who you are, and they're sick and tired of seeing any more of you politics. Chaplin's face turned scarlet. Marion Davies, who was at his table, proceeded to give me a tongue lashing for my impudence, but suddenly recognized me. She suggested I leave the dumbfounded Chaplin and pick a second victim. I did. He was Winnie Sheehan, then head of Fox Studios. He and Winston Churchill were greeting a group of distinguished women when I shoved my way through and shook my finger under his nose. You are offending these ladies, I scolded. Besides, how can the waiters get around you with their trays when you block up the aisles? Mr. Sheehan was so dumbfounded he couldn't say a word, so I continued. The ladies don't matter so much, but the waiters have work to do. Get back to your table or I call the police and have you put out. Mr. Sheehan still remained speechless, but he grabbed the nearest chair and was about to obliterate me when Miss Davies interrupted what might have been an act of public service.
What I fail to understand, Vince, is how, after years of annoying the innocent, you're still all in one piece.
Oh, I've been hit only once.
The others showed rare self-control. Who was the lucky man?
He was the great Arctic explorer, the late Raoul Amundsen. But when he found out who I really was, he was so apologetic that tears actually streamed down his grizzled face.
Of which exploit are you proudest?
The time I told Clark Gable that he made love like a horse. That's as bad as telling the housewives of America there's a better way of washing clothes than with Lux Flakes. Well, one word led to another, and Gable, his patience exhausted, challenged me to put up my fists. You think I fight with fists? I answered, daggers we fight with or nothing. You, the great Gable, fue. Thoroughly incensed, Gable came back. I'm sick of this great Gable stuff. You'll fight me now or never. With that, he took a swing, and the host, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., having pity on me, intervened, and all was forgiven. Before I go, Mr. DeMille, do you mind just one question?
Oh, I'm suspicious, but go ahead.
You've been in Hollywood since movies began.
Mm-hmm.
But tell me, Mr. DeMille, just what business are you in?
Trying to repeal laws that protect practical jokers. Good night. We continue with The Grand Duchess and the Waiter, starring Robert Montgomery and Alyssa Landy, with Gene Lockhart and Alma Kruger. Several weeks have passed since Albert disappeared from the hotel in Switzerland. We're back there now, in the main lounge. In the far corner, Metard, the manager, is talking to a well-dressed young man who has just arrived. As we come closer, we discover the young man to be none other than Albert himself.
What I want to know is, what are you doing here?
What I want to know is, where is the Grand Duchess Xenia?
She's gone.
Gone where?
I've already told you I don't know. All of them, they left 2 days after you.
Didn't she leave any forwarding address?
No.
But I've got to find her.
Oh, yes, she wanted to see you, too. The Countess of Orloff wanted to put the police on your trail, but the Grand Duchess wouldn't let her.
Police?
What did you do? Steal something?
Do I look like a thief?
Yes, a little.
Thanks. Now, look, Matt, I'll try to think. Did they mention any place, any town, any city, any country where they might have gone?
Well, I think the Grand Duke said something about Milan.
Milan?
Yes, or maybe it was Livorno. Oh. No, Milan. But I'm not sure.
It's a great help, that is.
Well, what more can I say? You're going to look for her?
Yes, in Milan or maybe in Livorno. So long, Mattard.
Goodbye.
Duchess Xenia, I've been looking for her for the last 2 months.
But you're not sure she came to Livorno?
No.
The police are not magicians, senor, but we will do what we can.
Thanks. If you can pick up any trail at all.
Yes, she was here in Marseille last October.
October?
Yeah, according to our records, she left for Deauville at the end of the month.
Deauville?
There was a little trouble with the Grand Duke Peter.
Trouble?
Yes. He sold some motor cars.
Oh, yes, I know that trick, yes. Thanks, officer.
The Grand Duchess for you, monsieur.
Good. Where?
Go to this address. You will find her there.
The cabaret... Oh, no. You must be mistaken.
No, monsieur. She's the proprietress.
Praskovia, will you shut that door, please?
Yes, Your Highness.
You needn't bother with calling me Your Highness any longer. I've told you that 20 times.
Oh, but we must keep up appearances. It's good for business.
Yes, I know. How much have we taken in tonight?
Well, the Grand Duke Peter says 10,000 francs. But the Grand Duke Paul says 7.
Yes, probably 5.
Where's Peter? At the hat check counter. He's checking the hats while the boy has his supper.
Grand Duke checking hats in the cabaret. What a world.
Well, if you'll pardon my saying so, Your Highness, none of us would be here if you'd allowed me to send the police after
that. Stop it. I won't have you throwing that up to me all the time. It was my necklace. And if I prefer to let him steal it, that's my business.
Yes, Your Highness.
Anyway, working's good for him. Certainly kept Peter out of trouble. He hasn't tried to sell a car for 6 months.
Hello, my love.
Come in, Peter. How's business?
Ah, never better, never better. I've checked 120 hats in an hour.
Did you get any tips?
Tips? Now, don't be vulgar.
Your Highness.
Yes?
Will you check this bill, please?
Here, let me see it. I'll, 124.36. Why, this seems to be correctly totaled. Yes, it lacks imagination.
Your Highness.
Add another 50 francs.
What for?
What for? The flowers.
But they didn't have any.
Well, what's that got to do with it? I say...
Peter, leave that bill alone. Do you want to get into trouble again?
Oh, very well.
Oh, Your Highness.
Yes?
There's a young man at the corner table. He asked to see you.
Well, I'm in for it again.
They all want to meet a real Grand Duchess. After all, you can't blame them, and it's good for business.
I'll see you later, Peter.
Yes, my
sweet. Good evening, Your Highness.
Oh, you?
Oh, here. Now, don't faint,
I
please.
have no intention of fainting.
I'm relieved. Will you sit down?
No, not here. Come outside on the balcony.
Thank you.
Well, what are you doing here?
I might ask you the same thing.
Well, I should think you'd be ashamed to show your face after what you did.
Oh, you mean my disappearing act? I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to speak to you before I left. I was in a hurry.
I can imagine.
I never thought you'd leave the hotel without hearing from me. It wasn't exactly honest, was it?
Honest? What are you talking about?
Well, you might have left word for me.
If this is a joke, I'm not appreciating it. What did you come here for?
First, to see you. Second, to return your necklace.
Oh, then you did take it?
Yes, of course I did.
But why?
Isn't it obvious? I knew you were planning to sell it. I also knew you didn't want to sell it, so I took it. Took it away with me for safekeeping. There you are.
Oh, good Lord.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I'm all confused.
You didn't think I stole it, did you?
Oh, I don't know what I thought. That money. All that money you had. Where did you get it?
It was mine.
You were only a waiter at the hotel.
Yes, but I owned it.
Owned what?
The hotel.
You owned...
Now, control yourself.
I can't.
What's so funny about a man owning a hotel? Every hotel is owned by somebody.
But you wait.
I was only learning the business.
Will you please explain what this is?
Well, it's very simple. You see, when my old uncle died, heaven rest his soul, he left me 6 hotels all over Europe, with a proviso that I start from the bottom and learn everything about running them. So I became a waiter. Had to be a secret, of course, so even Matar didn't know.
No, but
when I left Switzerland, I went to Paris to see the trustee. I convinced him, and I knew the business. He was easily convinced. And I got control of the hotels.
You own 6 hotels?
No, I sold them.
Oh, why?
Well, you had to marry a nobleman. A man can't be a nobleman and a hotel proprietor at the same time.
Well, you are crazy.
But I am a nobleman.
How?
On the way back, I stopped in Latvonia. I donated enough money to build a new hospital, and to show their appreciation, they made me something. What was it? Oh, yes, a duke. A duke. I'm the Duke of Statvig.
The Duke of Statvig?
Yes, is it important?
I never heard of it.
Neither did I. Well, am I noble enough?
Am I?
You.
Well, we've changed around a little since the last time.
I still love you.
I still love you.
There's a justice on the next street. Shall we?
I'll think it over on the way.
My arm, Duchess.
Thank you, Duke.
The curtain falls, and boy gets girl, proving again that everything comes to him who waits, even if he waits on tables. And if we wait just a few minutes, we'll find Robert Montgomery and Alyssa Landy back at our microphone. Every great picture you see on the screen represents weeks of careful research. Not only must every detail be accurate, but names of characters and places must be selected to avoid any legal complications. Tonight we hear from the head of the research department of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, Mrs. Natalie Bucknall. Her name is one many will recall from World War days. As a volunteer nurse in Russia, she was personally presented with the Medal of St. George for bravery by Tsar Nicholas. In 1917, she fought with the famous 2nd Women's Battalion of Death. Later, she became a British Secret Service agent, and in 1919 was made head of the aid post of the British military mission in Russia. Called a second Florence Nightingale by the British government, she is one of the 3 foreign-born women ever to have been honored with the Order of the British Empire. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Natalie Bucknor.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Such an introduction really makes me feel less nervous when facing, or should I say speaking, to all these thousands of charming invisible people. Rather terrifying even after the war experiences. But here goes. As you said, it is the job of my department to eliminate from our pictures wherever possible what are referred to as boners. I mean obvious errors in fact, and the less obvious errors which would lead to legal complications through unintentional duplication of names of characters and places. Of course, it is impossible always to be absolutely correct or safe, but we do try hard, and I must say MGM have been rather successful. The best way to illustrate this would be to give examples, I think. Someone in our picture after a thin man jumps into a taxi and tells the driver to take him to 346 Smith Street. Well, it would take the driver not only hours, but days and months to find that address in San Francisco, simply because there isn't such a street. And what about opening a nice fat bank account at the Bay City Trust Bank, which you will hear mentioned in the same picture? Just try and do it. It's not there. When you hear a telephone number, don't waste your time calling it, no matter how beautiful the blonde is who lives there on the screen. The number belongs to either a theater owned by MGM, or it's an exclusive number rented by the studio from the phone company. Or you will see a gorgeous dress in Our Loss of Mrs. Cheney, and you will hear it mentioned in dialogue that it was bought from a chic little modiste Madame Nathalie. You would adore to order the same model. But I know that you will never get it delivered. You see, it's supposedly my shop in London, but I'm not in London, and I haven't got a shop. It's just my name. Suppose we want to show a lovely lady using Lux Flakes. Naturally, we want to show Lux Flakes because we know there is nothing that could take its place on or off the screen. But we would never use that name without getting permission. Do you remember the Devil Doll and a police notice being torn off the wall, and right above that notice was another one with a horrible photograph bearing the significant inscription, Natalie Bucknor, wanted for kidnapping? Am I? I suppose I may eventually develop criminal tendencies for all I know. But you see, after all, pictures must have villains, and villains must have names. And so we get permission from our employees to loan their names to the gangsters and Simon Legrees of the screen. Our work is really great fun, because all the time we come across the most unusual things. But perhaps one of the most amusing but toughest assignments was to check the Italian rules of table etiquette for Romeo and Juliet. And what did we find? But they were as modern as can be. Don't drink too much. Don't test the heat of the soup with your forefinger. Perhaps it was polite to use only the thumb. Say that all the dishes are good. Wouldn't a modern hostess love to hear that? Don't place your elbows on the table. Don't sit with crossed legs or lean forward. Don't gulp. The famous 3 don'ts of my own childhood. How many times did I hear my nurse repeat them to me? And so no doubt have you. And here I think is the sanest advice of all. It is sometimes better not to seat relatives together at a banquet, but to seat other guests between them. And with this sage bit of philosophy, may I say thank you and good night.
Good night, Mrs. Bucknor. We bring back our Grand Duchess and our equally grand waiter. Ladies and gentlemen, Alyssa Landay and Robert Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. This has been a most enjoyable evening, up to now.
Yes, I agree. You see, in pictures, I always seem to be the rather easygoing young man who gets all the smart lines to say, but drop me in front of a microphone, and what have you got? A babe in the woods. At heart, I'm just a farmer.
Well, as one farmer to another, how did you find crops this fall?
Well, fair to middling, Mr. DeMille, fair to middling. And I'll have you know, sir, I'm not fooling. I spent a couple of months early this fall on the Montgomery homestead in Upper New York.
Just another of those gentlemen farmers, I suppose, who plow from the easy chair to the front porch?
Is that so? Just take a look at these calluses on my hands. Back on the farm, they say I make a pitchfork pitch like gee whiz. But suppose you tell me what you've been doing.
Oh, gardening, too. The oranges are doing fine, thank you.
And how's the new book?
That'll be something for the critics to decide.
I mean, when's it going to be published?
Well, not before too long, I hope.
Well, then we're just too early to congratulate you on your new novel and just a day too late to congratulate you on your birthday. If it were today, we might have had a party.
It couldn't have been any more fun than being on your show tonight.
I only hope the audience had as much pleasure listening to us as I have in listening to the Lux Radio Theater every Monday evening. And now, Mr. DeMille, good night.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Landy. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Mr. Montgomery, Miss Landy, our thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Before Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's play, may I say that our stars tonight appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. Mr. Montgomery will be seen next with Joan Crawford and William Powell in The Last of Mrs. Cheney. And Miss Landy's new film is entitled After the Thin Man. Mr. DeMille, as you know, is from Paramount. Mrs. Bucknell, MGM. Miss Kruger, currently appearing in Love Letters of a Star, is from Universal Studios. And Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for Banjo on My Knee. Mr. Lockhart is seen in MGM's The Devil is a Sissy, and Vince Barnett in A Star is Born. In our cast tonight were Gene Lockhart as the Grand Duke Peter, Alma Kruger as the Countess Zavaloff, Lionel Pape as the Grand Duke Paul, Byron Folger as Mattard, Margaret Brayton as Henrietta, Edwin Max as the Russian waiter, Lou Merrill as an Italian officer, and Frank Nelson as Henry. And here's Mr. DeMille.
Ladies and gentlemen, next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater stars Jean Harlow and Robert Taylor with Claude Rains. Our play, Madame Saint-Jean, a story of France after the Revolution, in which Napoleon takes an empire, and Jean Harlow, as the laundress who becomes a noblewoman, takes Napoleon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jean Harlow and Robert Taylor in Madame Saint-Jean with Claude Rains and C. Henry Gordon. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Say, have you ever thought about your heart? Have you ever thought about how important your blood is to your life? Of course you have. Oh, perhaps only casually as you've read about them or had a lesson on them in school. But what would you say if I told you about a young fellow by the name of Leo Foster who had 2 hearts? Well, you'd say I was balmy. But the facts are that Leo's blood was being pumped by a second heart for a brief time. Yes, a real human heart. Well, I guess this is enough of the riddle. Let's get into the story of the second heart. Leo and his older brother Jim are walking along Main Street in Knotty Pine. They're heading toward their father's place of business so they can walk home with him at quitting time. Officer Patrick O'Rourke keeps an eye on the lads as they skip across the street while he stops the traffic.
There, boys. Walk across the street. Don't run. I'll keep the car stopped until you get to the other side.
Okay, Pat. We'll walk. Come on, Leo.
Don't go so fast, Jimmy. I'm tired.
Ah, you're tired most of the time. We gotta hurry or Dad will be through working, and then we'll miss him.
It's only another block. Daddy don't quit for a little while yet.
Come on, Leo. You can rest when... Hey, Leo, what's the matter? You look sick.
Huh? I don't know what's wrong, Jimmy. I don't feel so good. Jimmy, stop running around me.
I'm not running around you. I'm standing still.
I'm gonna fall, Jimmy.
I got you, Leo. I got you.
Hello, Callahan. This is O'Rourke. Get an ambulance to Main and Center Streets right away.
Okay, Pat. I'll have one there as soon as possible. What's happened?
A young lad by the name of Leo Foster's passed out on the sidewalk.
Ah, that's too bad. I'll have the boys on the way right now.
Well, here comes the ambulance, Dave. Well, I'm glad you got here.
Can I ride with my son to the hospital?
Well, I don't see why not. All right, folks. All right, stand back now. Make room for the stretcher to get through. Stand back now.
Thanks for your help, Pat.
I think nothing of it, Dave. It's me duty. I sure hope Leo will be all right.
I got your dog tags, fellas. Here you are.
I think there's plenty of good idea for us to wear identification tags round neck that show blood type as well as name.
Is this part of the National Civilian Defense Program, Bill?
That's right, Henry. It's not compulsory, but it's strongly suggested that this be done. I like the idea, not only in case of air attack, but these will come in handy for our work.
Well, I'll say they will. Forest fire season isn't too far off.
Yeah, it won't do any good to know what type of blood I got anyhow.
Why you say that, Stumpy?
Yeah, nobody could match the blood of an ordinary critter like me.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Stumpy.
You're right.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I didn't think I was going to get a unanimous decision.
Actually, fellas, all of you have common blood types except me.
Huh?
What?
What type blood do you have, Bill?
Type B, Rh negative.
Is that very rare type, Bill?
It sure is. I'd be in a bad way if I needed a transfusion in a hurry. Say, listen, fellas, we're supposed to be hitting the trail for parts unknown.
Yeah? Where are we going this time, Bill?
Up to the North Ranges.
Hey, that is parts unknown.
So let's get saddled up and hit the trail. The crews have a 2-day start on us. They'll be resting with nothing to do unless we get there quickly.
Dr. Flint, have you been able to tell what's wrong with Leo yet?
I'm sorry, Mr. Foster. Just at present, we're up a tree, diagnostically speaking. Your son has the whole staff puzzled.
Has he regained consciousness yet?
Yes, he has. And that's the only encouraging report I have at the moment. You can see him any time, just don't get him excited, that's all.
When will you know what's wrong with him?
I hope it won't be long. I'm going down to X-ray now. Perhaps they'll have a picture from which we can learn something.
Oh, I hope so, Doc.
You go in and visit your son. I'll be back in 15 minutes and let you know what we find out.
How you feeling, son?
I'm awful tired, Daddy. Are you and Mommy mad at me for falling down the sidewalk?
Of course we're not. All we want you to do is to rest and to get well.
I will. How's Jimmy?
Oh, he's fine. He says you should come home real soon. But remember, you've got to do what the doctors and nurses tell you, or you won't get well.
I will, Daddy, honest.
That's a good fella. I know you will.
Mr. Foster, may I talk to you, please?
Why, yes, of course. I'll be back in a few minutes, Leo.
Okay, Daddy. I'll be waiting.
Well, Doctor, what's the news?
The X-rays show us that your son has a heart condition, Mr. Foster.
A heart condition? At his age?
Now, don't jump to conclusions. It may not be as bad as it looks.
What do you mean by that?
Well, let me answer it this way. We'd like to call in a very fine heart specialist from Canyon City, a Dr. Philip Redgwick.
A specialist?
It's just that, it's just that we'd like a confirmation of our diagnosis, Mr. Foster. Also, Dr. Redgwick is the only man in this part of the country able to perform the surgery, if such became necessary.
But isn't that awfully dangerous?
Yes, it is. That's why we want the most competent doctor we know of to do it.
Dr. Flint, you can call in anybody you want to help my son. But I want to know what's wrong with Leo's heart and no beating around the bush. Give it to me straight. I can take it.
All right. Frankly, I have been beating around the bush. I wanted to find out if you could take the shock. We believe Leo has a patent foramen ovale.
I don't know any more now than I did before.
Let me explain. Before birth, there's an opening in the muscle wall between the two auricles. Now, normally, this opening closes shortly after birth. The opening in Leo's heart didn't do that.
I see. If he's to survive, it must be closed. Is that right?
Yes. Remember, of course, that we're not positive about this, and we want to be. That's why we want Dr. Redgwick to come in on it.
Okay. Get Dr. Redgwick here as quickly as possible, will you?
Dr. Redgwick speaking.
Phil, this is Grant.
Jolly good to hear from you, old boy. I thought you'd left the country.
It has been a long time since we've seen each other, or even talked, for that matter. Say, Phil, I suspect that a patient of mine here at the hospital has a patent foramen ovale. I'd like you to see it. Just a young lad.
You don't say. Oh, I'm interested. I'll be on the next train. Or drive to Knotty Pine, whichever is faster.
That'll be fine, Phil. I'll see you soon, then.
Right, as soon as I can get there.
Now, here's our work plan, fellas. Wait till I open the map. It'll be easier to explain what I want done. Grey Wolf, you see this stream here?
Yes.
I noticed on our fall inspection there's a nasty erosion wash along this stream. Take a crew and have them fix it.
We do. Anything else, Bill?
Well, that's all for you right now. You better get started. Take you quite some time to check the erosion.
Oh, right away, Bill.
Now, you fellas in crew one, come with me.
Stumpy, here's what I want you to do. I'm listening, Sonny. Take the second crew and head for the timber north of the Little Shady River.
What are we going to do, Bill?
We're going up into the North Peaks and fix the trails, Henry. Also, I want to find out how the high-altitude wildlife are making out.
Oh, that ought to be interesting. Hey, maybe there's still some snow way up in the mountains.
The Foster boys in room 28, Phil. I'm sure glad you were able to come right away.
I'd drop everything for one of these cases, Grant. How old is the lad?
8 years old. I'd like you to conduct your own examination before making a diagnosis, Phil, just as a check.
All right. Well, I want to see your records and test reports, too.
The lad's father is here.
Oh, that's fine. Hello, Mr. Foster. I'm Dr. Redgwick.
How do you do, Doctor? This is my son, Leo.
Hello, son. So, you're the lad who's having a bit of a problem. Well, we'll have a look at you and see what we can find. I'm sure that there's nothing we can't fix up, and you'll be as good as new.
I hope so, Doctor. I'm getting so tired of being tired all the time.
You'll find he has a lot of courage for a little fellow, Phil.
I'm sure you're right. Now, let me get this conglomeration out of my bag, and we'll have a go at it. I say, Leo, you're a jolly good patient. I've been pounding you and poking you, and You haven't said a solitary word.
Are you able to make a diagnosis yet, Doctor?
Hardly, old fellow. If it's what Dr. Flint says it is, there'll be several more hours of work to do before I can say. You'll just have to be patient. But there's one thing I can tell you.
What's that, Doc?
We can't afford to make a mistake. Slow but sure is a very good motto.
I've been out in God's country for a long time now. You know, feller, somehow I never get tired of it. Never grows stale.
I'll say it doesn't, Stumpy. Anything the Lord has a hand in never grows old. Oh, look at those stars. Smell the pines. Oh, what more could a fella ask for than this?
I can say amen to all of that, fellas. Just now, however, I'm going to have my devotions and turn in.
Me too.
That's a good idea. Hey, we haven't listened to the radio today, Bill.
Yeah, he's just afraid of missing something.
Sure
is. We'll tune in tomorrow evening. Nothing important could have happened in this short time.
Here's the complete lab report, Phil.
You don't say. That's fast work, Grant. Let's have a look.
Shall we go across the hall to my office?
Righto. Now, let me see here. Here's your examination, and mine. 2 sets of x-rays, cardiograph, laboratory, metabolism. Well, that about does it, eh?
That's the whole ball of wax, Phil. Now what do you think? Phil?
Oh, sorry, old chap. I was mentally turning the pages of my experience with this sort of thing. You fellows have hit the nail right on the head.
Then you would agree with our diagnosis.
No, quite. There isn't a doubt that Leo has an opening between the auricles. And if he's to keep on living, it'll have to be sewed up.
You gentlemen want to see me?
Yes, come in, Mr. Foster. Please sit down. Dr. Redgwick and I have just completed the diagnosis. And it's this. Leo has an opening in the auricular wall of his heart, and it has to be closed.
I see. Is the surgery dangerous?
Well, Phil, will you describe just what we're up against?
Certainly, Grant. Mr. Foster, any surgery of the heart is dangerous. All I can say is I've been completely successful in performing this type of surgery in the past, so I see no reason to be unduly alarmed.
What does the operation involve, Doctor?
Well, it involves the connection of Leo's cardiovascular system to that of a second person, while we open the thoracic cavity and the heart and sew up that opening.
You mean that you'll have a second person on the operating table?
On another table alongside Leo.
Then you'll disconnect Leo's heart from his blood vessels and connect them to this second person's bloodstream?
Quite. The second heart will pump for both persons while we operate on Leo's heart.
Can't believe it. How can one heart pump for 2 people?
Well, Mr. Foster, I know it sounds fantastic, but I've done it at least a dozen times. We use an auxiliary pump as a booster to bridge the gap between the 2 persons.
It's awfully hard to believe. It sounds like a desperate measure. But if you've been successful before, let's do it by all means. You're sure it's the only way this condition can be cleared up?
I don't wish to be trite, Mr. Foster, but you can't shoe a horse while he's running.
See your point, Dr. Redgwick. You'll be operating soon?
There is a difficulty we must overcome first.
Difficulty? What's that?
Your son has a rare type blood, Mr. Foster. Very difficult to procure. BRH negative.
Easy, Storm. This is a pretty steep slope.
Well, you said it, Bill. Walk down nice and careful like, Vessel girl. want to fly through the air like a cannonball because you lost your footing.
We'll ride over and take a look at the other antelope herd.
Okay, Bill. Hey, I wonder if we'll find some mountain lion tracks around there, too.
I don't know. If we find where Mr. Cougar's killed some young antelope, we'll have to hunt him down.
Boy, I'll say. 1 or 2 mountain lions could cut down the antelope population pretty badly.
That's right. Then after we finish looking the herds over, we'll head back to camp and quit for the day.
Hey, now you're talking my language, Bill. Boy, am I hungry.
You weren't joking, Dr. Flint, when you said Leo had a rare blood type. You've tested 50 of my friends already, and still you can't match it.
Don't get discouraged, Mr. Foster. We'll keep trying. And it could be the 51st person.
But what if you can't find it, and the dozen or more folks who are still to come in for the test?
Then I'll get in touch with the newspapers and the radio stations. I'll ask them to make an appeal for a person with this type of blood. I'm sure that out of this part of the country, there must be one person with Leo's blood type.
Well, we should know by this evening if any of the rest of my friends can qualify.
Hello, Knotty Pine Daily Telegram. Spence Brown speaking.
Mr. Brown, this is Dr. Philip Redgwick. I want you to make an appeal for someone with...
Knotty Pine radio station. Cliff Nichols speaking.
I say, Mr. Nichols, will you do me a bit of a favor? This is Dr. Redgwick.
Oh, yes, sir. How can I help?
One of my patients is badly in need of a...
Hey, Bill. What do you say we find out what's going on in the rest of the world, huh?
Oh, sure, Henry. Why not? Warm up the radio.
I wish I could have heard the whole
next
march.
march we play will be by John Philip Sousa. But before we play the next march, I'd like to present a heart-stirring appeal to you again.
Oh, what's this?
Dr. Philip Redgwick is appealing for someone with type B Rh negative blood. Come to the Knotty Pine Hospital
Bill,
at once.
that's
Henry,
your blood type.
let's listen
I
to
repeat,
this.
that type B Rh negative blood is needed in a serious operation to save the life of young Leo Foster. Anyone who has
Turn
this
it
type
off,
of
Henry.
blood, please contact or come to the Knotty...
Stumpy, Grey Wolf, you fellas take charge. I'm riding to Knotty Pine right now.
Not dangerous to do in Darkville.
Yeah, you better wait until morning and then go in.
Don't worry, I'll get through. There's no time to wait when a life is at stake. Henry, turn that radio on shortwave and tell him I'm on the way.
A ranger. You must be Bill Jefferson.
Yes, I'm Bill Jefferson. I've come in answer to your appeal in behalf of young Leo Foster.
My friend, we're really glad to see you. Are you sure you have the right type of blood?
Reasonably so. May take a blood test now, if you wish.
Oh, that's rather decent of you. By the way, I'm Dr. Redgwick. This is Dr. Flint and Mr. Foster, the boy's father.
How do you do, gentlemen?
You do. You don't know how deeply we appreciate this, Mr. Jefferson.
That's all right, Mr. Foster. I'm glad to help if I can.
Well, let's get to the lab then and make the test. I'll alert surgery, and if it's the right type, we'll operate within the hour.
Righto.
We'll know in a minute, gentlemen.
How do you know that you have this rare type blood, Mr. Jefferson?
I just had a blood test made a short time ago for my identification tag.
Isn't it wonderful how things have a way of working out?
What do you say, Grant? Does it match?
Look for yourself.
Perfect. Let's proceed to surgery at once. Mr. Jefferson, I'm going into the preparation room and scrub up. It'll take about 20 minutes for Dr. Flint and me to get ready. The orderlies will wheel you in just before that time.
Okay, Doctor. I'm ready whenever you are.
Bill, you're not afraid, are you?
Why should I be, Dave?
Well, what I mean is, if something should go wrong, maybe your heart can't pump for 2.
Dave, I'm a Christian. The blood of the Lord Jesus Christ has cleansed me from all sin. He's my Savior. If I should die on the operating table, then I'll enter into the full blessing of eternal life. I have nothing to be afraid of. Christ conquered death for me.
I don't understand. What are you talking about?
Bill's telling you about Jesus, Daddy. Don't you remember what the teacher taught me in Sunday school?
Oh, yeah, sure, Leo, I remember. His mother sends him to Sunday school to learn about religion. I think it's a good thing for children to know.
You should learn about Jesus, too, Daddy. Jesus told me not to be afraid of the operation. I prayed.
Sure, I know, son. You'd better rest now.
Do you honestly believe that salvation is only for children, Dave?
Well, sure, why not? Religion won't hurt him, will it?
It's not religion your son is talking about, Dave. It's Christ. If he won't hurt children, then how can he hurt adults? You know, Dave, you're more frightened than your son is. You're scared to death that this isn't going to work.
Who? Me? Why should I be scared?
I'm not blaming you, Dave. You ought to be scared because you don't know the Lord. You should accept Jesus as your Savior.
I don't need help. Some other time. Not now.
All right, Mr. Jefferson, Leo. Doctors are getting ready for you. We'll take you into the operating room now.
Well, I'm ready. See you later, Daddy.
We're ready for you now, old man. Leo's well under the anesthetic.
I'm ready for you, too, Doctor. What type of anesthesia is it?
Local. You'll be conscious throughout. We'll administer it now, and then we'll make the splice. Don't move a muscle. The nurse will wipe your face for you. After a bit, we'll start an auxiliary pump to help push the blood along. Now, we'll have a go at it.
Here's the hypo, Phil.
Thank you, Grant. I say, Ranger, you surely have a tough hide. You won't feel a thing in a moment. Let's start to work on Leo.
I'm right with you, Phil. Skin knife?
Yes. Swab. Clamp. Second knife. Swab. Retractor. Clamp. Clamp. Swab. Suture. Start the auxiliary, Grant.
Right.
I say that's working like a top. Now, the heart.
Yes. Scalpel?
Righto. We'll have to move swiftly now. We don't want to give that second heart any more work than necessary. Wipe my forehead, nurse. Beastly hot in here. Can't be helped. How are you doing, Bill?
Just fine, Doctor. My heart isn't complaining a bit about pumping for 2 people.
Oh, you're the one. Snipe the suture, Grant.
Right here?
Yes. There we are. Now, get this cardiac plumbing back together again, and the lad will live to be an old man.
Ready to disconnect?
Quiet.
The pump's going off.
Plump. Forceps. Suture. More suture. Are you taking care of Bill, Grant?
Yes, I've got him put back together, Phil.
Suture. Now's the test. There we are. Grant, we've done it again.
Ah, that's wonderful. You're terrific, Phil. And you too, Bill. Thanks.
Don't thank me. All I had to do was the pumping. You fellas did the work.
Well, how do you feel now, Leo?
I feel fine, Daddy. I'm not tired anymore like I used to be. The doctor fixed me up real good.
Is he really going to be all right, Doc?
Well, he'll be ready to leave the hospital in a couple of weeks.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Edgewick.
It was a pleasure to help, Mr. Foster.
So it was. Here's the chap to thank. Leo's second heart.
I know. Bill. Bill, you risked your life to save Leo's. How can I ever repay you?
You can repay me by going to Sunday school with Leo instead of just taking him, Dave.
I'll do that, Bill. From now on, we'll all go to Sunday school and church as a family. That's a covenant with God, because he spared my son.
Well, how about that? There were 2 heart operations going on. While Dr. Redgwick was working on Leo's heart, the Lord was working on the heart of his father, while for just a little while, Bill Jefferson's heart beat for 2. Well, we'll see you next week for more adventure with Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House coffee time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, Margaret Brayton, Lou Merrill, and our happy postman. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, the coffee that gives you so much more for so little more that it's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in the world. Yes, Maxwell House, expertly blended and radiant roasted for rich, mellow, extra flavor. Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Well, as we look in at the Burns home today, we find George engrossed in the morning newspaper.
Why don't you read the paper out loud, George, so I can discuss world affairs and current events with you?
You discuss world affairs?
Yes.
Gracie, there's only one thing in this paper that would interest you. They've got a hat sale at the May Company.
Well, for your information, Mr. Smarty, I would much rather sit here and discuss Russia or the political situation than go to that hat sale.
You mean that?
Well, certainly. All the best hats were grabbed when the store opened this morning.
I'll bet they were Dilly's.
Would you like to see them?
You've already been to the hat sale?
Well, don't forget the early bird gets the worm.
That sounds like a hat you'd pick out, all right.
Oh, now, come on, George. let's sharpen our wits with a good old rough and tumble discussion of the news. Recent headlines.
No, thanks.
Oh, darling, forget that I'm your wife and think of me only as a great newspaper columnist. If you were married to Walter Winchell, what would you discuss with him?
A divorce.
Oh, George. Now, come on. Shoot some international problems at me and watch me knock them off.
All right, brain thruster. You asked for it. Here's one. It looks like Russia wants a piece of turkey. What should be done about it?
Let them wait till Thanksgiving like everyone else. Second question.
How can automobile manufacturers speed up production?
Make more automobiles. Third question.
Will Truman run in 1948?
If people don't stop hounding him, he may start running before then.
Fourth question. To stop inflation, how can husbands keep their wives from buying so many new clothes?
Fifth question.
I like the fourth question.
Maybe you better give me the paper, huh?
I thought so.
Oh, here's the Hollywood news. My goodness. There were 10 couples married in Hollywood yesterday.
Good.
Yeah, but 10 couples are getting divorced today.
Same number.
Same couples.
I see.
Oh, here's an interesting item. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer is going to make a picture out of that best-selling book, The Hucksters. And they're trying to get Clark Gable for the lead.
Sounds great.
But that book is all about radio. Why pick Gable?
Because he's handsome, talented, and loaded with sex appeal. That's why.
But I know a man who has the same qualifications plus 15 years experience in radio.
You mean...
His initials are GB, and I don't mean Jack Benny.
You mean me?
Exactly. Well, you'd be perfect as the lead in The Hucksters. Well, now, let's look at your qualifications. You know all about radio. Check?
Check.
You're a fine actor. Check?
Check.
You're good-looking. Check?
Check.
You love to give your wife money. Check?
Check. Wait a minute. What's that got to do with it?
Oh, nothing, but I thought as long as I had you rolling, I'd throw it in.
Forget this silly idea, Gracie. They'll never consider me if they can get Gable.
Oh, they will, too. Come in.
Good morning, all.
Oh, good morning, Meredith. Meredith, you're the first to hear the news. George is going to be a movie star.
Oh, Gracie.
He is?
Yes, he's got to replace Gable.
Golly, do you think he's the right shape?
Well, sure. He's built like Clark Gable.
Oh, Gable. I thought you said Grable.
Believe me, that makes just as much sense. Gracie has a wild idea that I should be the leading man of the Hucksters, but I want no part of it.
Well, gosh, George, if I had a chance to be a movie star, I'd jump at it. My girl Goldie'd be awfully impressed.
You've got a girl, Meredith?
Yeah. She's a waitress at Joe's Swordfish House. Formerly Joe's Steak House.
Well, Meredith, have you told her you love her?
Oh, I haven't gotten up the nerve to speak to her yet. But it's wonderful just to sit there and thrill to the touch of her hand.
The touch of her hand? How do you manage that?
I pour soup on my shirt and she wipes me off.
Meredith, that's no way to start a romance. Look, kid, I'm going to buy a book called How to Make Love.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea, George. And after you've read it, lend it to Meredith.
I'll do that.
I'll answer it. Meredith, you talk to George and try to convince him that he should replace Gable.
Very well, Gracie. Now, George, if I were you...
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman. Say, I want to see if you agree with me on something.
What is it, Mrs. Burns?
Well, I read that Clark Gable was going to play the lead in The Hucksters. But I know another man who'd be much better. He's the Gable type, only handsomer and more virile. You know who I mean.
Oh, sure. But if I quit this job, I'll lose my pension.
Oh, no, I didn't mean you, Mr. Postman.
But you gave a perfect description of me, and I can just hear the slogan ringing forth now. The postman's back and Garson's got him.
But your wife, Bertha, is awfully jealous.
Yes, you're right. She changed that slogan to Garson's dead and Bertha did it.
Well, there's nothing for you to worry about, Mr. Postman, because the man I have in mind to replace Clark Gable is my husband, George Burns.
Your husband?
Yes.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Ah, good old Indian summer. Meredith, you know, Victor Herbert really had something there.
Yes, he did, Bill. It's a great melody, Indian Summer, and a great time of year, too. Won't be long now. Just when folks have hauled out the heavy blankets and settled down for some real wintry weather, why, along it'll come. Mild and sunny and welcome as a day in June.
And just as pleasant, Meredith. There'll be a smoky haze in the autumn air to blend with the bright, cheerful colors of the turning leaves. And we'll marvel once again at the unique beauty that Indian summer brings to the American scene. You know, in its own way, Maxwell House, too, is a very real part of the American scene, now and the whole year through. For just as coffee is America's favorite drink, so Maxwell House is the country's favorite coffee. Bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price, it's Maxwell House wherever you go. Flavor tells this popularity story, of course. The rich, vigorous Maxwell House flavor that results from the skillful blending of these premium Highland-grown Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. All of which adds up to great coffee at its flavor peak. So, friends, why not know the very best in coffee pleasure, coffee goodness? It's yours for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffees sold. Simply say, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
I can see the headlines now. George Burns replaces Clark Gable as star of the Hucksters. I think I'll call the well apart.
Just a minute, Gracie. I'm not going to replace Gable. Now forget it.
But, darling, the part is made for you. It's all about radio, and you're Mr. Radio.
Me?
Oh, yes. Before you came along, radio was a toy, a plaything. People laughed at it. But believe me, when you came on the radio, they stopped laughing.
Yeah.
And not only were you a pioneer, but you're still the number one man. Why, the president of NBC told me that television would collapse without you.
He said television would collapse without me?
Yes, sir. He said, Mrs. Burns, your husband, practically single-handed, is holding up television.
I wonder how he meant that.
No, he meant that you're great, the greatest man in the history of radio.
Oh, honey, don't say that. What would we do if it hadn't been for the inventor, Marconi?
We'd eat spaghetti. Besides, what's that got to do with radio?
Nothing. I lost my head. Now, look, Gracie, granted I know the radio business backward and forward. But that doesn't mean I can replace Clark Gable. Why, Gable is a foot taller than I am and twice as handsome.
On the screen, yes. But that's all trick photography and stuff. Take off Gable's built-up shoes, and he probably stands 4'10".
Gracie.
The terrific figures you see on those screen heroes are not theirs. Why do you think they have to get to the studio so early in the morning? To be made up? No, to be laced up.
Look.
At least you wouldn't have to do that, George.
Well, no.
I could lace you up at home like I always do.
Gracie, you've got an exaggerated idea of how much they change movie stars' looks.
No, I haven't. They stick putty noses on them, false eyelashes, toupees.
Honey, relax. Believe me, Clark Gable looks just the same in person as he does on the screen.
Oh, George, how little you know of Hollywood. Well, with a little makeup, they can make a person look years younger. How old would you say I looked in my last picture?
About 25.
Now, you see, they can make you look older, too.
Honey, if Gable wasn't tall and handsome, he couldn't take out all those beautiful actresses. I don't think they use any tricks on him.
They use tricks on all of them. Look at Johnny Weissmuller in those Tarzan pictures.
Now, don't try to tell me that he wears built-up shoes. He goes barefooted.
Oh, sure. Well, they've got another trick to make him look big. You know those lines he's always grappling with?
Yeah?
Those aren't lines. Those are Cocker Spaniels made up.
Gracie.
Oh, I don't say it's only men they use tricks on. Take Betty Grable. Her legs look pretty nice on the screen, huh?
And how?
Well, trick photography. From the waist up, it's Grable. From there down, it's Errol Flynn.
Forget it. And forget all this stuff about Gable being short and chubby. Believe me, in person, Gable is tall, handsome, and terrific. And now I'm going to the cigar store. See you later.
I won't forget it. I'm going to call Clark Gable and talk to him about this. Where's that phone book? Here. Gable. Ah, here we are. Gable Arthur, Gable Betty, Gable C. That must be Clark. When I tell him about George, I'll bet he'll be glad to step aside. Hello?
Hello. Is Mr. Gable there?
Yeah, just a minute. I'll call him.
Oh, on second thought, I'm kind of curious to see Mr. Gable in person.
Okay, come on over. He's right here.
Oh, all right. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hey, Charlie, some woman is coming over to see you.
Yeah, probably a dame who left something in the back of my taxi cab. You ain't jealous, are you, baby?
Jealous of you with that puss of yours? You could put Lena the hyena in your taxi cab and she wouldn't give you a tumble.
Oh, yeah? Listen, I haul them movie dames around in my cab, and then I have to come home and look at your kisser.
Why, you broken-down hack driver. I'll push you
Ah, shut up.
Don't you tell me to shut up, Charlie.
Ah, shut up.
You sort of hunk
Yeah?
Hello, is Mr. Gable here?
I'm Gable.
You?
Sure.
I knew it. They can work miracles.
Huh?
How tall are you, Mr. Gable?
5'3", what?
Imagine wearing heels a foot high. How much do you weigh?
310 pounds, but
Oh, you poor man. How those laces must hurt.
Look, lady,
And your face. I wouldn't have believed Putty could do it.
Lady, would you mind telling me what you're talking about?
Well, frankly, Mr. Gable, you're not quite what I expected. Do you really take those Hollywood actresses around?
Oh, plenty of them. I took Lana Turner to the truck last week, and just last night I took Lauren Bacall to the Macumba.
My goodness.
Then I drove her home, and she slipped me $5.
She paid you?
They all do. I ain't hauling them around for nothing.
But Lauren Bacall is married to Humphrey Bogart.
So what? He came along, too.
How modern.
Hey, look, what'd you come to see me about, lady?
Well, it's about my husband, George Burns.
Oh, you want me to take him someplace?
Oh, no, you wouldn't enjoy it. He's a terrible dancer.
I don't get it.
No, well, all I want you to do, Mr. Gable, is to say that my husband can play the lead in The Hucksters.
So let him play it. What's it to me?
Well, can I tell him you said that?
Well, sure, but I don't see what...
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gable. Thank you a million times. You'll never regret your generosity. Goodbye.
What a dame. If this wasn't Hollywood, I'd say she was nuts.
And now Meredith Wilson and his chiffon music. Gershwin's Liza.
George, I've got the most wonderful news.
What now?
Well, I've seen Clark Gable in person, and he's an absolute mess. You look just as good as he does.
Gracie.
And what's more, he said he'd be glad to step aside and let you play the lead in the Hucksters.
Will you stop making up those fantastic fibs?
Fibs? George Burns, how dare you say such a thing? Have I ever told you a fib?
How about the one you told to get that new dress? Or how about the one you told about the dent in the fender? Or the one you told about...
Oh, stop beating around the bush. Just say yes or no.
Yes.
But now I'm telling you the honest truth. I just spoke to Clark Gable.
Gracie, I've heard enough. I know it's not the truth. But even if it was, I'd never replace Gable. I couldn't equal that guy's personality in a million years.
George...
Forget it. I'm going into the den.
Oh, that stubborn little genius. He's got Gable's looks. Now he thinks he doesn't have his personality. Let's see now. What is Gable's personality? Well, he's masterful. So strong and masculine that women are scared of him. Well, I'll have to convince George that he can frighten women.
Hi, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill. You're just in time to give me some advice.
Yeah?
How can I convince George that he's frightening?
Hold a mirror up in front of him.
Oh, no, Bill. I'm serious.
Yeah.
I'm trying to build up his confidence so he'll agree to replace Clark Gable in the Hucksters.
George replace Gable?
Well, yes. Don't you think he's got something Gable hasn't got?
Well, yeah, and if Gable had it, he'd shoot himself.
Please, Bill. I really think George would be magnificent in that picture. When people see him, they'll love him as much as I do. I want to share my little huckster with everyone.
Tell me something, Gracie. Why do you love that little schnook so much?
Why do I love George Bird?
Yeah.
Why, just look at his... And how about the way he... Oh, the many times that he... And don't forget his... And you ask me why I love George Bird.
You know, for a minute, I didn't think you'd have a reason.
Oh, Bill, come on and help me. Go in the den and convince George that he's the caveman type, strong and powerful. Point out his muscles to him.
Who's going to point him out to me?
Oh, go on, Bill. Pull me.
Okay, I'll try, Gracie. Well, hello, George, old man. Put it there. Give me some skin, Kim. Huh? Slip me some hide, Jekyll. Shake, pal.
Oh.
Yeah.
Shake hands.
Yeah.
Okay, Bill.
Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh! You broke me with a hand! You broke me! You broke it!
But I barely squeezed it.
Oh, you don't know your own strength, you brute. You broke me with a hand. Now they'll have to shoot me.
Shoot you?
Yes. What's the use of living if I can't pick up a cup of Maxwell House coffee? Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold. Now you broke my widow hand and I can't drink it.
Bill, even if I did hurt your right hand, that wouldn't keep you from drinking Maxwell House coffee. Haven't you any left?
George, when I drink Maxwell House coffee, I never have any left.
Oh, he made a commercial.
Yeah. You see, the careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees plus radiant roasting give Maxwell House that famous flavor. In fact, it's so wonderful that it's bought by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. So insist on Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Oh, okay. You broke your hand yet. Bill, I can't hurt your hand very much.
You crushed it to a pulp, that's what you did. Now I'm through in sports. I was supposed to pitch tonight.
I didn't know you played baseball.
Who's talking about baseball? I got a date tonight. That's when I really pitch.
Goodbye, funny man.
So long, caveman.
Well, Bill, did you convince him he's the Gable type, strong and rugged?
No, Gracie. He knows he's a weakling.
He is not. George is just as manly as the next person.
Yeah, unless the next person happens to be a man.
Oh, never mind. I'll do it myself. I'll go in and make him believe that he's the most masterful, domineering, frightening man who ever lived. George?
Huh?
Oh, that voice. That vibrant, booming voice.
Huh?
Oh, what strength. What power. When you say huh, you really mean huh.
Huh?
Oh, there it goes again. Oh, I tremble when you speak. My bones turn to water, but I love it.
Look, Gracie.
Turn me to water again, George. Splash me around. Haul me down the drain.
What is this?
Oh, it's the grip of your personality. If a harsh word should pass your lips, the whole world would turn dark.
Oh, stop.
Oops, the light's out.
Will you please settle down and tell me what you want?
I want to serve you, Master. You're the captain of my fate.
I'm the captain?
Aye, aye, sir.
Gracie.
What would you like for dinner?
I don't care.
You'll get it. Your word is law.
Look.
What force, what vigor. I'm putty in your hands, George. Just putty.
You are, huh?
Yes. Stick me in a crack. Shove me in a knothole.
Not a bad idea.
Oh, George, now you're getting angry. You're going to beat me again, aren't you?
Are you nuts? I've never beaten you.
Who won at gin rummy last night?
I did.
Beat me again, George.
Oh. This is murder.
What a man you are. I'm the dirt beneath your feet.
Now, Gracie.
Dig me, Daddy. Plow me under.
Now, look.
Why, you're twice the caveman Gable is.
Gable, I knew it was Gable. We're back to that again. Now, for the last time, I'm not going to make the picture.
But Gable said you could.
Oh, stop with that.
All right, I'll prove it.
Who are you calling?
Clark Gable, that's who. I'll show you I wasn't lying.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gable. Mr. Gable, it's me again. I want you to talk to my husband. Here, George.
Hello, Mr. Gable.
Yeah?
Did you tell my wife I could play the lead in the Hucksters?
Sure.
Well, gee, thanks, Mr. Gable. What can I do for you?
Call me whenever you need a taxi.
Taxi? Aren't you Clark Gable, the actor?
No, I'm Charlie Gable, the cab driver.
I see. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Gracie, Mr. Gable drives a taxi.
Realizes he's through in pictures, huh?
He never was in pictures. You got the wrong Gable. This guy is Charlie Gable.
Then Clark Gable isn't short and fat and...
No, he's tall and handsome. Well, do you still think I can take Gable's place?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Certainly. You can drive a taxi.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop.
Gracie, I'm glad you gave up the silly idea. I could never replace Clark Gable in the Hucksters.
I haven't given up. I've changed my mind. After all, there's only one difference between you and Gable. He's got a mustache.
Gracie, from the lip down, we're not exactly twins either. His neck is bigger. His shoulders are bigger. His chest is bigger.
Don't worry. When you get down to your feet, he won't be in your class.
And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations. Get Bird's Eye. Get Bird's Eye green beans or wax beans. Both of them have that garden fresh goodness. Both of them come stringless and clean, ready to cook in tempting 1-inch cuts. 1 box of Bird's Eye green or wax beans serves 4 people. Get summer sweet Bird's Eye green beans or wax beans tomorrow. Remember,
It can't be the same if it ain't got that name. Get Bird's Eye frosted goods.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Got to hurry. Must smash a racket in the ring.
Ladies winner, Danny Cannon!
Danny Cannon, I wish you'd give up prize fighting.
Oh, Sally, don't start that again. I won last night, and Tank Dolan says
Tank Dolan, that's all I hear. Fighting and Tank Dolan.
Well, he's my manager, ain't he?
He's a crook.
He is not.
That's what the Sentinel sports editor calls him.
Well, I ain't seen it in print.
The only reason why not is because there's no proof. But I've heard him many times. After all, I work here at the Sentinel.
At the switchboard? What kind of a job is that?
Better than some I know.
Oh, now listen, honey. You keep on being sore at me because I quit my job here on the paper.
I told you not to.
A little two-bit job. Office boy to a mail clerk.
You have to start someplace.
It's too slow. Look, Sally, I did all right in the amateurs, didn't I? Now I'm in the pro game. I'll be making money. Plenty of money. We can get married.
How much did you make last night?
Well, I
Fighting 2-3 nights a week. Why, you're so thin you look like a shadow.
train fine, that's all.
Oh, give up. We can't stand here arguing in the hallway outside of Mr. Reed's office.
Now listen, honey, you gotta believe in me.
Dan, what's wrong?
I don't know. You sort of woozy all of a sudden, like a.
Dan, you...
Here, what is it?
Mr. Reed, he fainted.
Chauffeur snakes.
Hey, take his feet, Axford.
I got him.
Open that door. Into my office. Careful of the door, Axford.
Dan, darling.
Hey, boss, I've been wanting to... Holy mackerel, who's that? Turn that chair around, Lowry.
Sure.
What happened, Mr. Reed?
Careful, Axford.
All right.
Will it be all right?
Got some water.
The poor lad. We was coming out of the elevator when he fainted.
Rub his other wrist, Lowry. Yeah. He'll be all right.
Here's the water, Mr. Reed. I put some ammonia in it.
Good, that'll fix it.
He's coming too.
Dan?
Here, drink this.
Oh, I'm okay. I just...
Drink it. How'd it happen, kid? Do you faint
He
often?
never has before.
I guess I'm trained a little too fine, that's all.
Oh, you're the kid who used to work here and quit to be a fighter.
Yeah, thanks. I'm feeling okay.
You look awfully pale. Why should he faint? Oh, I was so scared.
When did you eat last?
Huh?
You had anything all day? Or yesterday?
Well,
Holy crow.
Dan, is that it?
Oh, let me alone. I'm okay, I tell you.
You'll be a lot better after you got a solid meal.
Shall I call the restaurant, Mr. Reed?
That takes too long. Axford.
Yeah?
You take this youngster downstairs. Get him a meal, a good one.
On the expense account, Reed?
Of course.
Golly, come on, youngster. We both eat.
Oh, gosh, I don't need nothing.
I'll go with you, Dan.
Oh, just a moment, Miss...
That's Sally, Mr. Reed. She works on the switchboard.
Yes, you'll be all right, Sally. Come inside my office. Nothing to worry about now. Come in, Lowry. You too, Miss Kay. Right, boss.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Sally. Now, how'd this happen?
Dan used to work here, Mr. Reed, but he quit.
The turned fighter, eh?
I remember him. He made out pretty well in the last city amateurs.
He doesn't seem to be doing so well now.
Oh, it's terrible. He keeps on fighting and he doesn't get any money.
Thinks he's going to someday, is that it?
They all do.
You got any idea how much he got for his last fight, Sally?
Well, he wouldn't tell me, but I'm pretty sure he got $3.
Only $3?
It's his manager who's responsible. If it weren't for him, Dan would never have quit.
His manager?
Yes. Tank Dolan. He's got a
Tank
lot
Dolan? That termite?
Who's Tank Dolan, Lowry?
The kind of an insect that crawls out of the woodwork. Rats like him give the fight game a bad name.
Lowry, can you get in touch with this fellow Dolan?
Sure, he always hangs out at Stanner's gym.
Get over there. Find out what he has to say about this youngster.
Now, boss?
Right now. If he's making a business of exploiting young kids, it's time someone called a halt.
Dan's not the only one, Mr. Reed. Dolan has a lot of others, too.
That's enough for me. He'll talk or I'll use him for a punching bag. Hey, you. Where's Dolan?
Who wants to know?
Come on. Stop socking that bag. I'm a reporter from the Sentinel. I want to talk
A reporter? How about a story on me? Bat Caffrey, that's me. Future lightweight champ.
Yeah, far in the future.
A wise guy, huh?
Have it your own way. Where's Tank Dolan, or do I have to page him?
Through that door.
Thanks. Mr. Dolan, I believe.
Yeah, I'm Dolan. What can I do for you?
My name's Lowry from the Daily Sentinel. I'd like to ask you some questions about...
Oh, about the fight game, huh? Always glad to talk to the press.
And that's what I came for.
Oh, I got a stable of fighters as big as any guy in the country. Make a good story.
Oh, not for me, Dolan. I came about... Oh, wait a minute. Come to think of it, I am interested in your stable.
You are?
Sure. How many fighters do you have?
Right now, I got 24.
What?
That's right. I ain't one of them one-shot managers.
You managed to keep them busy?
Busy? Why, like a bear after honey, that's how busy my boys are.
But how? Most fighters fight once a month, even less.
No, you don't get it. I specialize in club fights.
Club fights?
Yeah. You see, there's plenty of kids aching to be fighters. The country's full of them. Kids who get tired of being amateurs.
So I gathered from... I mean, I heard about
And
that.
there's plenty of clubs around all the cities who want to put on fights, but they ain't got the dough for a big-time card. You understand?
So you provide the show, huh?
That's the angle. The kids are pro fighters. They get experience, and then they...
And what? How about the money?
Huh?
What do you pay those kids?
Same like every other club fight manager in the country. A straight 50-50 split.
50-50 maybe, but not straight.
Now, listen here.
You deduct expenses first, don't you?
Oh, sure.
And that leaves how much?
What is this? You ain't here for no interview.
Sure I am, but I'm after the truth. You're playing those kids for suckers, aren't you?
Well, they get the best of care.
Yeah, $3 for a 10-round fight.
Who's been lying about me?
Oh, it's a lie, is it?
Now, listen. I got my license to manage fighters straight from the State Boxing Commission. Honest Dolan, that's what they call me.
Ever hear of a kid named Cannon?
Cannon?
He fainted because he was hungry. One of your boys, Dolan.
Now, look, I'm kind of busy. Me and the boxing commissioner, Brill, is going to lunch.
What about Cannon? He fought last night for $3.
That ain't so. I treat all my kids on the square. I manage them right, and I promote them club fights right. Just like anybody that's interested in the future of the fight game.
That's your story, huh? Why, you little worm.
Now, hey, don't you try nothing. Hey, Bat Caffrey.
Don't worry, I won't hit you.
What's the matter, Dolan?
This monkey's getting tough.
Oh, the wise guy, huh?
Save it for the ring, Pug. I wouldn't touch him with a fishing pole.
Why,
out of my way.
What?
Plenty of fresh air in here, but it still smells bad. And if you want to know why, Dolan, it's you.
That snooping reporter coming around and kicking up a fuss.
Who you calling, Dolan?
Now, you get out of here. I'm calling the commissioner, and I don't want you around.
Okay.
Hello?
Brill, this is Dolan talking. I got a beef.
Oh, yes, Dolan. What about?
Well, some wise guy reporter was in here asking questions.
Questions? About you?
Yeah, the wrong kind of questions, though. I got to see you right away.
Well, lunch indeed.
Not for lunch. This is private business.
Oh. Well, I don't think it's
Now,
wise.
don't stall me, Brill. I got plenty on you. You know it. I got a good thing, and I'm going to keep it, see? It's up to you. Now, do you see?
Yes, I understand, Dolan. I'm glad you explained all this to me. It won't do for the Daily Sentinel to start headlines.
I'll toss that cannon out on his ear and let him talk then.
No. They'd capitalize on that.
What then? You got a better idea?
Perhaps.
Spill it.
What sort of a fighter is this Cannon?
Oh, a kid. No savvy.
Does he look like this picture?
Yeah?
Well, does he?
No, this guy's dark and black hair. Cannon's blonde as they come, and maybe 5 pounds lighter, too.
I mean in general build. The way he holds his hands.
Yeah, sort of.
That's the answer, Dolan.
I don't get it.
Dolan, you have a new fighter. From South America. The Pampas Panther.
This guy!
This picture's an authentic one. But I happen to know that the fighter himself is right now out of circulation. Very conveniently.
Well, maybe I'm dumb, but what's this got to do with Cannon?
Dolan, if the Sentinel gets hold of Cannon now, they can raise a fuss.
Well, sure they can. Plenty. That's why I'm seeing you.
But if Cannon disappears and turns up as someone else, say someone from South America.
What for?
This Pampas Panther, for instance.
Well, you mean shove Cannon in as this guy?
It could be done.
Oh.
Suppose he meets, say, Bat Caffrey under this name.
Bat would pin his ears back.
Precisely. But the odds would be on the Pampas Panther. We could use his old record.
Hey, I get it. We put our dough on Caffrey and clean up.
And Cannon becomes so involved he don't dare squawk. Yeah, but one thing. Can you talk Cannon into this?
Can I? That kid's a sucker. He'll think it's on the level. Plenty of fighters work under a ring name. You just leave it to me, Brill. Just leave it to me.
Hey, boss. This club fight racket's the last straw.
Then it is a racket?
Sure it is, but try and get proof.
Did you see Dolan?
Yeah, and got no place. And the same result with one of the boxing commissioners.
What did the commissioner say?
A lot of nothing. He said they try to supervise these club fights properly, but there are so many of them
The
that
commissioner admitted lack of supervision?
That's what Commissioner Brill said. If you ask me, Brill and Dolan are too pally anyway.
Brill, huh? Well, he's the one commissioner that might be. You better have another talk with Cannon.
I've been trying to all afternoon after I left the commissioner. I can't locate him.
Cannon?
No place around. So I gave up for the day and came back.
Huh.
Well, at least Tank Dolan's had a scare.
Yeah? Look at this.
A photograph. A fighter called the Pampas Panther.
Some handle, huh? That's what Dolan told him. It's publicity. This fighter's booked to meet Bat Caffrey.
So Dolan didn't draw in his horns.
Not according to this.
Yeah, but what's suspicious about another fight?
Bat Caffrey. If you ask me, Caffrey is working for Dolan, too.
It's impossible. His press release says his manager...
I know what it says, but I have a hunch Caffrey's manager, whoever he is nothing but a stooge for Dolan. When I called on Dolan, he yelled for Caffrey to toss me out.
Oh, from what you say about Dolan, most of his business is phony.
Sure. That's where he gets his name, Tank.
Tank?
Yeah. When a fighter loses a bout deliberately, he takes a dive.
Oh, yeah. Goes in the tank.
Maybe he's going to pull the same stunt with Caffrey and this Panther guy.
Uh-huh.
What gets me, boss, is the way this South American pug showed up.
What do you mean?
He's a big enough fighter to rate advance publicity. Yet the first thing we hear about him, he's already in this country booked for a fight.
Reed. Oh, golly, Reed. I got some news. That poor little tyke, Sally.
What about it?
You'll have to excuse me for busting in this way, Reed, but she was crying.
About Cannon?
I seen her, right beside the switchboard, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief and reading a note.
Oh, will you get to the point, Axford? A note from whom? About what?
Suffering snakes. Who do you think? Young Danny Cannon. He said in the note he was leaving town and he wasn't coming back till he was a success.
Cannon's gone out of town. Are you sure?
That's what the note said.
What do you mean, boss? Are you sure?
Well, Cannon leaves a note. The very same day, a South American fighter turns up under the same manager with no advance ballyhoo.
Holy mackerel, boss. You don't think there's a tie-up?
Just wondering, Lowry. Perhaps Cannon hasn't really left town. Perhaps he's right here in town, hidden away, using another name. A name like the Pampas Panther.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a moment. Now to continue our story. Several weeks later, just before the Pampas Panther was to meet Bat Caffrey, Lowry talked to Britt Reed after an unsuccessful attempt to get into Caffrey's training camp.
It's no use, boss. We can't find Cannon anyplace.
Dropped out of sight, eh? Did you go to the South Americans training camp?
Yeah, it was a good hunch, but it didn't pan out.
You're certain this fighter isn't really Cannon?
Cannon's light. This guy's dark as a cup of coffee.
Well, it's possible to change a man's coloring.
But
and
how
his hair as well, easily.
Well, that's true enough. But we even had this kid Sally there.
You and Axford?
Golly, Reed, if she couldn't be sure it was Cannon up there in the ring, nobody can.
Well, couldn't she find out by talking to her?
She didn't get a chance. The closest you could come to that fighter is a good 200 yards.
And keep him closely guarded, eh?
Yeah, they call it secret training.
Doran says the Pampas Panther's busy developing a no punch.
Yeah, it'll be too bad if Cannon is posing as this other fighter.
Yeah.
The boxing commission will ruin him for life.
Golly, Reed, it'll be a disgrace. Cannon mixed up in a phony fake.
That poor kid. If he is in on this, and we don't know for sure, he's being played for a sucker by Dolan.
You're right, Lowry. But the commission ain't going to take Cannon's word for it that he's innocent.
Now, hold on, you two. This is all pure conjecture.
Huh? Pure? What did you say, Reed?
Pure conjecture.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought you said. It sure is. Every bit of it. That's what I was thinking myself. What does it mean, that word?
Well, we're just guessing that Cannon is posing as the Pampas Panther.
We'll know when he steps through the ropes.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised, but what we're completely wrong about this.
Wrong? But, boss, you were the one who started it.
Still, I have a feeling we may be wrong.
Holy crow, Reed. You mean it won't be Cannon who goes into the ring?
Exactly that, Axford, but we'll wait and see.
That evening, Britt Reed went to his apartment.
The Green Hornet mask and the gun. Right where Cato put them. The gun's loaded. Good. And the Black Beauty waiting below. Yeah, Axford was right about Cannon. If he should be posing as the Pampas Panther, he'd be incriminated with Dolan. And yet I'm sure the boy is innocent of any actual intention to pull a fake. And Cannon may be masquerading as a South American fighter, but he must not appear in that ring. The Green Hornet is taking a hand. And by the time the bell rings for that fight, Dolan and Brill will wish they'd never heard of the Green Hornet.
Tank Dolan's training camp lay only a short distance from the city. When Britt Reed arrived, Dolan was having an argument.
Listen, Dolan, I'm beginning to hear rumors. I thought this business of having me become the Pampas Panther was on the level.
Sure it is, Cannon. Publicity build-up. There's a million guys around like you used to be, just a plain fighter. Turning you into the Pampas Panther gives you color, interest.
You told me there wasn't a real fighter by that name. I heard there was.
Well, where'd you learn that?
From the papers. You couldn't keep all the news out of this training camp.
All right, wise guy, you know. So what?
Well, I'm getting out.
You're in too deep already, kid. Who'd believe you?
Why, everyone will.
Nobody will, and you know it. You're hooked, kid.
Why, you crooked rat.
Easy with the dukes. You're in, kid. You're in deep. Spill the beans on us, and the commission smacks down on you, too.
If I'd known what you were planning, I'd never...
Now, go on. Scram.
I'm going. But get this, Dolan. I'll go through with this because you got me in a spot. But I'm fighting Caffrey on the level, see? I ain't taking one of your dives no matter what.
The dumb palooka. He don't have to dive. Caffrey will knock him slap happy anyway. Who's there? I thought I heard something.
Turn around, Dolan.
Huh? Who's the devil? Masked.
Recognize it, Dolan?
You're the Green Hornet.
So you and Brill are betting against your man.
That ain't so.
Don't lie. I heard you talking after Cannon went in and before.
You heard?
The wise money's all on the Pampas Panther, Dolan. You know that, of course.
Yeah, I know.
So are the odds. Suppose some of the boys around town learn that your fighter isn't the real Pampas Panther.
Now listen, Hornet. You ain't gonna tell them.
Why shouldn't I?
Nobody's gonna find out. We sink this kid out of sight right after the bout.
The Hornet has found out.
Now, look, don't tell them, huh? You're a smart crook, Hornet. Here's your chance to clean up.
Like you and Brill?
Yeah, sure. Bet on Caffrey. Only don't give us away.
You're a rat, Dolan.
Hey, what are you doing?
What makes you think I'll work with you?
What are you driving at?
Some people don't like the way you're handling things.
You ain't working for the gambling ring.
You're going with me, Dolan.
Put down the gas.
No.
You can't. Try that, will you? Let go my throat out.
You'll call nobody, Dolan. Take it.
Gas. I can't breathe.
Yeah, he's out. It's a good thing I gassed him before he roused the whole camp. Now, I'll get him safely away and keep him out of sight until the fight. The next step is to get Brill on the phone. With the two of them mistrusting each other, things may turn out all right.
Britt Reed took Dolan to a cheap rooming house behind the fight arena. He bound and gagged him. Later that same evening, after first removing the Green Hornet mask, he phoned Commissioner Brill. And when he finished his conversation...
There now. The commissioner thinks Dolan is up to some tricky business. Let Dolan get the same impression about the commissioner before I bound and gagged him. One more call. After that, the Green Hornet will play his role in a crowded fight arena.
On the evening of the fight, Britt Reed and Axford went to the arena. With them were Lowry and the telephone operator, Sally. While the last preliminary was underway, Britt Reed excused himself on the pretext of seeing some friends, then made his way to one of the dressing rooms beneath the arena. Before donning his Green Hornet mask, he listened at the door.
I don't get it, Lefty. What are you doing here? What's the idea of rubbing that stain on your body?
I got a phone call, kid. From the boss.
Dolan?
I'm going in as the Pampas Panther tonight. Not you.
Is that why we're here alone?
What else?
Scram out of here.
Yeah, but Dolan told me last night at the training camp. I didn't want to go through with it, and he said I got it.
He changed his mind. He said somebody might spot you. Now, I'm from out west. Nobody knows me here.
I won't do it.
Them's orders, kid.
No, this is my fight, and I'm going...
Hey, the lights.
Who is
Take it, Cannon. What's going on?
Yeah, I can't breathe.
Who are you?
Shut up, Lefty.
You got your orders? Oh. You're working for Dolan, eh? I'm going outside. I shove Cannon through that window. I'll see that he doesn't interfere. You'll be out there to get him? You do your job, that's all. Okay. Dolan's sure a smart apple, ain't he? Yeah, he thinks he is. Now get busy with Cannon. You're doing the ring any minute.
Britt Reed left the dressing room and raced outside. In the dark, deserted alley, Cannon was just recovering.
What happened?
You take my advice and get out, Cannon.
Huh?
Leave now and no one will identify you as the Pampas Panther. Dolan will no longer have any hold on you.
Yeah, I'll get out. Thanks a lot. I wish I knew who you were. So dark here.
If you saw who's helping you, you wouldn't be so thankful. Just get out. Never mind the rest.
Well, here we are, folks, at the ringside. The second round of the feature bout between the Pampas Panther and Bat Caffrey. Both men are still in the corner. Oh, there's the bell. Caffrey comes out to the middle of the ring. His eyes still swollen with the Panther. There, another one. Again, and the right to the breadbasket. The Pampas Panther's giving Caffrey an awful pain.
That can't be young Cannon. Caffrey's taking a beating.
It doesn't look like Danny.
Sure, it must be Danny.
We'll see after the fight.
Oh, we can tell now, boss. That guy up there must be the real Pampas Panther. Look at him knock Caffrey around.
That won't be long now. Yeah, I spoke to Laughlin, the head commissioner. He'll meet us outside the dressing room as soon as the fight's over.
I can't figure this out, boss. I could have sworn Dolan was pulling a pony. Yet this fight doesn't look fixed.
Yeah, there's more than one way to fix a fight, Lowry. We'll find out soon enough just how crooked Dolan is.
Hey, Reed, look at him over there. Ain't he talking to Commissioner Brill?
He is, Exford? Well, he appears to be burned up about something.
And this looks like the finish, folks. Caffrey is reeling in a neutral corner. His opponent after him like the Panther he's aimed for. Caffrey's guard is down. He's out on his feet. And there, the referee's moving in now. He's pushing the South American boy away. Yes, a technical knockout. The referee stops the fight and awards to the Pampas Panther on a technical KO. And that's the finish, folks. Wait just a minute now. Here comes the announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner, the Pampas Panther!
And there you have it, folks. There you have it. Now the crowd's milling around trying to get near the ring. But the police are doing a good job holding everyone back. And there goes the winner down the aisle with his manager, Dolan, protected by a group of policemen. Commissioner Brill is with him, too. Well, that's strange. Dolan should be grinning all over now that his man has won. Instead, he's got a face like a thundercloud.
Now, Lefty, we're inside the dressing room. Now, spill it.
Take it easy, Dolan. You phoned me to go in as the Pampas Panther and take Caffrey. Dolan told you. Sure he did. I just followed orders. So that's it, huh, Dolan? Double-crossed me, did you?
It wasn't me that pulled a double cross, Brill.
Had it all planned, didn't you? Pretending you were betting on Caffrey the way I did. Then you turn around and substitute Lefty. You switch your bets and leave me holding the bag.
You're screwy, Brill. This whole frame-up was your idea.
Mine?
Sure. You and the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet? The Hornet? What has he to do with it?
Don't pretend, Brill. You sent the Hornet to the training camp last night. You had him keep me bound and gagged in that rooming house.
You're crazy.
Don't tell me. The Hornet hinted as much just before the fight.
Before the fight?
Sure. How do you think I got to the ringside? The Hornet came in and untied me. He was pretty cagey, masked and all. But he mentioned your name.
So that's why you accused me at the ringside.
I did. Soon as I saw what was going on.
I don't believe it. I've lost plenty on this, Dolan.
Well, so have I.
I'll smash you for this. You can't double-cross me and get away with it. I'll expose your entire racket, the way you run those club fights of yours.
Try it. I got plenty on you. Whose idea was this scheme in the first place?
It was mine, all right. But you're still through. Don't forget I'm still boxing commissioner here.
I heard that, Brill. You're through as boxing commissioner in this state. And that comes straight from the head commissioner himself.
Just a minute, Lachlan. I haven't done anything wrong.
Sure, Mr. Lachlan. Me and Brill, we were just talking.
Golly, you sure were.
We were outside. We heard every word of it.
Listen, Mr. Lachlan, how about me? I fought a straight fight. I ain't done nothing wrong.
You posed as someone else, didn't you?
Well,
I know Pampas Panther. I'll bet you don't know what a pampas is, or a panther either.
Okay. I'll tell you the works.
It won't be necessary.
Dolan, you and your whole crooked racket are smashed higher than a kite.
I'll say it is, with an 8-column headline, boss.
You can't prove it. I'll see my lawyer.
Oh, shut up, Brill. They got us.
Completely, Dolan.
Come along, all of you. I'm starting this investigation right now. That means you too, Lefty.
Okay.
Go along, Lowry. Phone the story in.
Right, boss, and it'll be a honey.
Suffering snakes, Reed. I just thunk of something.
Yes, Exford?
Well, if this here South American fighter ain't young Danny Cannon, and he ain't, then where in the world is Danny at?
Why ask me, Exford?
Ah, poor Sally. I guess she ain't never going to see him again.
Oh, I don't know, Exford. Never's a long time. For all we know, he may be on his way back to Sally right now.
Street paper! Big fighter exposed! Shake up intermission brings reform! Read all about it! Crooks under arrest! Green Hornet still alert! Sentinel X Street paper!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. The situations and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons or events of the past or present is coincidental.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The western part of the United States has known cowboys, trappers, and miners. railroad builders, empire builders, and soldiers. But of the whole adventurous group in the glorious history of that wild territory, one figure stands out above all the rest, the figure of the masked rider of justice. The story of his life is the story of daring in dangerous places. His exploits have been told and retold through the generations. And now the Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! There's trouble between the ranchers and the sheepmen! Hi-yo, Silver! We heard the Lone Ranger call out that the old feud between the raisers of cattle and the raisers of sheep was causing trouble. Maggie Morton was the leader of the group that fed sheep on the range. She was a woman of strong character. She ruled the sheep herders with an iron hand. She kept the ranchers from grasping the entire rangeland for themselves. And it was due to her influence alone that open warfare had not broken out between the two factions. In our opening scene, we find Maggie receiving a guest in her home. He is Pete Prindle, one of the most important cattlemen in the district.
I just dropped in to see how you was doing these days, Maggie.
You're a doggone fibber, Pete Prindle, and you know it. In the first place, you don't give a hang how I'm doing. You got some other reason for coming here, and whatever it is, my answer's no.
Now, hold on, Maggie.
Another thing. As far as you're concerned, the name ain't Maggie. The name's Miss Martin. Savvy that?
You got the wrong idea, you doggone...
That'll do. Good day to you, Prindle. There's the door, and shut it tight behind you.
You old fire-eater. You don't give a man a chance to talk to you. Where do you get off telling the cattlemen where to head in?
I'll tell you whatever I want to. You being a cattleman now don't no ways make you on the level. Now clear out before I decide to unlimber one of my 6 guns.
All right. That's the way you feel about it. You can go ahead and lose your doggone sheep.
Reckon if I did, I'd lose him in spite of anything you'd say or do. You'd be tickled pink.
All right, then. All right, if that's the way you feel about it.
I'll have my sheep, and so will all my friends in the sheep-herding business. And we'll still be selling wool when the last of you ornery cowmen has seen your critters made into hamburger. Now get!
All right, then. You wait.
Wait nothing. If you hanker to start something, just let me know, and I'll meet you more than halfway. Might be interesting to you to know I'm getting all the sheep herders around here organized, just like your cattlemen.
All right. You'll see.
And shut that door behind you, and tell that bow-legged, sawed-off galoot that's waiting for you that he ain't fetched back the frying pan he borrowed from me a month ago.
Reckon it's me she means, Pete.
Yeah. What'd you borrow a frying pan from her for?
Oh, Pete, Maggie's all right. You just don't savvy her. There's a woman I could marry if she'd have me.
Blamed old wildcat.
Only reason I wanted to borrow a frying pan from Maggie was to get a chance to talk to her.
You're a blame fool, Em Frisbee.
Maybe I am a blame fool, but I sure can find a woman that knows how to cook, and Maggie's it.
She don't know you're alive.
I know. It's downright discouraging.
What's more, you send back her frying pan. I don't want you to have no more to do with her, savvy?
Oh, now, Pete.
I'm counting on you to help me drive her and all the other sheep herders out of this region. See she gets back her frying pan and don't have nothing more to do with her.
All right, boss, if them's orders.
Them's orders. Concerned sheep herders. If that's so, none of the cows will drink from the water holes around here. And by the time them sheep's done grazing, they ain't a square meal for a cow. Get up there. Come on.
Get up. Pete?
Well?
You said something about driving off the sheep herders.
Yeah, I got a scheme in mind. Take organization and cash.
What's your scheme?
Ain't no use telling it yet. I got to get all the cowmen together and have a meeting. Then I'll tell them what my scheme is and how we'll work it.
Well, if it takes cash, there ain't much chance putting it over. Money's pretty scarce.
Maybe money's scarce, so is rangeland. Won't be no rangeland for cattle if them sheep's around here much longer.
I suppose so, but I...
Well, you what? Get up there. Come on, get on. You what, Lem?
I hate to see Maggie pulling out.
Well, blasted lovesick to loot.
She sure can cook.
So can the Chinaman I got over at my ranch.
And Maggie can do a good day's work. She'd sure make a man a good wife.
Never mind thinking about a wife. Think about what we'll do with cows if the sheep ain't drove out. I tell you, Lem, we got to get the cattlemen organized and work a scheme on Maggie Martin and the rest of the sheep herders.
I'll bet you Maggie'd have some thought for me if it wasn't for the foreman of her ranch. Dad, rat it, Jim Potter shining up to her every chance he gets. To think the woman I hanker to marry has to be raising sheep.
It was evening of the same day when Jim Potter, the foreman of Maggie's sheep ranch, entered the house. He drew up his chair before a table filled with good food.
Darn nice of you to invite me into the house for meals, Maggie.
Shucks. There's satisfaction in cooking up a meal for a good eater. Help yourself to the victuals and get some gravy on 'em, then fall to. I'll talk while you eat. You seen Pete Prindle leaving here this afternoon, didn't you?
Yeah, I seen him. What do you want?
He didn't get to say. I run him out before he could get to talking. I can't be spiling the disposition of the sheep by letting ornery cowmen around here.
Maggie, them cattlemen are scheming something. We gotta watch 'em close.
Ain't nothing they can do. We're here, and we're going to stay here. If the cowmen don't like it, let 'em hunt new grazing.
They resent us being here something awful.
What about it? We got our sheepmen organized. They'll all stick together.
Yeah, but...
But what?
Well, the cattlemen are scheming something new.
They are?
Sure. Fact is, I heard from one of the boys they're holding a meeting tonight.
Where?
At Pete Prindle's house.
What are they going to do there?
Well, that's what I'm worried about. They'll be plotting against us, Maggie. Doggone it, they're going to be plotting against us for sure.
They can plot against us all they want, but they can't drive us out in here. We got land right from the government, and we're going to stick. Now, don't you worry about it, Jim. Fill up your plate again and get yourself around some more of that fancy cooking.
Well, that ain't hard to do.
Jim, did you hear that? That hombre was right outside the window, heard everything we said.
That same evening, Pete Prindle and 20 of the cattlemen in the district held their meeting in Prindle's home. Again, the Lone Ranger, seated astride Silver outside an open window, could hear all that was being said.
All right, gents. Quiet down now, will you?
Quiet down, gents. Mr. Prindle has something important to say to you boys.
Hush up, you hombres. Let's hear what Prindle has to say.
Go ahead, Pete.
Now, gents, here's the situation. If we aim to survive in this part of the country, we got to get rid of all the sheep. Grass Creek ain't fit for cattle as it is. Cows and sheep can't live together. That's all there is to it. It's a case of get rid of the sheep or move away ourselves.
What's your scheme, Pete? We don't want to shove off for new diggings.
We ain't a-going to shove off. Now, my scheme will take a heap of money, but it's a sure one.
What is it?
Let's hear it.
We'll buy up all the sheep.
Buy them? How can we buy them?
What can we do with them? What do we use for cash? That don't sound like good sense.
I wouldn't own a sheep any sooner than I'd own a nest of rattlesnakes.
Now, wait. Let me finish my scheme. I got it all mapped out. Them sheep herders figure on selling wool, don't they?
Sure, but they...
All right, boys. We buy up all that wool.
Buy the wool?
Oh, what'll we do with the wool?
Pete, I don't savvy that sort of scheme. We can't get the wool without taking the sheep. We won't be no better off than we are now.
No, hold on. I got a friend in the East, and he can find out just what the price of wool is going to be. Whatever it is, we'll see to it that the sheepmen get word it's a whole lot less than that. You savvy? Then we deal with them. Lem Frisbee can get to talk to Maggie Martin and pass the word on to her.
What word? What am I going to pass on to her?
Now, look. Say, for example, wool's going to be 10 cents a pound this year.
Yeah, 10 cents a pound.
Then what?
I'll find out that from my friend in the East before Maggie Martin does. When she hears what the price of wool's to be, she don't get the word straight. She'll hear it's maybe 6 cents a pound.
Then what?
Then, Lem, is when you call on her. We'll make a deal with her and all the other sheep herders to buy wool. All they got of it. It may be 8 cents a pound. All we'll have to pay is about half a cent a pound cash down. Then we'll sell it again and make a profit.
2 cents a pound cash profit for all the wool in this part of the country? Ginger, That'll count up.
Can't make money no easier.
And then when Maggie Martin sees what we done, she won't never speak to me again.
You keep her trap shut, Lem. Listen to what we're going to do. Never mind your romancing with Maggie Martin. I ain't through with my scheme yet.
There better be more to it, Pete. It still don't drive the sheep out of here.
No, of course it don't. But when the sheep herders find that we're buying their wool at 8 cents a pound, when they can sell it at a market price of 10, what do you suppose they'll do?
I don't know.
What will they do?
They'll be doggone glad if we let them out of the deal so they can get the higher price, won't they? Sure. All right, then. We'll let them sell the wool for the market price if they agree to pull stakes and hunt for new fields for grazing.
By Ginger Pete, that sure is slick.
For the extra 2 cents they make, they'll move to new fields and be doggone glad to do it.
And maybe Maggie Martin won't even know there was a scheme afoot. Maybe I can still shine up to her.
Lem, you can make her think it's your influence with the cattlemen that helped her and her friends out in the bad bargain they made.
Slickest scheme I ever heard of.
We ain't out a cent, you see. We get back what we pay for the options. We get rid of the sheep herders. We keep the country for ourselves. Now, if any of you gents ain't for the scheme, say so now. If you are, just let me know how much cash you can raise. We got to get ready to buy them options.
We've tried everything else to get rid of them sheep, but nothing's ever drove them off.
Cash will do it.
Your scheme can't fail.
And if I do say so myself, it's the best darn scheme I ever had.
When the Lone Ranger had learned the plans of the cattlemen, he raced to his small camp. There he met Tonto, who had gathered information about the sheep herders. The faithful Indian repeated what he had discovered.
It's as I thought, Tonto. Those people are deserving of our help.
Them plenty brave. Have plenty trouble raise sheep.
And the cattlemen have made all the trouble. Furthermore, this country isn't well suited to cattle. If the cattlemen move on now, it'll be the best thing for them in the end.
That's right.
South of here, everything is suited to the raising of cattle. The plan I have will be the best for everyone concerned.
What you plan?
We must learn a few things more about Pete Prindle, and then we'll be ready to act.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The cattlemen, under the leadership of Pete Prindle, and the sheep herders, led by Maggie Martin, were struggling for the control of the range. Prindle suggested to his associates that, through a trick, they buy all the wool in the territory for a price under its market value. Then, when Maggie learned the wool's real worth, they proposed to allow her to get the extra profit in exchange for a promise to move the sheep to another district. The Lone Ranger, however, knew that the range was better fitted for sheep than cattle, and decided to aid the sheep herders. Our next scene takes place several weeks later. Maggie was in the kitchen of her home when Jim Potter entered with a visitor, Lem Frisbee.
What's this I hear about you and your no-account cattle-raising friends getting organized, Lem?
Do you know what the boys are aiming to do for you sheep herders? Buy the wool you got this year.
Buy it? You gone loco? What did you critters want with wool?
Well, we figured on trying to make a little money on wool, that's all. You see, Maggie, Pete Prindle figured you'd be learning the market price on wool inside the next week or so. Then maybe you'd just as soon deal with him as ship east.
What's he think of paying?
Oh, couldn't say. Reckon about the market price.
If he's willing to pay my price for it, he can have it. Ain't no reason why we shouldn't deal with cattlemen. Their money's as good as any other.
I reckon what you decide about selling the wool will be all right with the rest of the sheep raisers, won't it, Maggie?
I've always done all their thinking for 'em, like as not always will. That's why I'm head of the Sheep Growers Association.
That's what we sort of figured. Now, as soon as you get the price of wool, we can deal with you. Save you all the trouble of shipping it. Take it right off in your hands.
When I get the price, I'll let you know. Now you set yourself down there and start eating. I suppose you come here hankering for food. Well, you better do it justice, or I'll take it as an insult to my cooking.
After enjoying a meal with Maggie, Lem returned to Prindle's ranch and made his report.
So you see, Pete, she was perfectly willing to deal with us.
I thought she would be.
As long as we pay her price.
She'll think we'll be paying a plenty high price for it. I got word from my friend in the East. Come by Pony Express.
Well, how'll Maggie get her information, Pete?
Here's the way it's arranged. Next week sometime, the Pony Express will bring me the price on wool. At the same time, it'll bring a price to Maggie. But the price she'll get won't be the real price. The real price will go out by stage. Same way it's always done. But the stage will be a couple of weeks longer in getting here.
She'll be at least another 2 weeks getting her real information.
Yeah, the right information. She'll get some information before that on the Pony Express, you savvy?
Yeah, I reckon so.
It's easy to savvy, Lem. Maggie'll get a message telling her the price on wool's 6 cents a pound this year. My friend in the East said it'd be at least 10 cents a pound with things as they are. It might go as high as 20 cents a pound.
20 cents a pound?
Yeah. We can make ourselves a fortune before we're done. Might be better to keep the wool and take a profit instead of getting the sheep herders to move.
You say Maggie'll think the market price is 6 cents?
Yeah. And I'll make her an offer. It'll be enough below the real market price so we can make a profit. She'll be blame glad to get out of the options she's given us. I've got enough cash from the boys to pay for the options. I've got the message I want sent to Maggie all fixed up, and it's already on its way to my friend in the East. He'll send it to her by the Pony Rider. The same time he sends me the real price.
Doggone good thing there's such a thing as a Pony Express.
Yeah, we couldn't put the deal across otherwise. I gotta have some way of getting the price before Maggie gets it by the stage. But everything's working out just slick.
Tonto was hidden nearby during the conversation between Prindle and Lem. He repeated what he'd learned to the Lone Ranger, and the masked man waited near the Pony Express station for several days. Then at last, one of the Pony Riders brought his horse to a rearing halt and tossed out 2 letters.
2 pieces of mail for this station.
Well, that's downright unusual. Who's getting mail besides Pete Prindle?
Maggie Martin. Letter for her and a letter for Pete. My horse ready?
All ready.
I'm on my way. Get up there.
Yeah, letter for Maggie Martin, eh?
I'll take that to
You
her.
what the...
I said I'd deliver it to Maggie.
A masked man. See here, you
I'm
can't...
not going to rob the mails. Give me that letter.
Where'd you come from?
I've been waiting for that letter. I'll deliver it.
What, Dad, read it? Look here, stranger. If you don't deliver it, it means you've stolen the mail.
That'll be my worry. I'll Silver!
The Lone Ranger, mounted on Silver, thundered away from the station. Halfway to Maggie's home, he met Tonto and gave the faithful Indian a letter he had already prepared to substitute for the one brought by Pony Express.
Take this letter, Tonto, and deliver it as soon as possible.
Tonto do.
I have another letter here. I'll take this one to Pete Prindle.
That letter, you write?
Yes. Maggie won't notice the postmark on her letter, but Prindle will notice it on his. He'll see that there's been a substitution unless I handle it just right.
What you do?
I'll let him open his letter, and before he has a chance to read it, I'll try to act. Get that delivered to Maggie, Tonto, and we'll meet later in camp. Hi-yo!
Get him up, white feller!
Reckon that's the letter you was expecting, ain't it, Pete?
Yeah, when you come, Lem?
Just now. One of the boys fetched it up to the ranch house.
Well, let me see it. I'm anxious to find out just what the price on wool is going to be.
Yeah, me too.
I reckon Maggie got a letter in the same mail. She won't ever suspect it ain't the true price on wool that she got. Well, let me see. What does this say?
Raise your hands.
Leaping catfish.
What's this mean?
I said raise your hands. I'm here to look for something.
Look here, mister.
He's masked, Pete. He's likely an outlaw. You better do what he says.
I'm looking for a letter with money in it. Perhaps this is it.
You're wrong there, mister. Looks like you got the wrong tip there. There ain't no money in that.
I'll see.
You don't expect to get away with robbery in broad daylight like this, do you, mister?
Yes, I do. This isn't what I want.
I told you it
the
wasn't.
price on wool. You're welcome to that. Stand right where you are now. I'm leaving. I must have the wrong ranch house.
I reckon you have, mister.
Gosh, he come in fast and went out faster.
Let me see that letter before something else happens.
When the Lone Ranger left Prindle's house, he took with him the letter originally addressed to the cattleman and left behind one prepared by himself. Prindle read what he believed to be his friend's quotation on the price of wool, then went with Lem to call on Maggie. Maggie, surrounded by a group of her friends, came right to the point of the meeting.
Well, name your top price.
Well, now, Maggie, I don't know so much about the price on wool.
The heck you don't. You know as much about the price as I do. Name your figure. I'll take it or leave it.
Well, I might go as high as 10 cents a pound, speaking for all the cattlemen.
10 cents my eye. The price is 18 cents a pound. Take it or leave it.
We can't go that high, Maggie.
All right, then leave it. We'll sell in the east.
Pete, you know what that mess is.
What's agreed here stands, and no backing down. You savvy that?
I might go 14 cents.
You heard my price, 18.
Well, how's to split the price?
18 is the price, Prindle. No splitting difference or nothing else.
I'll go 16 cents a pound and not a penny higher.
What do you say, gents? Do you want to take 16? It's a go, then. 16 cents stands. Drop the option and pay over your money.
16 it is. Here's $1,000 cash money to bind the deal. Now, you agree to sell us every pound of wool that comes off in your critters.
That's what we do.
By darn, she's a good woman to deal with. She don't hedge or beat around the bush none.
You won't back down on the deal, will you, Maggie?
You heard what the deal was. I don't back down no more than you do.
Well, here's the money, and all these gents is witnesses. And now then, Maggie, here's the bad news for you.
What do you mean, bad news?
You sold your wool at 16 cents a pound, and it's selling at 20 cents a pound on the market.
20 cents a pound? Why, you're plumb loco. I got a letter today saying the market price was 15 cents a pound.
Yeah, you got a letter, but it ain't the right letter. The real price is 20 cents a pound. And you gotta stand by your deal. You got a lot of witnesses here. If you back down, you know what it'll mean.
You ornery coyote.
That letter you got wasn't genuine at all.
It told me the price was 15.
Yeah, but the real price is 20. Now then, if you and your friends want to get out of the bargain and make the extra 4 cents a pound by selling in the east, we cattlemen will let you do it if you promise to move out in this part of the country.
Just one moment.
Leaping snakes, Pete. There's that masked man.
Where'd you come from?
Just one moment. I have the letter here that came to you, Prindle. I took it when I called at your home and substituted the letter you have. I didn't give you a chance to see the real market price on wool.
What's this mean? Who is this masked man? What's this talk about the real market price?
This letter is the one the Pony Rider brought from the east. The price on wool is 12 cents a pound.
But my letter says...
Prindle, you know there were false letters sent, and you know that I changed them. Maggie told you her letter said the price would be 15 cents a pound. And you know very well the price that was sent to her was 6 cents a pound.
Great Scott, that's right. Maggie, let me see your letter.
Oh, here it is. Here it is, right here.
The letters were switched around.
You figured on swindling her. You thought the price would be 20, so you paid 16. And the real price is 12.
12 cents a pound.
12.
Leaping crowbait, and you bought for 16.
Wow. Maggie put over a deal on the cattleman.
We can't pay no such price like that. We ain't got the cash.
You'll pay it, you four-flushing, underhanded swindler, or you'll forfeit your $1,000 option money.
And, Prindle, you'll have a hard time explaining to the men what you're going to do to repay the money they've entrusted to you.
I can't explain it. We can't lose that $1,000. It's all the cash the cattlemen have got.
And you can't afford to buy the wool and lose 4 cents on every pound you handle. I do think, however, that Maggie and the sheep herders would release you from the bargain and return the option money if you agree to leave this country to the sheep.
Leave it?
Full stake?
Head south. Head for cattle country.
I hate to leave Maggie.
You leave? Why, you half pint. You ain't no cowman nohow. You better stay and go into sheep raising.
What about it, Prindle? Do you persuade the cattlemen to leave, or will you stay here and go broke?
I might have got the best of Maggie Martin. But I had a hunch who you was when I heard you call your horse Silver.
What are you going to do?
Well, when I tell the cattlemen the Lone Ranger's agin us, I reckon there won't be no choice.
Tell the cattlemen I'm for them 100%. And they'll go into cattle country. Hi-yo!
Come on there, Silver, old boy. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Stretch out those great legs of yours. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Who knows what is coming up next? The Shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the curtain goes up on the Shadow's latest exciting adventure, let me say this. I know that every one of you who owns a car is looking for a tire that will give you the greatest protection against skids and blowouts. And you'd like to get that tire without paying a price premium, wouldn't you? Well, I'm going to tell you about a new kind of tire that will stop you quicker, safer on wet, slippery roads than you've ever stopped before. This amazing tire is the new Goodrich, spelled Goodrich. Goodrich Safety Silvertown with the Lifesaver tread. And when Goodrich engineers developed this new tire, they certainly did a job. For instance, you all know what a windshield wiper does to a windshield. Well, motorists, that's exactly what the new Silvertown Lifesaver tread does to rain-drenched roads. Because the never-ending spiral bars of this tread actually act like a whole battery of windshield wipers. They sweep the water right and left. They force it out through the deep grooves. Thus, a dry track is made for the rubber to grip. And that means when you're riding along on wet pavements and have to step on the brake, you'll get the quickest non-skid stops you've ever seen. Believe me, there's nothing like a Silvertown stop to make you feel secure. And when you realize that Silvertowns are also the only tires that give you the famous golden ply protection against high-speed blowouts, is it any wonder this new tire is called the safest thing on wheels? Have this life-saving tire put on your car before it's too late. There is no extra cost. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard. As haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost. As inevitable as a guilty conscience. The Shadow's true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, The White God.
Gentlemen, the Navy Department has today asked me to give ship owners this message. We have today abandoned our extensive air and sea efforts to trace the missing yacht owned by Rudolph Hoyt, millionaire scientist, last reported in that region of the South Pacific which has in recent months come to be known as the graveyard of the Pacific, because of more than 15 disappearances of ocean vessels in that area within the past 2 years.
Admiral Champion, we ship owners beg you to continue your investigation to clear up this mystery of the South Pacific.
All this publicity of missing ships, especially the publicity about the Hoyt yacht, has ruined our Pacific shipping.
Why, we can't even sign up a crew to ship on our boat.
I tell you, Admiral, this mystery must be cleared up.
At once it must be
Gentlemen, the Navy is just as anxious as you are to solve this mystery because of our naval operations in the Pacific, but we can't find a single explanation.
May I make a suggestion, Admiral?
What's that?
Don't bother to try and see where I am, gentlemen. You can't see me.
Well, who are you?
I am the Shadow.
Shadow? You're that invisible man who's always helping the police and always working against crime?
Quite right, sir. I do have the power of invisibility to conceal my being and my motions when assisting authorities in maintaining law and order and peace.
Can you help us solve this mystery of the graveyard of the Pacific?
I think that possibly I can, gentlemen.
Just a moment. You know something about it?
I have a strong suspicion that the graveyard of the Pacific is really the work of some individual.
It's incredible.
It isn't logical that a group of modern ships, each one manned by an expert crew, equipped with the finest marine devices, should disappear unless they were made to disappear. And with a little help from you, Admiral, I think I can prove it.
Well, what do you want of me?
First, a fast cruiser to take me down to the South Pacific. Second, an airplane to cruise around among the islands.
But you insist you must stay as the Shadow?
I'm sorry, sir, but my identity must remain unknown. Besides that, I feel that I will be of greater value to the venture if our enemies cannot see me.
Very well. I think I can arrange it through Washington. How many will be in your party?
A young woman named Margot Lane will be your visible passenger. I will be with her, but you will not see me. You will advise the crew of my invisible state as the Shadow and tell them to obey my voice, even though they cannot see me.
Anyone else coming?
No, just Margot Lane and the Shadow.
Well, I hope that he's successful. I certainly hope that he's...
Who is it?
It's the Shadow, Margot. May I come in your cabin for a moment?
Certainly.
You may lock the door now. I'm inside. Now, we're all alone?
Yes, it's safe for you to become visible now as Lamont Cranston.
Well, how do you like being an honored guest on a Navy cruiser?
Very exciting, Lamont. But how do you expect to find the graveyard of the Pacific? No one knows where it is.
Well, that's what I've got to find out.
How?
I'm not quite sure yet.
Is there any way I can help?
Yes, Margot. This cruiser will put in at one of the South Pacific Islands tomorrow. I'm going ashore. I may be gone a day or two or a week, trying to get my information. But I'd like you to stay close to the shortwave set. The moment I have any information, I'll contact you, please. As soon as you hear from me, do the thing I ask you to do at once. Margot Lane, stand by for orders. Have the commander of the cruiser prepare a seaplane for immediate takeoff. I'm leaving this island where I've been for the last few days and returning to ship at once. I believe I know what happened to the missing ships. You will board the seaplane with me as the Shadow. island on which there lives someone the natives call the White God. A witch doctor told me about him.
The White God?
Yes. The witch doctor's description is obviously a man who has managed to overawe the ignorant natives with elemental experiments in chemistry and physics, which he passes off as magic. Pilot, what made the plane lurch like that?
I don't know, Shadow. There it is again. Something's tugging at the plane.
Tugging at the airplane?
Yeah. But the motors have gone crazy. I can hardly keep them going.
Pilot, we're descending.
Yeah, we're being pulled down.
Look, we're heading toward that island.
You're right, Margot. Look, the wreckage of boats. Crashed on the rocks. Deserted in those coves.
This must be...
Yes, Margot. The graveyard of the Pacific.
Hey, look at the wings of the plane.
The rivets are being torn out.
Yes. There goes a white ring strut.
They're diving into the sea.
Pilot, can you level the plane off?
No, I can't.
Level off or we'll all be buried in the plane at the bottom of the sea.
Okay. Get ready to jump. We're going to hit the water.
All present and accounted for.
I'm here, Shadow.
Count on me, too.
Good thing you leveled off so we landed on top of the water instead of beneath it, Pilot.
Yeah, I prayed for a moment. I couldn't make it.
Well, I suggest we make for the island there and pay a visit to the White God.
So this island is the graveyard of the Pacific.
The wreckage of those boats convinces me that it is. Look at them, piled up on the rocks, some of them out there in the cove.
Yeah. They all look deserted.
Yes, I don't see a soul.
What I can't get is what happened to the plane. It was like a magnet pulling us.
What might be more truth than poetry, who knows?
What do you mean?
I have an idea that this island is a huge magnet.
A natural magnet, you mean, because of rocks and minerals?
No, a man-made magnet.
Are you kidding us?
No, I don't think so. There's no natural magnet strong enough to attract ocean vessels and cripple airplanes.
But
You see this hill in back of us?
Yeah? Rises up like a sugar cone.
I was noticing it from the air. There's a huge hole in the top of the hill. This must be an extinct volcano. I have an idea that it's been converted into a magnet. A magnet pulling ships to their destruction.
Well, I'll be...
Listen. Drums.
Natives.
It sounds like a big time going on the other side of that hill.
Yes. This calls for a little exploration. Margot, you and the pilot wait here.
Nix, I'm not going to miss the fireworks.
I'm going with you, too.
All right, if you insist. If you go around the other side of the island, come up through the woods I saw from the plane. We don't want to stumble into any cannibals.
Okay, let's go.
Let's hope they don't try to make a banquet off of us.
Here. Yeah, we can see them all right from here.
There they are.
Boy, just look at those natives. Must be several hundred of them.
They're all painted up.
Judging from those fires and that feast laid out on the ground, they must be having some ceremonial.
Well, I'll be... Where did he come from?
The White God.
He came right out of the top of the hill.
You're right, Margot. Remember I told you that hill was an extinct volcano. That means that inside of it, running down through it, there's a shaft through which the volcano used to erupt. He merely made his appearance by coming up through that shaft.
Say, the natives seem to think he's a god by the way they're acting.
Exactly. He's made them think that he has some magic power by which he comes up right through that hill.
Look!
Holy smoke! The natives are carrying a white man up the hill to him.
That white man is Rudolph Hoyt.
Hey, look. They're setting burning torches to the guy's body.
Margot.
What is it?
They're going to sacrifice Hoyt.
Sacrifice him?
Yes, a human sacrifice to the White God.
Stop putting those torches against me! Stop putting those torches against me!
Mr. Hoyt!
Colin. Lloyd Colin. What are you doing here?
Since being dismissed as your assistant from the university, Mr. Hoyt, I have become a god.
A god?
Yes, a white god here at the mouth of this volcano, able to perform miracles of magic, even to pull great vessels and lighters from their courses to sea to my very feet. You recognize that magic, Mr. Hoyt?
Recognize it?
Of course I recognize it. It's the whole new application of the principles of magnetism which you stole from me.
Harsh words to speak to a god, Mr. Hoyt. You must be punished for them. Burn him. Apply the torches to his body.
Oh, you haven't played Collins. Stop him. Oh, stop him, Collins. Oh, stop this torture.
The fact that you are sailing within range of my magnetic devices was sheer fate, sheer coincidence. But I am delighted to have had the opportunity of receiving you and your colleague.
Oh, what have you done with my daughter? With the others from the yacht?
You will join them presently.
Oh, where are they?
In the very bowels of this volcano, my friend.
You mean you've thrown them down into the crater?
Precisely.
Oh, you...
I would not attempt violence, Mr. Hoyt. The natives resent having their guard abused. And now I kill 2 birds with 1 stone. First, I remove you and become sole possessor of the secrets of my magnetic theory.
My theory, you mean?
And secondly, I satisfy the thirst of my subjects for a sacrifice. Seize him!
No! Colin, for mercy's sake, Colin.
Throw him to the altar of the white god. Throw him down into the sacred volcano.
Colin.
Throw him in.
Colin.
Ladies and gentlemen, how will the Shadow defeat his enemy this time? In a few moments, we'll continue this exciting story. But meanwhile, motorists, remember this. The road you travel on may be perfectly safe when dry, but deadly enemies when wet.
Yes, beware. Roads may be skid traps when wet.
Don't take chances, motorists, especially when you can now get a tire that will stop you quicker, safer on a wet pavement than you've ever stopped before. And that tire is the new Goodrich Silvertown with the Lifesaver tread. The never-ending spiral bars of this Lifesaver tread really go to work on a wet, slippery road like a whole battery of windshield wipers. These bars sweep the water right and left. They force it out through the deep drainage groove. This means your tire actually has a drier, safer road surface to grip. This means real protection against the hazard zone of motoring. Think of the added security for yourself and your family from this road-drying tire. And then remember that Goodrich Silvertowns also offer you golden ply protection against high-speed blowouts. Is it any wonder that this new Silvertown is called the safest thing on wheels? Don't buy any tire until you've at least seen this new Goodrich Silvertown. Don't buy any tire until you've ridden on this new tire and discovered what it means to be saved by a Silvertown stop.
Careful of your footing going down this rope ladder.
Yes, Shadow. You slip, you're done for. No foothold on the side of this crater.
Do you think this is the way the White God came up out of this volcano on this ladder?
I'm sure of it. I can hear water below us. There must be some entrance from the sea into the bottom of the crater here. What he undoubtedly does is come into the crater from the sea, then climb the rope ladder to the top.
The natives think it's some hocus pocus.
The primitive mind is eager to believe anything that savors of the supernatural. Wait a moment.
What is it?
Wires. Look. There are dozens of them embedded in the rock. The whole crater must be wired.
I wonder for what?
This must be the way he generates the magnetic force into the hills. Through these wires. You see, I told you this whole crater can be converted into a huge magnet.
Yeah. I see the wires right here.
Look out, don't touch them.
Oh!
Hang on to the ladder, Margot. Hang on to your life. You too, pilot.
I can't hold on, Shadow. Something's pulling me off the ladder.
Is there any metal on your door?
Yes, my flying belt.
Then take it off, quick.
I can't get it off. It's caught it.
Lamont, what happened to it? Oh, please come out of the invisible saber alone now. I want to see you. I'm frightened.
That flying belt. The magnetism in the mountain attracted it. It dashed him against the walls of the hill. Just touching the wire set the whole magnetizing mechanism going, Margot. We're inside a huge, monstrous magnet that'll pull everything metallic for miles around to destruction.
Lamont, the vibrations are shaking me off. I can't hold on any longer.
There's water down below. Dive into it, Margot. Maybe we can find a way to swim out of here. Dive, Margot.
All right, Lamont.
Good. I'm following you. Now, there must be a
Must be a way to get out of here. Out to the sea. Better find it before the mountain crushes us to death, too, with its vibrations.
Vibrations. Dark.
Yes, the white god must have turned off the power. Lucky for us, he did.
Oh, Lamont. Did you hear that?
Yes. Yes, it sounds like a woman. Look, Margot. There she is. Hanging on that ledge at the side of the cabin. Let's swim over and get her.
Seems more dead than alive. We must get on.
All right. I can manage this border, all right. I got her. All right. Let's take her someplace where we can bring her to. Hear her story.
I believe in you, Mr. Shadow, although I cannot see you. Yes, I'm Rudolph Hoyt's daughter. I was supposed to be sacrificed like all the rest, but I landed on the water, and it broke my fall. Tell me, my father, do you know whether... Is he?
Yes. I'm sorry to say he's dead.
Oh, Father.
Miss Hoyt. Miss Hoyt, as long as that fiendish white god exists, that monstrous magnet at his command, not a soul, not a ship for miles around is safe. He must be destroyed. And I need your help to do it.
I'll do anything.
Good. Wasn't your father engaged on some research with new applications of magnetism?
Yes. Had he completed them, magnetism would have taken the place of motors and steam engines and things.
I thought so. Did he have any enemies in the world?
Only one. A man named Lloyd Carlin, who used to be his assistant.
Then, the white god is Lloyd Carlin. He knew about your father's work in magnetic phenomena.
He tried to steal them.
I remember that, Miss Hoyt. Are you willing to help me try and destroy this monster?
Yes. Anything.
Good. Tonight, then, we'll show the white god and his natives a brand of magic.
Magic?
Tonight, Margot, you, Miss Hoyt, and I shall perform the magical feat of reviving the dead in a burst of glory. Careful. Careful on the steps of the ladder, Miss Hoyt.
I am, Mr. Shadow. They're almost at the top.
Good.
Mr. Shadow, will you tell me why you wanted me to wear this bulletproof vest we found on the yacht?
It's possible Carlin has a gun. That vest might come in handy.
Oh.
And remember, a wooden boat is waiting on the shore by the woods. Run for it when I tell you.
Yes, Shadow.
Good. I imagine Margot will be directing the searchlight from the yacht out to the top of the hill any moment now.
There it is now. See, the light shooting across the mouth of the shaft?
Yes. And we're ready for your return from the dead. Step out of the shaft onto the rim of the crater.
All right. Look, the natives have seen me.
They could hardly miss you in that searchlight. Now, walk down to that ledge. I'll be with you, although you and the natives cannot see me.
Yes, Mr. Shadow.
Remember, let me do the talking. A masculine voice coming from a reincarnated woman should prove quite a shock. Hello there!
Your voice has them all afraid.
Just the effect I anticipated. Bring your white god to me, heathens. Let me challenge him for what he is. A vile and murderous imposter.
Will the natives understand that kind of language?
So, I think so. Carlin hears me. That's all I'm interested in. Where is this white god? Come here, imposter, and be exposed before your master. Be exposed for what you are.
Here he comes now, Mr. Shadow.
Remember, don't be afraid, Miss Hoyt. No matter what he does. Greetings, Mr. Carlin.
What nonsense is this?
Nonsense?
Yes. Your voice, Miss Hoyt.
Yes, I lost my voice temporarily when you threw me down into the crater. And when it returned,
with the voice of a man. I'm in no mood for joking. You're hiding in the shadows and speaking for Elise Hoyt there. Who are you? Where are you? Tell me or I'll shoot.
A waste of bullets. Shooting into the shadows, Carlin.
I'll hit you.
You think you can shoot invisibility? For shame, Carlin. You, a great scientist.
Whoever you are, you can't stop me from destroying Elise Hoyt here as I destroyed her father. Come! Come, all of you! That girl must be destroyed in the sacrifice to the white god! Throw her into the crater! I say, come and destroy this woman!
I am afraid your power over the natives is slipping, Carlin.
Then I'll throw her into the crater myself!
Keep away from her.
Knock me down, will you?
Get her off the ground, Carlin. God shouldn't get so close to us.
I'll kill you wherever you are.
Look, my friends, look. The white girl returns from the earth where you threw her. Why? Because the earth is angry with the white god. He rejects his sacrifices. The girl is your new and only god.
I am the white god. Watch, I'll show you with a flare from my gun. Watch and see how much of a goddess she is.
You see, Carlin, even gunfire can't destroy her.
It must.
Careful, Carlin. Your native disciples don't like to be disillusioned about all your claims to power.
I shan't disillusion them.
You already have. First, Miss Hoyt returns from the all-destroying sacrifice. Then your gunfire fails to phase her. What other magic have you to hold your followers?
I'll show you.
Shadow, he's running up the hill. He's running to the top of the crater.
Start his magnetizing device. We must stop him.
I'll show you who's all powerful here.
Shadow, if he starts that magnetizing device, we'll all be shaken from the crater to our death.
Then run for your life, Miss Hoyt. Run to the boat. Go through the woods.
But he's already at the top of the crater.
Run for your life. I'm going to stop him if I can.
My invisible friend, when my magnetic mechanism shakes you off the hill to the rocks below and crushes you. No, I touch the wiles and...
I'm right beside you, Carlin. I'm right beside you. You shouldn't have wasted so much time talking if you wanted to escape me.
But you're too late. I started the magnet working.
Rudolph Hoyt would have revolutionized all industry with this invention. Balls of steel would have taken the place of dynamos and turbines. Iron threads would have supplanted motors and engines.
It was all my dream. My dream.
But you concocted it all as an instrument of death and destruction. Used it to awe the natives who did your fiendish bidding against the unfortunate souls you lured here. The natives are coming to kill you, Carlin. They'll throw you down the crater.
But who was I too? All of you. The power of the magnet increases unless it is turned off. It will vibrate the volcano until it crumbles to pieces. You hear me? You will die too.
Shadow.
But I thought, weren't you killed with the rest of them when the volcano crumbled?
Evidently not, Miss Hoyt.
But you were up there with Lord Carlin. I heard you talking to him as I ran for this boat.
You heard my voice, but I was only a little way behind you.
But how?
By the simple trick of ventriloquism, Miss Hoyt. Carlin thought I was standing next to him in the shadows when his own invention destroyed him and those unfortunate natives.
Then that's the end of my father's invention, Shadow?
Yes, Miss Hoyt. With your father and Carlin gone, we must wait until another mind can conceive it again. Until then, the secret must remain entombed in the volcano of the White God.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories
which appear in the Shadow magazine.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, at any moment during the next 30 minutes, someone might receive $1,000 cash. At any moment during the next 30 minutes.
Really?
You bet your life. Here's the show that has the $1,000 bell that rings at the mention of the mystery word. And here's the star of You Bet Your Life, one of the greatest stars of all time,
Jupiter.
A man known to millions everywhere.
Howard Hughes.
Someone who's worked up from the bottom of the ladder.
Oh, Margaret Truman.
The one and only...
Thank you. This is Groucho Marx. Well, here I am, stepping in over my head again. Folks, this is just as new to me as it is to you. I've never done one of these shows before, but we've got several couples up here on the stage, a lot of people in the seats out front, and the doors are locked, so I've got to go through with it. Besides, somebody might win $1,000 cash at any moment. All I know is it can't be me. Jack Slatterly, who's the first couple?
Well, Miss Merle McHugh and Mr. Robert Brooks meet the man with all the money, Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Folks, we advertise for a lot of people to come to the show today who are interested in getting married, but who haven't found the right mate yet. And just before we went on the air, these two volunteers were chosen from the audience. Have you two met each other before?
No.
Miss McHugh, shake hands with Mr. Brooks.
How do you do?
I now pronounce you man and wife.
Hey, wait a minute, Groucho. You're going a little bit too fast.
Well, I guess I was a little hasty. So you two want to get married, eh?
That's right.
Mr. Brooks, may I ask one question?
Yes, Mr. Marx.
Why?
And
Miss McHugh, why do you want to get married?
Well,
Are you being evicted?
No. I think I'm about the right age. And
Oh, the right age. You certainly are. Now, before we give you a chance to make $1,000, let's see how well matched you are. Who knows? Maybe Cupid Marks will light a fire here. Could be. Would you mind telling me how old you are, Miss
I'm
McHugh?
22.
22, huh? And what is your occupation?
I'm a waitress.
A waitress?
Yes.
We should wait on me occasionally. And how old are you?
24, Mr. Mark.
24? And what is your occupation?
I sell clothes.
Well, wholesale?
No.
I see. Well, how tall is your ideal dream man, Miss McHugh?
Well, usually over 6 feet.
Oh, are you over 6 feet?
Yes, I am. 6'1".
6'1", huh? Well, these two may get along all right here, huh? Merle, do you prefer the polite type or the rugged caveman type?
Well, I don't like to be dragged around by the hair, but I like somebody that's kind of polite on the surface and maybe strong once in a while, you know.
I see. What about you? How do you feel about that, huh?
Well, I think she's got me right on the head there. You see, I'm rugged, but I'm still...
well, I mean, do you like to drag girls around by the hair, huh?
I can try it sometime.
Well, I guess it could be fun at that, huh? Now, tell me, do you prefer blondes or brunettes?
No, honestly, brunettes.
You like brunettes best, huh?
Sure.
Is this a sudden decision, or is this something that you...
No, it's been going on for quite some time.
It has, huh? And how do you feel about it, Merle?
Well, I usually like redheads, but I can make exceptions.
Oh. This girl knows how to wait, I'll tell you that. Now, Bob, what do you think? Do you think that a fella should kiss a girl on the first date?
Yes, definitely.
Well, you're pretty impartial with that decision, huh?
Yes, very much so.
But why? Why do you feel that way, huh?
Well, if you like the girl and you want to go out and have a good time and you had a terrific evening, and you come back and you both stand on the doorstep, it's silly to say goodnight and walk away, isn't it? I mean, she might like to get all about you in a very few days, and that wouldn't be any good.
Well, you might kiss her and she might forget about you even quicker, huh?
Yeah, but not me.
Not the way you kiss. Well, I don't know. I've never kissed you, so I don't know. However, I'm not doing anything tonight. Now, Merle, how do you feel about this? Do you think that a fella should kiss a girl the first time he takes her out? Or do you feel that's like walking into a candy store and swiping the stuff before you paid for it, huh?
I don't know if it's kind of a surprise, spontaneous. I guess I wouldn't mind. I mean,
you mean if it's combustion?
Oh, yeah. Like when he asks, that makes it kind of uncomfortable.
Oh, you just want him to grab you and kiss you, huh?
Mm-hmm. If I liked him well enough to go out with him, I guess I wouldn't mind too much if he kissed me.
I see. Well, I'm not doing anything tonight either. You know. Now, tell me, Bob, what do you think is the ideal size family? I mean, now, this is a natural sequence from kissing. I mean, I'd just like to find out how you feel. What is your conception of the... 3?
Yeah, 2 boys and a girl.
2 boys and a girl, huh? And how do you feel about it?
Well, that's funny. I like 2 boys and a girl, too. I mean, I've always thought that was nice.
He's hooked already, I can see. He hasn't disagreed with anything he said yet, huh? Well, you each want 2 boys and a girl, huh? Mm-hmm. That's 6 children you want, huh? You make a pretty good partnership. Do you have any idea what you're going to do right now?
No.
Do you have any idea? Well, you're going to work together. In a nice way, of course. You have something in common now. You two and each of the couples here on stage have just been credited with $20 on our books. I'll ask each couple 3 questions. You bet me you can answer those questions using any part of the $20 you want. The idea is to build your $20 into as much money as possible. Because the couple winning the most money not only gets to keep it, but also gets a chance at a $1,000 question at the end of the show. Is that clear?
Certainly is.
Now, how'd you like a chance at the $1,000 right this minute?
Oh,
good idea.
Well, if you happen to mention a certain secret word any time you're up here talking, a bell will ring like this. That doesn't mean you have to jump out the window. That means you get a chance at the $1,000 question. Now, when the bell rings, I'll ask you the $1,000 question immediately, and if you answer it right, you collect the $1,000.
This is Jack Slattery off stage where no one in the studio can hear me. If anybody mentions the word air, A-I-R, during the rest of the show, he gets a chance at the $1,000 question. Remember, the secret word is air, A-I-R. And now, back to Groucho.
If you were married, you would probably get 900 and she'd get 100, huh? Now, what would you do with the 500 that you'd win?
Oh, I'd like to buy some clothes and maybe a couple of books and records. Mostly clothes.
Mostly clothes, huh? And you?
I'm the saving kind. I'll save that for the honeymoon.
I
Well,
look
look.
pretty on the honeymoon.
Well, look, he sells the clothes. Are you going to buy the clothes from him?
20% discount.
I see. Well, I wonder which of our couples is going to win the most money. Just to be fair, so the other couples will know how much this couple ends up with, I'd like you other contestants to get off the stage. Beat it! Scram, Wharton, lock them in the dressing room. Stuff a vice president there is. We'll bring them back one at a time. Okay, they're gone now. Now you two get 3 questions. First one is on food. How much of your $20 do you want to bet you can answer it?
10.
If you bet 10,
No,
you
let's
make
it
10.
5.
Now,
It's
wait a
so
minute.
easy
Decide
for a while.
between you.
No, I mean 10.
Now, let's bet 5 and be conservative. Just to start out, see
You're
what
going to
happens.
find out now who's the boss here.
All right. I'll bet 5.
You're going to bet 5? It's that way in every family. I don't know why you're all so surprised out there. Now, let me understand this. You're betting $5 between you. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, you can take all the time you want on this answer. I'll give you 5 seconds. Now, here's the question. In the entire world, what food is most extensively used? Wheat, corn, rice, or pablum? You get one answer between you now, so talk it over.
Wheat?
What do you
I
think,
imagine, because that's used for a lot of other things, too.
Yeah, wheat.
We'll say wheat.
We say wheat.
I'm sorry. The answer is rice. If you folks had been married, you'd have been aware of that, huh? Now, how much have they got, Jack?
They got $15, Groucho.
They've got $15. Well, now's your second question. It's on etiquette. This question pays 2 to 1. How much you want to bet of your $15? Remember, you got to make more than the other couples in order to get a chance at the $1,000 question.
Let's try 10 this time.
No, let's go 5 this time.
Oh, brother, is he going to save their money when they get
The
married,
other
huh?
5.
I know we'll
We've got to
double
get
it.
it back and double it this time.
Well, all right, make it 10.
Make it 10.
Well, here it is. Is it proper to break a piece of bread or roll in the soup? Is it proper to break a piece of bread or roll in the soup?
What do you think?
Is it proper or improper?
I don't think so. I think it's
Well,
improper.
You think it's
no,
improper?
No, I wouldn't say it that way. I would say that it wasn't improper, but it just isn't done.
Well, but you've got to answer one way or the other. You can't be a diplomat here. You've got to come right out with some kind of a specific answer.
I'll say no.
No, it's not proper.
It's not proper. You're absolutely right. It's very improper, especially to roll in the soup. Now, how much have they got, Jack?
They now have $35, Groucho.
$35. Now for your last chance. It's a general question. How much of your $35 do you want to bet? It pays 3 to 1 this time. So if you win, you've got $105.
What's the question about?
That's the thing we don't reveal, huh?
Oh.
We'll make this question even more interesting. If you get it right, we'll send an Admiral radio phonograph combination to anybody you name in each of your hometowns. Well, if you get it right, who shall we send it to and where?
I'd
We'll
like to
find
send
out
it to
if-
my mother in New York.
Your mother is in New York, huh?
Yes.
She hasn't got a radio phonograph?
No, she hasn't, as a
No.
matter of fact.
I see. Has she got a husband?
Yes. Last I heard from her, she did.
Oh, she did, huh? Is that in recent years, huh?
Still does.
And where would you like your radio phonograph combination sent? The Admiral radio phonograph.
Well, I suppose my mother also in Wisconsin.
Oh. Nobody's mother apparently has a phonograph, huh? In Wisconsin, whereabouts in Wisconsin? Milwaukee, huh? Well, there's a lot of beer there. I didn't know they were short on radios, though. I guess if you got enough beer, you don't need a radio, huh? Okay, now how much are you betting?
Make it $20 and clear it off.
All right, let's do
You're betting $20, huh? Okay, if you get it right, they get the radios. If you get it wrong, you probably get time bombs in the next mail. Now, here's the question. Does mohair come from a camel, a sheep, a goat, or a toupee? A camel, a sheep, a goat, or a toupee?
Yeah.
Now, talk it over.
Now, let's think about it. It couldn't be a camel, could it? Because that's camel's hair. Sheep? Well, let's say the goat. Do you think so?
Yeah, it must be a goat.
A goat is absolutely right, Jack. What did they find out? Let me congratulate you, huh? Boy, I did that too, don't I?
Just introduced.
They ended up with $95.
$95. Well, congratulations to you, and
a good friendship.
you just sit down over there. We'll see you all later, huh? I wonder if any of the other couples will make more than $95. If they don't, you two get a chance at the $1,000 question. Okay, boys, send in the next couple. You two sit down over there and split your winnings. If you go ahead and get married, let us know. Put the handcuffs on him, boys, so he can't get away. We got a little time left, so before I give the winning couple their $1,000 question, I want to give our guests who are going to be married something special. Something they can use all their married lives, something that costs me nothing. Jump down. Huh? Now, here's a problem that I hope doesn't come up too soon with you newlyweds, but you might as well listen. It's a letter from Mrs. R.H. in Dallas, who writes, I found a romantic letter in my husband's pocket from another woman. Should I forget about it, or should I go and visit the other woman? What do you think? Raise your hands, huh? We'll take this lady right here, huh? Take her for everything she's got. What do you think should be the answer, huh?
Well,
what is your name, miss?
I'm Mrs. Lillian Watkins.
Oh, I thought you were a miss. Miss
no,
Watkins,
I've been
huh?
married 25 years.
25 years.
Yes,
and how
sir.
many little Watkins, huh?
I haven't any.
No Watkins at all?
sir.
Well, you're still time. 25 years isn't too long, huh? And what is your
Well,
occupation?
Life, there's hope.
Yes, there is. And sometimes while there's life, there's time, huh? What is your occupation, miss?
Well, I'm a housewife, but I used to be a long-distance telephone operator.
Oh, I bet you've given me many a wrong number in my time, huh?
I suppose I have.
Well, no wonder you have no children with all those wrong numbers, huh? Now, what do you think is the answer to this problem, huh?
Well, I've been married 25 years, and if I found a letter in my husband's pocket
You'd steal
today,
his pants, huh?
I would just ignore it because good husbands are hard to find.
I think you've got something there. I think even bad husbands are hard to find. Huh? I think that's a very logical solution. Thank you very much, huh? Well, the time's up. That's all the advice we can spread around right now. It's time to give our winning couple a $1,000 question. Thanks to you folks in the audience for your advice. I hope everybody made notes.
Well, come back on the stage up here, Quiz Kid, because the winning couple is waiting for the $1,000 question.
Where'll I get unwrapped from this snake here?
They are Miss Helen Hayden and Mr. John Bagnoli. That's the couple about to be married. They ran their $20 into $158.
Are you nervous, kids, or do you always turn green this time of year? Well, tell us again, what are you going to do with the $1,000 if you win it? Now you'll have to get married, won't you, huh?
Sure will. That'll be a good start.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do with the money if you win it? You still going to buy the Bendix?
Well, we have to get back to New York very soon because his school is in New Jersey, so I guess
see.
part of it will go for that.
All right. Well, here's the question. If you answer it, you get $1,000 cash right now. The question is on current events. Everybody reads the newspaper and should keep abreast of the times. Let's hope you folks do. I'll give you 10 seconds. Ready? Here it is. And please don't anybody in the audience shout it out. We'll only have to give them another question. Okay. Who was the wife of the president of Argentina? Decide the answer between you now.
Perón.
Eva Perón.
Absolutely right. You have won $1,000. Congratulations. You've just won $1,000, and here it is. I wonder if they've revived the sponsor yet. Anyway, you deserve the money. You worked hard for it. And I know it'll be a big help to you in the future. Congratulations again, and here's wishing you a happy married life. And don't forget to invite me to your golden wedding. Huh?
Oh, thank you very much.
Next week, another $1,000 might be given away at any moment. And if nobody gets it next week, it'll go up to $2,000 the following week. Anything else, Groucho?
Only that I want to sincerely thank all of you for helping me out this past half hour. I hope you liked it. I know I've had a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to seeing you, all of you, next week when we'll be on the air again to bring... Hey, I said it, the secret word. I said air, and that was it, air. Pay me $1,000, somebody.
Oh, Groucho, you can't take that money away.
I know it. I was just carried away. Good night, folks. Good morning, folks.
Join us next week. It's exciting, it's fun. You Bet Your Life, a John Goodell production. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, this concludes another stream. I want to thank you all for listening with me, and I hope you enjoyed the These shows that represent, in my opinion, some of the best of old-time radio. Join me again tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Thank you for listening, and have a good day. Thank you.